Hmm. We're gonna play Super Auto Pets till the until the debate. Do I have it for my Steam? Oh. I rarely get two mouses at the beginning. Why would this be a... Why would that be a team he has? Uh... Now that's a much better team. Still didn't get him the win, but... That is very unfortunate for me. Alright, so you, get you on you, and we roll. And we roll. Really? It hits both of them? Huh. All right. Get the puffer fish? I don't think I want the bison. I don't have anything that's close to level 3. Hopefully I get a duck. Right, no. Another swan's fine. I'll please this. I couldn't hit the damn horse. Oh, he did hit the horse. Alright, that worked out about as well as I could have hoped. Let's see. I'll get ant. Maybe I can get a level 3 ant, get the bison. No, I don't want a level 3 mouse. I'm looking to sell the mouse when I get something worthy of the apple. Ah, you fucker. That's what you get. Yeah, bitch. Look at that mouse. Beefy mouse. You have 2 level 2s. That's what a penguin sounds like in their minds? So you, get you, go ahead and get you. And we end turn. Yeah, let's get this swan nice and beefy. Oh, I'm dead. I'm a dead man. Alright, let's see. We're gonna sell you, which is the only thing that the penguin really is doing anything for. We're gonna get you. I'm gonna put you in front and give you this. And a swan. Give me another swan. Give me another swan. Wow. Oh, I really want me to have a level 3 penguin with no level 2s for it to buff. What happened to the fucking shit that was supposed to spawn? I mean, I'm not complaining. Alright. I'll get you, I'll get you. We will give you... Nope. Would be a waste. We'll get you... Is it too late for a hippo? 4, 7. Ah! Fudge sickles. I'm losing this next round. Oh gosh, that might have cost me the game. Oh no, that was awful. That was awful. All right. Kitty cat? I don't think so. 3. Got 3 left. 1, 2, 3. Less than 12. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. And I killed the hippo. Good shit. Give me a monkey or some chocolate. Am I on easy? I better not be on easy. I got my phone set to medium. All right, I need steak and I need to level up the monkey. Ah, fuck, I forgot that the monkey's gonna start stealing boosts. That's unfortunate. The hippo just decimates summons teams. The monkey, stop stealing the hippo's boosts. Why does he have a turkey? Oh, I was gonna say, why does he have a turkey that doesn't summon things? I'm looking for a steak. I don't think melon armor is really useful for right now. Damn. Yeah. Woo! I didn't think I was gonna win that one. I thought it was gonna be a draw. That's funny. Just need it one more. Alright. Summons team, and you're done. Are you even gonna get past my scorpion? Why would there be a mushroom on the shark? Anyways, was I an easy? Nope, I was in normal. Cool. Alright, in about 30 minutes, I'll be doing a debate. What's not happening here this week? On book bans. These are the sources I found. Oh my goodness. So basically what I'm going to be arguing is, I don't really care that there are people that want to ban books for having sexual content. It's when those bans start weighing way heavy to the LGBT or, you know, critical race theory, minority race. Heavy on banning books about minorities and LGBT people. That's when I'm like, no, this isn't okay. No minors. When they say NC-17, they think that a 15-year-old can't handle genderqueer. So this right here, what I'm looking at right now, is it's a thing put out by Moms for Liberty that rates a bunch of books. They think that a 15-year-old can't handle genderqueer. That's ridiculous, but that is I finally got old enough to not be embarrassed to talk about this stuff with my sister. Really never occurred to put something in your vagina, not even a finger. It really didn't. So you never tasted yourself? What? No, ew. Wait, you have? Of course, you should try. And so, vagina slime. Like, I have an extremely low sex drive compared to pretty much all of my friends. As a teen, I got bored of masturbation. Like, this right here isn't, like, that big of a deal. I think the biggest thing is, like, there's butt right here, but this people think is a big deal. But, like, 15-year-olds can look at this stuff and not be, like, not be scandalized by it. I can't read what that says. Push. Got a profanity counter as if like profanity is a like all right. So people would get mad at Twitter for banning this word. But I can't read the summary of concerns, but apparently that's a part of what makes this abhorrent content that's not suitable for anybody. Anyways, what I was looking at. Wait, what is this? What happens if I click this? Oh, maybe I can find the one for push and actually read it. This book contains sexual activities including assault and battery, sexual nudity, profanity, violence, alcohol, and drug use. This isn't a picture book. This one couple, whom I told later were very popular and in love, stumbled into my room and asked if I minded them using it. I told them that my brother and sister said I had to stay here, and they asked if they could use the room anyways with me still in it. I said I didn't see why not, so they closed the door and started kissing very hard. After a few minutes, the boy's hands went up the girl's shirt, and she started protesting. Come on, David. What? The kid is in here. It's okay. And the boy kept working up the girl's shirt, and as much as she said no, he kept working it. After a few minutes, she stopped protesting, and he pulled her shirt off, and she had a white bra on with lace. I honestly didn't know what to do by this point. Pretty soon, he took off the bra and started to kiss her breasts, and then he put his hand down her pants. She started moaning. I think they were both very drunk. He reached to take off her pants, but she started crying really hard. So he reached for his She started crying really hard, so he reached for his own. He pulled his pants and underwear down to his knees. Please, Dave, no. But the boy just talked soft to her about how good she looked and things like that. And she grabbed his penis with her hand and started moving it. I wish I could describe a little more nicely without using words like penis, but that was the way it was. After a few minutes, the boy pushed the girl's head down and she started to kiss his penis. She was still crying. Finally, she stopped crying because he put his penis, I'm guessing, in her mouth, and I didn't think you could cry in that position. And I don't think you can cry in that position. I had to stop watching at that point because I started to feel sick. But it kept going on, and they kept doing other things. She kept saying no. Even when I covered my ears, I could still hear her say that. Don't they know you were in there? Did they know you were in there? Yes, they asked if they could use the room. Why didn't you stop them? I don't know. Didn't know what they were doing. You pervert. Okay, so that's like a depiction of sexual assault, and it's depicted in a way that makes it very obvious that that was a bad thing for that guy to do. I don't see why, like, 15-year-olds, 14, 15-year-olds can't read this book from that passage. There's other passages that they have on here that they take objection to. But, yeah, that's... Let's see. Let's see if I can find push. What is tricks? This book contains explicit sexual activities including child rape and abuse, drug abuse, violence, alcohol use, and adult and child prostitution. Oh, tricks as in like prostitution. Mm. Oh, are these not? Yeah, they are. Push. This book contains explicit sexual activities including incest, molestation, sexual nudity, excess, frequent profanity, and demographic terms, controversial racial commentary, drug use, and violence, including self-harm. They rated it abhorrent content, which means it's not suitable for anybody. There was this one right here. This book contains alternate sexualities. That's like one of the things that they use against this book, is that it contains alternate sexualities. That's so fucked. That's so fucked. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that I am going to be trying to basis. The fuck? I guess I gotta turn this on. Just use this audio for them. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I'm going to be talking about. Yeah, just screenshot it, Google. And this debate. I don't know if there's any other ones that are like that. I feel like Moms for Liberty kind of tries to hide that part of there. This book contains episodes illustrated depending expression sexual activities. I don't think this book is gay actually has explicit. Hold on, they would show us the worst of the worst. Yeah, like this picture right here. This is just a drawing of a naked person, a crude drawing of a naked person for the purposes of telling somebody what. Diagram of a boy. Nipples, a lot. Some of the sensitive areas are. Like, that's. Wait, what is this? All the weird terms, no waiting, 69, two people giving simultaneous or oral sex. AIDS, a syndrome brought on by the virus. It's just terms. It's goodness gracious. Trans people and non-straight people are subject to a lot of the same discriminations, misunderstandings, and mistreatments because many people think of us as being a part of the same group. Why is that a content that you would find like worthy of making this into a higher rated book? Like, this book is rated not for minors by these people. Not for minors. 17 plus is their definition of that. Why would somebody who is, hell, I would give this, unless I find something more abhorrent, I'd give this to a 10-year-old. Maybe not this part. You don't really need to know the sensitive areas of a person as a 10-year-old. But definitely 13 plus. Actually, I want to have that up. I want to have this up. I don't think that the content on these things, because I am curious about something. Yeah, it's just a picture. I am curious as to how many of these books they have in their content warning alternative. Alternate sexualities as like a reason why they want us to rate the book high. Like, not for minors, this book contains sexual activities including sadomasochism, profanity, and alcohol use. The Hate You Give. This book contains inflammatory racial commentary, frequent profanity, and explicit sexual activities. Oh, this one's only minor restricted, which I think by their definition is you're supposed to have parental permission before you give this book to somebody or some shit like that. Daddy believes in Black Jesus, but follows the Black Panthers, a 10-point program more than the 10 Commandments. He agrees with the Nations of Islam in some stuff, but he can't get over the fact that they may have killed Malcolm X. Pig in my house, Daddy grumbles and sits next to me. Why is that a bad passage? Is it because he says he believes in Black Jesus? Is that the racial? Is that a part of the racial inflammatory racial commentary? Black Jesus? Oh my gosh. Oh, this debate needs to hurry up and start. I do not. Ah, you sons of bitches. You sons of bitches. Awkward personalities. Yep, I lose this. My first dude I should have. I lost it because I didn't place my ant in front of the right shit. Damn, nothing? Well, thank you. But I'm already gonna lose this round. I got it leveled up already. Do I go for a level 3 ant? Oh. I have an ant in the back. Damn it all. Lame. If I didn't have that ant in the back, I might have won that. That's okay. Alright, we're on level 3. Nothing, not a damn thing. Damn, he fucked his whole team up. It's a big play. Big play by the skunk. Let's go ant in the back and hippo in the back. Oh, you guys are in trouble now. Kind of. Am I giving up on the duck? Shit. Fuck. Damn motherfucker. I only got 50% chance of, well, no, I got 100% chance. But I really don't think it matters. Alright. There's the duck. Thank you for the duck. A little late for that, don't you think? Also, I probably should get rid of this ant now. Ant's kind of useless right now. Swan does some work. It wasn't enough to get the penguin through. Alright, gotta get some good shit right now. And I died. Alright, that's fine. I've only got about 8 more minutes before this debate starts. So let me go get some. Let me go get some drink and I'll be back. I think mom's Yo, yo.
Hey, dude, welcome.
Oh, wow, you're super quiet.
Is that any better?
A little bit.
1 second.
I'm turning you up about 150%.
Hopefully that made a difference.
What are you using for your microphone?
Just some Zac Sound mic off of Amazon. It's just cheap, but I have to be up next to it, and I'm kind of across the desk right now working on something else.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out how to edit the invite link text because I made a spelling error, and now I can't figure out where the hell you can change it.
Just accept your spelling errors with grace.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't even know how to invite people, so. Like, I can give them an invite link to my server, and that's all I can do.
You can, well, if you're level 1, yeah. And once you go up levels, it adds these little trinkets that you can add to it, but it's just flair.
Yeah, I don't know how to do all that.
Yo.
Welcome, Riddle.
All right. So yeah, we got to get Forg's debate going on here, right?
Yeah, he should be rolling up any second. Dora should be here. I'll tag everybody when 4 gets in here.
All right, sounds good. Figured I'd be in here for the what do you call it? The
Tailgate.
tailgate party.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to say about the topic because it's kind of not something I deal with personally.
Oh shit, hold on. Fork's calling me.
Hmm.
I'll be more talkative in a second. Do 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 do. Are you an eggnog drinker?
Am I an eggnog drinker? No.
I've never really gotten into it except this year. I'm kind of addicted to trying different ones, but they're not all equal.
Is eggnog always alcohol?
No.
Oh.
I've tried the alcoholic one. It's gross.
Okay.
Non-alcoholic.
Yeah,
Basically, it goes
eggnog just
from
sounds gross.
it's like a custard. It basically goes from creamy and sugary without alcohol to taste like burning, and then you don't really get to taste anything else.
I do like custard. I don't know how I feel about drinking custard though.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of it most of my life, but yeah. But then again, don't try it because then you're gonna be taking on serious calories. It's like pure calories.
Mm, you see, I
How
can't.
did your swords go? You made swords a while ago. I don't know if you actually had a meetup or not since then.
Yeah. They came in handy because my older ones, which aren't that old and shouldn't have failed, but one of my older ones failed, so I had to use the one of the ones I made that night on Sunday.
It it failed because you hit someone that hard or what?
The tip of it started getting too weak to use for stabbing, and yeah, they're afraid that the core was going to poke through and end up hurting somebody.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
So did you change your design or you just made another one?
I'm going to change my design. I haven't made any new ones since those two, but I'm going to probably change the way that well, first I'm going to add a little bit more tape to the tip of this core so that it's a little thicker, and I'm going to change the way that I route the core.
At the end of the day, how much money are you spending on materials to create it?
Per sword,
Yeah, per sword.
probably like, hold on, I've got some of the, the 4-pound foam, which is used for the box. It costs $10, but I can get like 20 swords out of that, so 50 cents.
That's
The-
not bad. I would figure that the golf stick that you use for the this middle of it would be expensive unless you can get those cheap.
I get those at Goodwill for like $4.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, like strapping tape for the whole thing. That was $4.97. I get like 3 or 4 swords out of that. Sports tape is
That's pretty
$3.24.
cheap for strapping tape. I thought strapping tape because that's medical tape, right?
No, it's packing tape.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna tag everyone and hopefully get Forg in here.
How many people are coming tonight? Do you know?
I think the only ones I have confirmed are Dora, yourself, Forg, Riddle, me, and I'm not sure about Ren.
Who is Dora?
Dora is a young female from Fort Liberty. She's like 22 or something, but she's very animated.
Okay.
Hopefully he doesn't back out. If he does, I don't know. I don't have anything backed up for plans.
Dora.
Have you created any content lately?
I feel like I was in a debate recently. I don't remember though.
You make your own stuff though, right?
Not really. I just do debates for now, like right now.
That's fair enough.
The
Have
only
you
reason.
been-
Go
Have you
ahead.
been on Rob Noor's, any of his stuff? Because that's the first time I think I saw you is when you were on Rob Noor.
Rob has been busy. He hasn't been able to do anything recently, as far as I know. But maybe he's gotten unbusy since he told me that.
Hey guys.
Hey
Go
man,
for it.
all right, am I good to tag everyone?
Yeah. I was talking with Riddle about it. I completely forgot. I had to
I guess you
actually
forgot
go.
your due date. You forgot your time.
I thought it was 7:30. I didn't know it was 5:30. And then I see RW's ping, and then I see Cluck and RW in there, and Riddle says, "You're overdue, bud." And then I go, "Oh crap! I have to go here, don't I?"
Yeah, I mean, we could give it a little bit of a moment for other people to join, but
I just tagged here, so there's
hey,
like
what does here entail? Like, I don't see the rules on other people's things. So what is that like?
here means
Is
it
that
only
ping
tags the
people?
people that are online and here at the moment. It doesn't bother
Oh,
everyone.
really? Okay, that's pretty cool. Did you have to customize that, or was that is that just a default of Discord?
That's a
Default.
default admin and mod setting.
Really? I didn't know that. Damn. Okay.
Richie.
Awesome. It's good to have you back, Incarnation.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
How's running the Nexus going for you, dude? Is it treating you well?
There we go.
It's
What's up,
kind of
Dance? What's up,
fun.
Dora?
It's kind of like the elevator business, but we're doing good. We're going fast, and we've cleaned up a lot of things. So
Are your cables well attached to the boxcar?
are they ever?
I guess that's your job. But I understand the ups and downs.
So no, we're doing good. We're on a good run right now. So it's been a long stretch to weed out some of the bad apples that were holding us back. But since I've weeded those apples out, we've done nothing but grow, and we're getting better people in the server. So
It's interesting. I know that on a free speech server, that is a complicated task. So I'm glad you figured it out.
I don't know if I figured it out, but right now it's working. So
You got a free speech server, Carnation?
yeah.
Nice.
He runs the Nexus. He's Sifash's
you
number one.
run
He's
the
number
Nexus?
one.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Oh yeah, I could imagine that being tough then.
I want to welcome
Yeah.
Dance and Dora as well, and then I'm going to hand it over to Forg. I'm just here to mod. I don't really know much about it. I've heard about it, but
What's
Forg,
that debate about? If you don't mind
Banned
me asking.
books.
go ahead, Forg. It's all yours, man.
It's about banned books.
Okay.
My favorite subject.
Same.
What's up, Dora?
Hey.
Hey, Dora.
RW, do you want to like
I can
continue
facilitate the
modding or
conversation.
what? Okay.
All right, I thought Forg was gonna like take over.
No,
a
I
little
think he
bit
needs
more.
you guys need an intro.
All right, so I guess I would, but I need Forg's input on. And Dora, your mic's really low. I have you at 150, but you're still low.
Oh wait.
So Ford, is it just about books that are banned in schools? What is the aspect of banned books that you want to debate?
It would be banned books in school and focusing more on what Ron DeSantis has been doing recently and what people are kind of crashing on him on is him banning a lot of books in the school system, like removing them from the school system, and people are saying it's like anti-LGBTQ, anti-black, stuff like that. So we're gonna discuss the books that he banned. Should he have done it? Or should they be kept in our schools? You know, all that good stuff.
I really wish I knew about the Ron DeSantis part because I didn't do any of my research on what he was doing.
It seems like it would be
Idea
good
about
for you if you know the content or someone here knows the content well to introduce the content to the group because it looks
I
like
could do
all
that
four of
right
you are not.
now if you guys
There
want.
there was like an issue just to add to that. I believe that the media had called it the "Don't Say Gay" bill because Ron DeSantis banning certain books from the library in Florida and also from the curriculum. So I guess there needs to be a distinction between books banned in the school library as well as school curriculum and the "Don't Say Gay" bill and what those specific points were. I guess if I'm not sure if you cover that, Forg, but that's it. That's the whole DeSantis thing in Florida. So
Oh, I heard about him banning Black history books. I know that he was really trying to remove all that, which that is a very fine line because from what I've seen, there are some Black authors who are going out and trying to talk about how no, everyone used to be Black or something like that in the old days, you know, before Christopher Columbus. Which obviously that's not true.
yeah, I think it was about from what I hear, anyways, from what I read, is that it's because there was intersectionalism put within these AP Black History books, which basically is just interjecting LGBTQ stuff with Black history and stuff like
Yeah,
that. That
I
was the
agree.
reasoning behind it. So at least that's what I read about it.
So is that like a good thing in your mind to ban something because there's LGBT stuff from an AP?
Well, I think that you should absolutely separate it as opposed to
Oh yeah,
just forcing it upon. I think that would dilute Black history. I think that's disrespectful.
yeah, yeah. Removing anything and everything that has to do regarding Black history, anything written by Black artists or authors, um, that's not okay. There is a line. There is a fine line there. I think. It's just really hard to find it sometimes because you don't know what you're going to do, in which the public is going to be like, "Excuse me, that's racism." Um, So yeah, I do think that there's a fine line in banning things that are LGBTQ and or Black. Um, there have been a couple of kids books. My mother owns a couple of them. One of them is My Shadow is Pink, and it's about like how colors are for all kids. Like this one, I think is fine. This one just has to do with like, oh yeah, boys can like the color pink too, and like I don't see that as a problem. But
Dora, is there any way you can
yeah,
turn your mic up or get closer to it or something? Because I got you all the way up and I still can barely hear you.
is it maybe just your mic? I don't know. How's this?
A
Sounds
little
fine to me.
louder. A
Oh,
little louder.
I have her at 200%. She sounds normal for me.
Yeah, she is pretty low, but
She
All of
would.
my stuff is up high. So
Yeah, you're at 120 for me, and you're okay. But I could
yeah,
see why, like, you do come off as low compared to everybody else.
Oh, I got her at 200, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe it's maybe different, but mine's set up high too, like my earphone volume too. So
yeah, okay.
separate from the
um,
Discord volume.
Let's see.
I have a
Yeah, I have no
question.
idea.
I have a question just to add a little bit of context maybe to this debate. I don't know if any of you have kids, but I mean, does anybody here have kids?
I
You
I
have
do?
a kid.
have
Kids?
4 younger brothers that are all under the age of 12.
Okay.
So
And I was just curious, is there maybe clarification on which level of school?
Middle school to
Um,
high school.
okay, so this is the range in which we're talking in.
Yeah.
yeah.
For
Okay.
books? Oh, for
Yes, the
for
band
subject.
books, 11 to 18-year-olds.
Okay.
Oh, really?
I guess I
Oh,
need
okay, because
clarification.
that's
11's in
separate
middle
from
school, yep.
that's separate from DeSantis's Don't Say Gay bill, which was K through 3.
Yeah,
Yep.
I have noticed that there are some
Sorry to interrupt it.
LGBTQ teachers who are trying to enforce their children to be gay. Their children, I mean by their students. Um, there have been some TikToks that I've seen through Amala and through Libs of TikTok, and one or two through my own, where there are basically wokeist teachers, because I'm not everybody on the LGB spectrum are that awful, but there are definitely people who are on the TQ plus side and or the wokeist side, which I am just like, yeah, no, that can't be allowed in schools.
Like, for example, what?
So a lot of the books that, in lieu to what Forg is talking about, the age spectrum, have been pornographic in nature. One of them was I think it was like The Bluest Eyes, and then there was also
Not
another
all
book
boys are blue?
titled no,
Okay.
My Bluest Eyes. I'm not entirely sure what that book is about. I've just heard that it's pornographic. One of
It's
them is genderqueer, and it is a picture book for children.
well,
that
hold on, 2 seconds. I got to stop you because it's not a picture book for children. The author said that it was for high schoolers and parents of people of kids who are LGBT, so that they can
Oh, high
help
schoolers,
help
so
to understand.
13-year-olds. Yeah. Let's go. That's kids.
genderqueer.
Huh?
Genderqueer.
All right.
Genderqueer. Yeah, it's a book for high schoolers and parents of gay kids that do not understand like what their kids are going through.
Ah, because there have been snapshots of that book that was shown through Libs of TikTok. Now, I could be thinking of a completely different book, yes. In which there are graphic depictions of teenagers having sex.
There is a picture of a boy giving a blowjob. There's a picture of two men, I think, spooning each other. And there's like a picture of guy butt where he's being metaphorically stabbed with a spear.
Okay,
There's
so-
also one where she puts a finger in her no-no spot and has vagina slime on her
Yeah,
finger.
but you don't
as
see
described from the
any of that.
author.
You see the finger
No, you
with
see
the
him
slime.
giving the
So-
blowjob in the gay
Yeah, you do see. Yeah,
see
that's
that.
I said that. Yes.
Yeah.
So okay, so real quick, just to actually kind of moderate a little bit. I think that we should have just a one-on-one thing here with maybe one person respond to the others as opposed to all of us jumping in, because I'm sure we all have plenty of things to say, right?
It's
But
going
I
fine
feel
right
like right now,
now.
since it's going fine, sure, whatever. But I'm saying is like Forg right now, because I think that you have a couple of points of interest that you want to point out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's on that same exact topic right now, just seamlessly go in and go ahead.
Could I share my screen?
I'm cool with it.
No, you're not allowed to
Clucker.
do that.
Cluck, are you streaming?
Just
I
kidding.
am
Yes,
streaming, but I'm on YouTube and Kick, not Twitch. So
I don't know if YouTube
Uh,
will let you show that, but I'm sure Kick will be okay
It's
with
okay.
it. So
Go ahead,
if
go
you
for
guys
it.
want to take a look, let's do it together.
Okay, let's go.
Is that what the book
Okay.
starts with? Is that the introduction?
Yeah, so I did a bit of planning beforehand, so I have this. I did a bit of research on genderqueer. The school board, multiple school boards have voted to keep it in the curriculum. It's not required reading in this specific school, although there have been rumors, or at least some parents have said that children have been marked down for not reading it, although that hasn't exactly been confirmed. Here, one of the school spokesperson said that the books in our libraries are consistent with the current board approved process and align with the educational philosophy and strategic direction / goals of the district. So this book is completely fine. according to the spokesperson. So let's take a look at one of these things. Have you ever shaved your pubic hair? Nope. That's so brave. Brave. I always thought of it as lazy. Here she's in a car with someone else. I'm not really into slash or gay comics. What? Really? I thought gay porn was universal. I think it's just because I don't know how to assign a sensation to a body part that I don't have. I assign sensation to a body part I don't have all the time. Sometimes I can almost feel where it would be, resting against my thigh. And this girl, she wants to become a boy, so she's dreaming of a penis resting against her thigh. Here's where it gets sketchy for
He has
YouTube.
big ambitions because I don't even have that issue.
You're not sharing your screen, by the way. At least not on my screen.
He's showing
am.
it for me.
Do I gotta
You
press
might have
watch stream? Oh, okay, I see now.
Yeah, it watches.
Gotcha.
It gets sketchy here. So, YouTube, please don't ban Cluck. He's
They're not
pretty
gonna
good.
ban me over you showing gender queer. Like, that's just a ridiculous thing. They're not gonna ban me for showing gender queer.
For showing gay sex and a child giving a blowjob, probably.
They're
Hey
not
man,
gonna ban
calm
me
down.
for
It's
this.
not heterosexual
Well,
sex.
no. YouTube will be fine because it's educational.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, true. It is an educational debate. Good
No,
point.
they'll let you do it.
They
There you go.
will. When I finally got old enough, so she's gonna talk with her sister. It never really occurred to you to put something in your vagina, not even a finger. It really didn't. So you've never tasted yourself. What? No, ew. Wait, you have?
Oh
Haha, of course. You should
Jesus.
try. And so, vagina slime is on her finger. And then here we go to another spot. She's on a hillside, and she holds a folded handful of grass between her legs. Safe in the knowledge that if discovered, I could release my imaginary member and it would disintegrate back into the scattered, and I assume this, I don't know what this says, into the scattered something. For years, my standard method of masturbation was stuffing a sock into the front of my pants and manipulating. This would evolve into hip thrust while thinking of my latest gay ship. Memorably, I got off once while driving by rubbing the front of my jeans and imagining getting a blowjob. Fast forward, we've been dating for 2 months, so she's dating someone. And this person is texting her. I got a new strap-on harness today. I can't wait to put it on you. It will fit my favorite dildo perfectly. You are going to look so hot. I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me. And then she says how turned on she is. And then here is her imagining sucking off a penis. But I can't feel anything. This was much hotter when it was only in my imagination. Hazy, and then they try something else.
Yeah. Okay. How is
Well,
that?
Okay, so
Bring that with the group.
which school is that
okay,
in?
so Cluck had didn't you say that was for the parents, right?
No, well, I said it was meant for high schoolers and the parents of gay children who do not understand what their kids are going through.
So 13-year-old children should be able to read this book.
Is that what time? What age high school starts? 13?
Yes.
Yeah.
13 to 14?
13 to
Doesn't it-
18.
Yeah, doesn't
I mean,
can't it
I would
start
probably
even
prefer
before
15, but to be honest, the 2-year difference isn't that big.
So it can be
at
a
that point.
minor, like 15.
During those
That's a minor.
years.
That's a child. It's okay if a child views this book.
Yes, absolutely.
Why?
Because
How
most
does that help them at all looking at a girl fantasize about having gay sex with
Because
someone else
most-
and being
most-
talked to dirty by
because-
another gay individual?
because most children that age, or I don't want to say most, a lot of children that age, they are seeing these things in real life anyways. And for a lot of them, the first time they ever see anything like that is in real life. And it can be confusing and scary for them. And they may not know what to do. And those types of books can help with situations like that.
All right,
Just to
well,
be
I
clear-
pray to
just to
God
be
that
clear-
no child goes through gay sex under the age of 18, and no sex at all
Look-
under the age of 18. But yeah, go
If
ahead, Riddle.
I'm
0.
38, and if I walked in on a girl getting a blowjob, I wouldn't know how to handle it.
True.
On a
Um,
girl getting a
Oh,
blowjob.
what? You wouldn't
Cluck,
get off on
Cluck.
it?
Should we put
Giving or
Playboy
getting?
magazines in schools so heterosexual children can know
Well,
what to
Playboy
do?
magazines is actual porn, whereas that's meant to be
That's
educational,
not
and it
actual
is
porn.
no, it's not
Okay,
actual porn.
so when they say I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth, I'm gonna give you the best blowjob of your life. That's super
It was a
educational,
depiction
right?
of sexting, a real thing that teenagers do.
Yes.
You don't think sex is something that real heterosexual people do?
No, I said that was a depiction of sexting, something that real teenagers do, meant for educational purposes. It was a story of experience of sexting.
So is it just because it's educational? If it weren't educational, then it wouldn't be allowed in schools?
Probably not.
So you can write a pornographic book talking about how you got raped by your pastor and all of these horrible things he's done to you, but you can say it's educational and hand it out to church kids so they know what to do when their pastor rapes them.
Actually, a lot of books that talk about sexual assaults usually are
Like
based off of
Longboy.
real stories and do serve to teach kids on when it happens to them, how should they react, and teach them that it's not okay and that it's not their fault and those sort of things.
So what's
And
the difference
I have
between
a question though.
Yeah,
I
go.
have a slight question though. Is your issue with the accessibility of the book, so that it's in a library, so that a child or a parent that may have questions regarding the subject could have access to the information? Or is it that you believe that this is being pushed and thrust on kids and forced and mandated for them to read?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you, like, where is your issue? Like, what is the issue? Is the issue the access to the information, or the issue is that the information in your mind is being
Absolutely the
mandated
access, yes.
on?
The access. I don't think it's being forced onto children necessarily. I think it's becoming more acceptable to do so. I don't think it's necessarily being forced.
I personally have an issue with the content and the accessibility because the content that you just shared in that book is not something that I want my sons reading. I just don't want them to have that type of knowledge or information because I don't think it's good knowledge.
So
But that's
also,
my
I mean,
personal belief.
yeah, the accessibility is a little bit concerning. Now,
Mm.
when you say force, that would depend on how it's being forced, right? Like you're talking about like voting for it to be a part of the curriculum forced, then maybe not so much. But if like what is it? How old are they again? 13 to 18?
13 to
17?
18 is high school range, and it was
Man,
this
18,
book or
wait,
another book. Take this.
18 is now the latest?
Yeah, up to 12th grade.
Yeah, I was 18 when I was in high school,
Or
I think.
17 or 18. Yeah, you can be 17 or 18 when you leave. Or 19 if you're feeling really bad.
Okay. I guess things have changed. But all right, yes. So yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's just fucking ridiculous, dude, to be honest.
So there was
And just,
a survey
I'm
done. There was a survey done. I think I'm reading this right. I'm not 100% sure if I'm reading this right, but on like when people's first sexual intercourse was, and it looks like 10% was 14 years old of the people surveyed. 25% was 15 years old. 26% was 16 years old. 23% was 17 years old. But I think the biggest group. Oh yeah, and 13% was 18 years old.
Ooh, I have
I have a
got
question. Would
questions.
you want those numbers to go up or go down for children?
I think that those numbers are going to be what they are, regardless of what kind of materials inside the
But do you
library.
want them to go up or down?
Yeah, I got a
I'm indifferent.
I got a question about that though. Those sources you said, right? Of what year was that taken? Sources of numbers.
The thing is I don't
2011?
necessarily.
2011.
Mhm.
Interesting. Okay. Be 4 years out of high school.
I
Interesting.
think it might have gone up by then.
All right.
I
So
feel
I
like it
think
would have, but
so if
that's just a
it's
guess.
okay, yeah, but isn't it just the access of sexual content that would increase like the amount of sexual interactions that you have at a younger age, considering that technology is so prevalent
Yeah, I
with
mean, telling
access to all
kids
these
how to give a
technologies.
blowjob with a strap on a dildo and showing them how to put a dildo in your butt isn't exactly telling them how to
I
not
mean,
have
well,
sex at
that's
a young age, right?
yeah. I mean, we're talking about something now, but I mean, let's say back then, right? Like the time period in 2011, you said, right, Cluck?
That's what the yeah.
Okay, so if we're going by those statistics at that time, and I'm sure it's probably even worse nowadays.
Dude, my access
It's
in
consumption.
elementary school to any book of that nature was the one massive dictionary in the middle of the library that had adult words in it, but you had to be able to happen upon that one or two words amongst thousands to even reach that kind of knowledge.
Right, and it
See, for
was the
me,
size of. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
so no, sorry, I had a completely different experience, and I grew up in Catholic schools and publicly funded Catholic school boards. And there are a lot of books that fell through the cracks and that would have some overtly sexual contents that would make its way onto the libraries. And it's not necessarily that they were there deliberately or that they were being pushed, but they ended up there. And then kids would pick up the book, and then that book would become a little thing in school, and like, oh look, there's a penis in this book, or look, and one of the bigger ones at the time was actually a Dragon Ball comic book or manga that was in the library that depicted Goku naked and
Dragon
Bulma
Balls.
naked. Yeah, and that sent waves through the school, and parents were complaining. And what did the school do? They adapted and they took the book out. And this would happen regularly. There are plenty of books that made it through. It didn't scar any kids. And at that age, okay, that's in elementary school. By the time I was 12 years old, from a personal standpoint, I was already watching porn. I already had access to all of this content in ways that wasn't protected, that wasn't supervised. And
So
and
maybe we
I just
should supervise it.
but you won't be able to
Yeah,
because
I got a
I
question.
did this
I
easily
got
when
a
I
will,
was
question for
easily,
you,
100%.
I,
You'll be
I
able to bring it down. It's the
Incarnation. I got
classic argument of you won't be able to eliminate it entirely.
so
That's a
listen.
crappy argument because you
Okay,
can easily
so
bring it
so
down.
listen from my perspective. I did this in the early 2000s when I had dial-up internet, barely had any broadband, barely had access. So yes, the internet was maybe a little bit less filtered. So I got worse things back then than you would probably find now. You had access to gore sites. All of this was
No,
available in
I
a
can
time
find that
in a
easily.
time in
I
a
So
can
did
in a
look
I.
up 3
time.
words. I saw some too. Oh, sorry.
The
I
internet was
apologize. I'm
cool back
interrupting.
then.
You
Right,
gotta
right.
give the opportunity to finish his thought though.
I think
Right, but I did this. I was just let me finish. I just want to finish my point, and then we can move on. I did this all when access was severely less. So now you're implying, right, that schools who have to counter this culture that is outside of their control now have to deal with those ramifications within their own walls. So they would like the information that's accessible rather than being on control to have some level of control. And I think that's what they're attempting to do with this, even though they might be doing it incorrectly.
And yeah, I mean, they're okay with it happening. It's not like the books are just slipping by. I just showed you how the school board let it. They continued to let it in. They had a whole vote about it, and they said it's okay
Wait,
within our curriculum. It's not just something small passing by. As I said, it's not exactly being forced, but it is becoming much more accepted to do these types of things. And then
yeah. So I got.
I
Go ahead,
go for
Ron.
it.
Yo, I just had a question. I mean, so you had during what you just explained, it's kind of hard to catch all the points you were saying. But one of those points where you were saying that there was a bunch of stuff that slipped through, and all the mangas and the Catholic Church and all that stuff, right? All these books that slipped through, basically. And you had claimed that a lot of people were not affected, or were you
Yeah,
affected?
no, I don't
Well, how do
think
you know that
anybody.
other people weren't? How do you know that other people weren't affected, and how do you know that you yourself were not affected?
Well, because I can. Well, first, I'll speak from a personal standpoint. Seeing a penis in a comic strip in elementary school didn't affect me in really any way, shape, or form. So I really
But
don't see how
Would a
my
little
behavior was
boy
any.
being raped by an older boy behind a church scar you possibly?
I mean, this was regularly talked about anyways, so these weren't subjects that people shied away from to begin with. These were already jokes. These were already things. These concepts were already being talked about within the school walls. So it's not like the kids weren't talking about it. It's not like these subjects that kids have no idea or have no way to properly conceptualize aren't being talked about in the schools.
The first time,
I just personally, I think that's just not a good argument. Saying that it's happening, so therefore it doesn't really matter what we do. It's like saying crime or murder is gonna happen anyway. So let's just remove crime and murder laws. Let's just take the police off the streets. I mean, it's gonna happen anyways, guys. I don't
no,
think it's a
what
good thing to show children how to have sex,
what he's
like in
saying
very
is that
extreme
it's
ways
happening
at a young
anyways.
age.
What he's saying is that it's happening anyways. Therefore, we should try and be able to educate the people that are doing this in the ways to handle these situations in a much more proper and safe manner.
I'd say the best way for something not to happen isn't teaching kids how to do it the safest way, but telling kids not to do it.
Well, we already do that. I mean, abstinence
at a certain-
education.
No, we
at a
is-
certain
aren't. No, we
age.
are not. No, we are
What?
not teaching kids how to do that right now, man. Come on.
hold on, look up the success rate of like abstinence only education.
Again, like
What?
what do you? Again, then we have to question your sources, because you said that this was 2011, right? And then we have to go by what that time period was and how developed the internet was, right? How accessible was pornography at that time, right?
Well, I
So
mean,
go
I'm
ahead.
a kid in. Oh, sorry.
I mean, go ahead. You can source a statistic, but it's going to derail us from what we were trying to say just now.
All right. I'd just like to give a perspective. I can't see your full name. I apologize. I don't know why it just says
Is there any
I
easier
dot
way to
dot
say? What
dot.
do you prefer your name?
You
Incarnation.
can just call me. You can call me Hugo. You can call me Incarnation.
Okay.
Whatever.
American teams.
I'll call you
Okay.
Hugo. Hugo sounds cool. So you were talking about your experience as a kid and finding all of this stuff at a young age. I still am a kid, and I'm in a world where it's a lot easier to access this type of imagery. A lot easier. I could go on my phone right now.
I'm doing it
look
right
up-
now.
Yeah, I literally could look up
Please
gay sex
don't.
on my phone, find a dude of two dudes going at it raw, and then I could look up cartel execution, and I could find a dude's head getting blown off by a sniper rifle or something.
Yeah.
It's just it's a lot easier nowadays. I don't think that means you just all of a sudden should stop caring about it and just tell kids how to do it in the safest way. I mean, I had sex ed just last year, and we weren't being taught, hey guys, just don't have sex. It's not worth it at all. You know, it's this really awful thing. If you have sex at a young age, it could potentially ruin your life. They're telling us, you know, how to have the most safe sex, wear condoms and stuff. They weren't telling us, no, don't have sex. It's probably gonna fuck you up for the rest of your life. They're
Well,
actively
Did you
just
wear a condom?
ignoring it. Huh?
Did you wear a condom?
I regret to inform you, Cluck, that I am still, in fact, a virgin.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought you
in
said you had
school?
sex last year.
No.
Okay, I thought you were telling
No,
a
no,
personal
no.
story.
I didn't
My
wear a
bad.
condom, thank God.
yeah.
Nothing
I
All right.
you know, personal
Dora,
incredulity. Personal incredulity aside, I just
Can't
don't
hear
think
you.
that your personal experience reflects, you know, really how the greater
You
of
just did
society
yours.
actually is. Yeah, I know, but
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, your very specific scenario in that, you know,
you go.
people should what.
You could say the same thing for you.
No, I agree. Mine is very specific, but if you look at the broader stats of society, right, that what you see is that kids engage in sexual activity at 16 years old when they don't, and what you do see in through society, especially in societies that have a higher level of education and that teach consent and all these things, you have a lot less teen pregnancies, you have a lot less STIs, you have a lot less of the problems that you think we have.
You mean higher level of education? Like how high of
Yeah,
education? What type of education?
the
Like
areas like.
I want to know these stats. I want to know where you got this
Okay,
from.
so more affluent neighborhoods tend to have, right, lower pregnancy rates. A lot of that has to do with education.
And Planned Parenthood.
Well,
Wow.
probably, yeah. But
Probably.
you mean,
I mean,
but like you
killing
can go
your
to
kid
Planned
is the
Parenthood
best
and
way
get
to
free
not give birth
contraception.
to it.
Planned Parenthood is evil in my mind. But go ahead.
It is, but that's something for another day.
Planned Parenthood's fantastic. I've been there a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, I love Margaret Sanger as she wants to exterminate the entire black population. But going back to the subject at hand,
Yeah, more affluent. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand the like higher education, but you said, well, hold on. You said like higher,
I
like
just
in
have a
college, like
problem
college,
with
or
Oh,
I'm not going against with kids being taught what consent is. I'm against kids being taught how to use dildos and butt plugs.
So
I'm okay
You
with
can agree with
so
that.
the
children being
agreement is the quality of education is what we're concerned about,
Yeah,
and what
I would
really
agree
we're
with that.
I
how it's
well,
directing
being
the
taught.
videos.
I have
How
a
it's being
different
taught,
question
yes.
towards
And
that.
I think could I just finish my last point and then I'll give it to you, RW? No, I can't hear you, Dora.
No,
You
Dora.
can quote me on this when I'm wrong, but I think much more Christian societies, and back when we were much Christian, the teen pregnancy rates were a lot lower because kids were being told it's not okay to have sex at a young age. That's not something you just go out and do.
So
Well,
Okay,
hold on.
hello, hello.
Before we I'm sorry, RW. My bad, dude. That's the Dora
Awesome.
speak. Cause
Okay,
Yeah, Dora.
try.
y'all can hear me?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Can y'all hear me fine? Like, do I still sound really low?
you're fine.
Nah, you're good now.
fine.
Sweet.
Go for
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I do have some points. Y'all keep talking over me, so.
We couldn't
But
hear you.
yeah, well, there was that too. Not my fault.
Okay.
So I do have a couple of things. One, most of my information is gotten through Libs of TikTok and or Amala Eknamobi. And I do have to say that Libs of TikTok actually did a study. Actually, they collected a lot of information based on other studies on how porn is actually not good for your brain and how it can actually affect children. And I can definitely say that allowing children to have pornographic books, even teenagers, is not a good idea. I can't say whether or not removing all pornographic books will reduce the teenage sex rate. If it is that high, I don't know. But I do think that telling children what sex is something entirely different from explaining to them how to have sex. Yes, children probably should know what safe sex is, condoms, birth control, you know, all the other fun stuff. But
Not doing it.
that one too. And this is something where I really think parents need to be discussing this with children. I don't think their children specifically, I don't think that this is supposed to be the school's problem. The school is to be teaching your children how to be proper people of society, not being like animals.
Proper people of society typically don't get like pregnant as teenagers because they're trying to become proper people of society, and if we don't teach kids how to have safe sex, then you're going to have higher rates of teen pregnancies.
And that is
So
the
how about we
parents'
teach
problem.
people how to become what was the term you used, Collect? Proper
Well,
something?
that was a term
people of
Dora
society.
used.
Yes.
Right.
So
See, I agree. I agree with you that it is the parents' responsibility, but it does become a societal problem if too many parents haven't had that responsibility, brought on them. So if you have too many people
Exactly.
cycling the same bad behavior, it will have detrimental impacts on society. So saying it's
Generational
just the
cycle.
parents' responsibility, you're right, it is, but to a certain point, it becomes a societal problem. We have a responsibility as a society to try and make everybody to be sensible humans. Like
Agreed.
that is a societal responsibility.
100% agreed.
So real quick,
100%.
I do think
here's
that
what-
this comes about to what I would call a generational cycle. So it is a term that is used mostly for trauma. But if this is something, as you say, that parents are not used to having this this responsibility, then that is because I would assume their parents didn't give them, the talk. So it becomes a generational cycle. It needs to be broken, just like how in trauma circles with generational trauma, this needs to be broken. And so what really should be happening, in my opinion, is that parents need to be giving them these talks. I think to some extent, maybe teachers can be teaching them the biology of sex and this is how babies are made, but teaching
is
your
what
kids how to have safe sex is, in my full opinion, the primary responsibility of not primary responsibility, but it is one of the major responsibilities, I think, of being a parent, is giving your children the sex talk, how to have safe sex. That way they are not trying to explore it through school systems, porn systems, and possibly even groomers.
Can I cut in here?
Yeah.
All right. So I think we need to address the whole aspect of the law of all United States being that adult material is 18 plus. And
Yes.
that standard is there so that you can trust that your child's not going to go out into society and learn all of this ridiculous stuff
Mm-hmm.
being taught by them by other people,
Yes.
by in particular government facilities and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But now it seems like culturally we're saying that's now not 18 plus, that's 13 plus. You know,
Mhm.
it's once they're in high school, then they're going to have the ability to have access to this, and there's nothing you can do to stop us.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, we're now sexualizing children at 13 as a legal not illegal, but a cultural standard. And I do think that that will affect children because by beholding, we become changed. So there
Mhm.
are a lot of kids that will experience naturally information that will lead them down paths in life. But for all those
Yeah.
kids that haven't had that situation and do have the opportunity to first learn it in that library, that's creating an opportunity that's going to send them down a path that that parent might not be in tune with. And
Mhm.
when it comes to the book that was just shared, I am absolutely not in tune with anything that book had to say. I'm
Yes.
vehemently opposed to that information. So
There's a similar book to it called This Book is Gay, and it shows acts of sex.
No,
Very
hold on.
explicitly drawn.
This book is gay has two pictures in it that that the what is that? Is that Moms for Liberty objected to, and it was just a picture, a very crude drawing. Can I share my screen?
I was just about to ask because I have the image right here.
Oh, put it in chat. Let's see it.
Yeah, why don't you
Alright, let
both
me
share it?
Let me
I
see if
guarantee
this
you
is.
there's 2 different
And
spins.
going on RW's point, I think that 18 is a stupid line. I think it should be drawn near the mid 20s.
So this is from the moms. This is from Moms from Liberty. There might be other images in it. I just assumed they would put everything they object to on their little PDF thing, that Google Drive that they have. But it's two pictures of crude drawings of people, adults.
Oh yeah, there is a lot more in what Dora just sent.
Yeah, and Libs of TikTok actually censors some of it.
Holy
So-
shit. Dora.
Oh,
what
that's
the hell?
Cluck. I sent this to you a few months ago. You remember this?
Maybe.
And that was just one of them.
I sent this to you. Yeah, there's like
Thanks, Fred.
pages upon pages of this. It was like 5 or 7 pages of it. It was
That's
crazy.
crazy. That's crazy.
So that image that I just sent, I'm sorry if it offends some of you. It kind of
No, I
offends
don't-
my
I'm not
eyesight.
sleeping tonight, damn it.
Now, I do believe that the blurred aspects are done by Libs of TikTok. I believe she's the one that blurred out those offensive images. But the fact that, because
This
I'm
isn't
going
from.
to
Wait,
assume,
hold on. This isn't from.
Holy
This book
shit.
is gay. This is from.
Oh yeah,
Let's talk
this is
about
from
it.
Let's Talk About It. Yeah, this is from Let's Talk
Is
About
it?
it. Yeah, yeah.
okay,
Still pretty
is it
crazy.
the same one? Okay.
Not
So
listening
this
to
is
You guys,
another
you
one.
guys know your gay
Yes,
books. That's
this
crazy.
was a book that was in a Florida school that took her quite a bit to have removed. The other one is, yes, Let's Be Gay, and yes, it has cartoonish arts of a naked man, which, yes, we see pictures of naked men and women in biology books, which I think is something completely different because that is something that is being shown as educational. It is not being done in an explicit and or pornographic manner.
Was
Well,
what
I
I
see
showed
something.
explicit or pornographic, or educational?
I barely saw it. I saw it for like 2 seconds, and I
Well,
saw something
I'll just
about
link
boy
it.
on boy sex, or man on man. I don't know what it was. Guy on guy. Yeah, boy on boy sex.
It's what, are we
Okay.
gonna label
Specifically-
adult material simply
By
as
the way-
if it's showing genitals? Like, are we gonna get into how crafty the picture
And here we go. Yeah, you have to focus on the small little things. I just found a picture, and it's showing kids where to touch. Where
Is
to
it
touch
showing
the body
kids
for
or
the
is it
most
meant for
sexual
high
pleasure.
schoolers? Like,
High schoolers are children.
high schoolers
They
are
really are.
teenagers.
Lit Cluck, don't go down this path, dude. You know how bad that sounds.
High schoolers are
Dude,
14 to
High
18-year-olds.
schoolers
They're
are
already
13,
having sex with each
13 to
other.
18, 13
And they
dude.
shouldn't.
It does
What?
sound
They
But
bad.
they
You're
are.
going down
Like,
a
holy
very
fuck.
bad path.
But they
you're
are.
going down a
You
very
guys just
bad
don't
path.
accept that that is the reality
Look,
we live in.
Cluck, I
That
would
may be
not
the reality
say-
we are living in, but that is not a reality that should be allowed.
So, but
Children
why
should
are
not
we
be
going?
allowing to have sex.
But
Not
But
that
in
early.
why are we
fairness-
going? Why are we going to? Why are we going to make policies around a reality, a utopia reality, instead of the policies around the reality in which we live in?
We're not dismissing that teen pregnancies aren't high.
By the way, just on that real quick,
You're saying it's not okay to tell kids how to touch the best spot of the penis to get the most sexual pleasure from a gay relationship
real
with a
quick.
man
I
at 13
posted
years
a
old.
study that showed that in religious communities, teen pregnancy is actually higher because they're less likely to use contraceptive.
And I'd have to look more into that because a lot of people who say they're Christian really aren't Christian. They just say that.
Okay.
And we have significantly fallen from how we were in the past in terms of how
George
religious we are.
Washington would be
It's changed
mortified.
so much. And
So
I
would just
think
like
in,
I would guys I would just like to point out, okay, I think you guys are forgetting the 1960s, you know, which were the hippie days, peace, love, and sex, where people lived frivolously. The 1950s, where people had to marry themselves off because they had kids when they were not married. Okay, all of these ideas that you think will work have not worked, and they didn't work even when we were more steeped into religious traditions. Right? They haven't worked. We have never been able to curtail this part of society. It is not something that we are actually able to do. We just can't do it. But
Are you
rather,
saying the
right, than
19
Same time, we wanna
rather
lower our
than rather than impose strict laws and restrict people's freedoms, which we know doesn't work, let's find a
Okay,
way
that's
to
ridiculous.
educate the population in something that we know is going to happen regardless of how hard we try to
You think
stop it.
freedom of speech should be allowed in schools, Hugo?
Yes.
Could I shout the N-word at the top of my lungs in a elementary schooler's
You did.
playground?
If it's within the context
You're
of
gonna get bopped in
education,
the face
yes.
so hard by a
freedom
black
of
kid.
speech, not freedom to be an
This-
asshole. Like you could still get kicked out for that.
Hang on,
I
hang on,
do
hang on,
think-
guys.
Could I
Hold on,
show?
one
Could I
sec,
go
one-
onto a
one-
playground
Okay.
and show a bunch
Anyways.
of
One-
pictures
one
of gay
sec.
six
No, no, no,
and
no,
show
hold on, that's a
kids how to
different-
put a butt plug in their
Fork.
butt?
Fork, 1 sec, please. I think RW had something to say.
Dude, I lost it by now.
Oh,
Well, sorry. When it comes to the standards, so in other words, I can understand that or I would say telling a child not to have sex and telling them the consequences of it and all this and that. I think that's good knowledge for them to understand. If that's going to stop them from going and doing it, maybe not. But that doesn't mean I want to lower my standards and not say those things anymore and just be like, you know what? Since you're going to do whatever you want and be whatever you want and start sucking dicks and spreading your asshole for strangers, this is how you can do it. So I see it differently.
It's like the drinking. Children are gonna drink alcohol anyway. So should we just remove the 18 plus restriction? Just let them drink
That's-
alcohol willy-nilly?
21
But the
in
fact that
America.
the fact that kids are drinking before 18 is proof that the 18 law doesn't work to begin with.
Okay, so we should just remove it.
We're not saying to remove it, but the point is,
You know-
is that even with a law, it's not working.
Yeah, obviously.
It does
When
work in some sense.
laws don't prevent everything. Murder laws don't
They
prevent
don't.
murder.
So if
Obviously, no shit.
if
That
you
doesn't
have,
mean we should
And yet we
try
still
and
have
go
them.
Telling
against
it to
it.
minors,
What
they're
you
gonna take
guys
it
are
as minors.
saying is it doesn't work. And Hugo, you were saying something about the 1950s. Could
Okay,
you just elaborate on that?
real
I
quick,
just-
there's
Yeah.
a difference between drinking and sex, and there's probably
Yeah, sex isn't gonna. Yeah, sex ends up with you getting pregnant, and you have a
well,
like.
not if you do it
Life.
safely. See, you can
And
mitigate.
alcohol causes
You
What do
can-
you think
can
it's-
drink
what do you think it
safely,
stems
Club.
from?
You can drink
You drink
safely,
and you
Club.
You
have
can't
sex.
drink
What do you-
safely.
this is what
You
happens,
can't.
dude.
So
Yes, you can.
Wait,
Yes,
wait.
you can,
It's
Club. I
very
do it all the
fucking-
time.
Big thing.
I've
okay,
had
so
it
you're
I
a
don't.
minor
before.
that
I've done it
drinks
safely.
safely because I'm guessing your parents let you.
Yeah, my dad.
And they
let me
probably
drink
showed you how to
safely.
do it. Like they probably told you, hey, don't do this. They let you drink, but they were like, but you need to know your limits, and you shouldn't be going past your limits, and
Don't
right?
tell mom.
Yeah, they're telling me how to drink. Yeah, do I think that's a good idea to tell your kids how to drink a beer? Probably not.
But it led to you having a much more safe relationship to alcohol than like maybe my friends who had to hide it from their parents.
I think introducing alcohol to me at a young age was more detrimental to me.
I mean, maybe because alcohol is a substance that's very addictive, and it
So
has
is
it
And
has
sex isn't.
sex is very
sex
addictive.
sex
Same
can
with
be.
masturbation.
Pornography.
It is addictive. It's not a
So then
candy.
why do we
Masturbation
have?
is extremely addictive as well.
I would just like to
Yeah,
point out
so I
that
I
have
think that-
actually met a few.
I think that
I
alcohol
have
is.
met at least.
Hugo,
I have.
Hugo,
Someone's,
go ahead.
someone's got to
Alright.
yield to somebody.
I say Hugo. Go
I
ahead.
say Hugo.
So
Yes.
I would just like to point out that the biggest difference, and I think one factor that we're not counting in this, is biology, right? And hormones and puberty and what these
is true.
things do to your body, and how hormones completely change, how kids think, and how they react and how they do things, right? So we know from a scientific standpoint that puberty and hormones do create and they do inhibit sexual tendencies in children. And we know that puberty hits in and around 8 to 12 years old for boys and girls, depending. So
I'm sorry, what?
we are
I
Eight
think
to
it's more around
8 to
12.
10
No,
years,
hold on. You
8 to
gotta-
12
you gotta-
years old for girls hit
break this
puberty a
down.
little bit earlier than boys. Boys hit puberty a little bit later, but they both generally between 8 to 12 years old will start hitting puberty. This is the average. So the
Yeah.
point is from
Okay.
a biological standpoint, you are fighting biology with these kids because they will have the
No.
natural inclination to act on these new hormones that are rushing through their
Biology
body.
doesn't mean it's a good thing. Teen pregnancy is not a good thing, but biology would tell you to go get a girl who's 13 pregnant when you're a 12-year-old boy. That doesn't mean it's a good
No.
thing.
Which is why
Biology
we
means
teach.
nothing.
Which is why we teach them safe ways to do these
You're
things.
savage, Fork.
Huh?
You-
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
So
correctly.
if they're
There's a
having
difference
sex,
between-
if they're having sex anyways, then you teach them how to do it without getting the girl pregnant.
How about just tell kids not have sex?
And then when that doesn't work, what happens if they don't know how to do it safely?
I would like I still yet to see any proof
No,
of it not working.
Wait, hold on, real quick. I think you misunderstand. Yes, tell kids not to have sex, but you can also tell kids how to have sex safely if they're going to not listen to that, because most kids don't.
Well, there's a line that you have to cut, though. I agree. Consent is a very good thing to teach. You should tell kids, listen, okay, sex is very embarrassing. There are such things as condoms. I don't think showing kids gay pornographic imagery is gonna do anything.
So that
It's not
blowjob,
as
so that
safe
hold on,
sex.
that blowjob scene, that you showed in this book is gay, or no, genderqueer.
Dude, that girl didn't check for STDs
listen,
on the guy. That's
that-
what the fucking
that-
sex ed
that-
class would
that-
teach me.
That blowjob scene was a scene talking about how disappointing the blowjob was, and just kind of a lesson in what your expectations for sex should be.
Your teacher should go in the room and say, "I had a blowjob once. That shit was
Nobody's
so
telling a teacher to do
disappointing."
this.
So-
Nobody is telling a teacher to do this. The book is available
I
in
was
the
strawmanning.
library for
I
people to
was
check out
making
if
a
they
joke.
want to.
I was making a joke.
Okay,
I was
but your
making a
joke is not based on reality, therefore it's not funny.
Yeah, that's why it's a
I
joke.
thought it was funny, dude.
Exactly.
Okay.
What
I
are you
thought it was
talking
funny
about?
too. I laughed.
Is it ha-
This
it
was
I
has
was
to
funny.
be
unable to
based
hear
on
it.
reality to be funny? That's ridiculous. Your standards of comedy are silly.
That's what
Okay.
sarcasm is. It didn't actually happen, and you might not actually do it, but it's pretty damn funny sometimes.
Look,
Anyway,
let me
So-
respond by. So I'm a parent. I have young boys that one of them is 9, and he's going to be dealing with those things. He's probably listening right now through the floor. Oops. Anyway,
to the floor. Shit.
he's
Okay, so should I not swear? Dang it.
No,
Fuck.
buried
Oh,
fine.
wait.
You buried him. You buried him. Got it. Go
he,
ahead.
he has the biology in him that's going to ramp up,
Mhm.
be with him for a long time.
Yep.
I'm going to teach him what that's all about. I'm
Mhm.
going to teach him the heterosexual version of those things. And then I'm going to say, please don't do it until you find a woman that you want to be with for the rest of your life.
Mhm.
I'm not going to facilitate the opportunity for them to do to my house so that they can be safer. I'm not going to go out of my way to make sure that they can have those things. I'm going to go out of my way to make sure that they don't have those opportunities, but they can still spend time together. So I think it's a different way of approaching it. I'm not trying to fight the biology of my son, but I don't want to give my son opportunities to make mistakes. And I don't want to give my son material that he can then do things that are going to cause problems in his life.
And the
So-
biology.
But
Sorry, were you-
RW, can I just to follow up on that though? Right?
Yeah.
That is what you are hoping and is the best case scenario for what your child's lived experience will be. That doesn't, however, remove the possibility that your kid will go behind your back despite all of the good intentions that you put into your raising of him, may not go behind your back
That's a
and
very
do
bad
things.
faith argument. I'm sorry. That's a very
No,
bad
it's
faith
not a bad
argument.
faith
Yes, it is,
argument
and I could
because
tell you
kids
why. I
hide
could
things
tell you
from their
why.
parents.
Exactly why. Just
Hold on.
because
Hold
the
on.
small chance of something might happen
Small,
doesn't mean you
okay.
should try your absolute effing best to not do it. If a plane might crash as a 0.001% chance of not crashing, and so you just say, okay, we'll fucking duct tape the wing instead of, putting them together with screws, because, it still might happen, so let's not even just work on it. I mean, it
My,
just makes no
my,
sense. You should always try
let,
your
I'd
hardest.
let
ask you
me
to be
respond.
objective. I'd ask you to be objective in how you approach these conversations, okay? And I'll ask you why, okay? I don't know how old you are, but let me ask you this. Have you ever hid anything from your parents?
Yeah, I'm a kid, of course.
Yes, exactly. Thanks for proving my point.
What do you
I'm
mean? How
What
does
was
thinking.
that
that?
prove your
Let
point?
me
That I'm gonna
respond.
do
Hold on.
something
Let me
anyways?
respond.
Wait. Because I'm hiding things from my parents, they shouldn't do their best to raise me the best they should or that they can? What kind of fucking argument is that? Just because I'm gonna hide something from my parents doesn't mean they should raise me as best as effing possible. And every parent should do that. If your kid might go out and smoke some weed, I don't want some crack addict raising him who's not gonna look after him. Like,
I
sure, it
think you
might fucking
completely missed the point of
happen.
what I said, okay? I think you completely missed the point of what I said, all right?
Can
And I
I
fully
can I try
support.
asking what? Let me
Yeah.
see if I have what your point was. You are asking essentially that, oh, well, they're going to have sex anyway because they're going to try to hide it, right? You said that?
No, that's not what I said at all. So this
I
is all about
think.
education,
Can,
right?
can
And I
I
fully
respond to?
support art. Yes, please, RW.
All right, so I understand you. I understand that no matter what I do, he's going to have his life experience. But yeah, at the same time, I'm still going to do what I'm going to do. But I understand, like me and you have lived it, and we understand it.
I
But at the
think I
same
could
time,
actually. Sorry.
I'm still going to do what I believe is right, despite the fact that I have a losing chance, a very high
I
losing.
Yeah, and I fully and I agree with you on that. I just what the point that I'm getting to is that we know this about our kids, so we do have a responsibility as society, not just to protect our kids, but other kids, and to
I'll
make
be right
sure that
back.
the next generation of kids and the kids who are along with our kids, right, don't feel the need, first of all, to hide things from their parents because it's not taboo and it's not all this crazy thing that they feel the need to hide it from their parents. And second of all, if they are going to hide it from their parents, which we know some kids will, we will at least have a chance to educate them properly. And I'm not saying you should be in middle school showing people how to give blowjobs, okay? And this is not, I don't think this is the intention of school boards, and I don't think they're purposely pushing this on kids. But yes, there is access to certain books that should be filtered out and not be in school. But we shouldn't just have this blanket approach and just say, like, sex is bad, kids bad, don't do it, because it just, that really doesn't
Yeah, sex and
reflect
kids
how
doesn't go
society
together
is.
very well, though. That
Yeah.
those
So
two words don't really go together. But I do want to find some common ground here because I think I think there's a bit of miscommunication and a misunderstanding of what's going on both sides. Could I just get a yes or a no if you agree with this statement?
yeah.
Kids, they should be taught how to have safe sex. Use condoms, maybe. It should be done in an educational manner. Use condoms, all right? And they should also be taught, hey, don't do it in the first place. It's not at all going to help you. It could potentially ruin your life. But if you do it, here's a safe way to, here's a safe way to actually do it. Do you guys agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you can, and yes, of course.
Okay, so how does teaching
I
or
don't.
how does showing children pornographic gay imagery help kids how to have safe sex? That's
Yeah,
what
so
I'm
I'm
asking.
going to reply. I'm going to reply to you, but first, I think RW had something to say, so I'd really like for him to talk because I think he's got a lot of good points on this.
didn't he already just say?
Well, I don't know. He looked like he had something to
I'm
say,
not
and we
sure
kind of
what
all
else I
jumped
have.
in.
No,
I'm not sure.
he already expended his opinions.
So,
Okay.
from what I'm understanding, is you and Cluck, Hugo and Cluck, you two are asking people to drop their morals. You're asking us
Not at
to just
all. Listen,
let children.
Oh my
I
God,
said this
no,
is
no,
what
no,
I'm
no.
getting. All right, just from what I am understanding is you are asking us to just let the children have sex because they're going to have it anyway, and at the very least, we make it safer for them.
okay, so what we're saying is that having educational material in school libraries is probably a positive for society of the school as a whole. because whether or not you're trying to teach your kids how to do this and how to do this safely, telling them not to, or whatever you're doing with your kids, does not mean that their kids next to them is going to do the same, have parents that do the same, or maybe the kid behind them is going to have parents that's going to do the same. So having materials in the library available for that purpose is probably a good thing.
I disagree with that point only because if children do stumble upon that, they're not going to take it in an educational way. So it should be taught in something like sex ed by an actual teacher.
It is.
Or it should be taught by the parents. Yeah, exactly. So I'm fine with sex ed. I'm not against that.
Yeah.
I'm against having pornographic imagery in the school library where any kid can get a hold of it.
Which
It sounds more though that
question
you're
is-
against
Go for it, Dora.
content more than so there's the argument of when sexual material should be allowed to children, and then there's the argument of what type of sexual material is appropriate to show to a child, period. Because everybody's going to have a different conservative or liberal view of that.
Mhm.
I
And-
truly
and
hope
listen,
not.
Which is what I
listen,
had mentioned before, which is the
Yeah.
quality of the education.
Yeah, and I agree, with
Right.
that. But I think also, okay, and I think also in a world, and I think the reality that we have to accept is that it is a reality prevalent with pornographic material. Whether or not we want to sexualize our kid is almost beyond our control at this point. So there is an influx of pornographic
wanna
material there.
sexualize our
Just
kid?
stop 1 second. This is not something you can control. Okay, the porn industry is huge. It is a billion-dollar industry, meaning that there is access and demand for it, right? You cannot stop this. So my point in all of this, just like your parents who allowed you to drink and gave you alcohol and allowed you to do it in a safe manner, okay? There may be some of these books, okay, that are better for kids to look at if they want to look at some sort of pornographic material, which they will often do behind your back without your knowledge, to look at those books which have some level of control to them compared to hardcore anal porn or gay dudes doing an orgy, which your kids can get access to on the internet. I think this is the whole point that you guys are missing out of this, is that we can offer some level of control to the
No,
content they will see.
No,
I'm
I
not
disagree with
missing the point. I completely understand it. I just disagree with it entirely because I think it's a very stupid point.
So
And Igor, real quick before anyone talks, Igor, could you just rephrase your thing? Because you said like when you sexualize
Hugo, not
kids is like
Hugo, not
different. Or
what you
Hugo.
meant was
I
whether
don't
or
know why
not
I
kids
said
are being
Igor.
sexualized is out of your
Yeah,
control.
that just sounded weird. That's why I
Oh.
interrupted. It just
So
sounded weird.
here's a concession. Here's a concession I'll give to you. If you think something like gender queer is a little too intense, and there was probably another book out there that has less intense depictions of sex and does it in a much more educational way that you would prefer to see in the school library, I would probably agree with that.
I don't want to see any
Well,
type
see,
of
that's why we're
naked people
arguing,
in
yeah.
the school library because
Except for the biology book.
Because here's the thing about a school library, not even a biology book in a school library, not even that. I'm totally against that too, because in a school library, a spot where kids can take books, they're not going to take them educationally at all. Like you said, Hugo, in the past you found these books. There's a penis, you guys all laughed, right? That's not being taught in an educational manner at all. It should not be in school libraries where kids can easily get a hold of them.
Well, I
now
think
you're
that
creating a now you're cr- yeah. See, now to me,
No,
in
no,
my
no.
opinion, you're creating a massive stigma around anything relating to sexual parts. Which
No,
again, we have stats that show you that this kind of mentality doesn't actually work.
You're
What
also
type of
creating. How about
mentality?
this?
Not
What
showing
if
kids
I could
pictures of
hold
penises
on a
that they
second.
laugh at? Yeah, go for it.
I got something to say. I mean, like you're also creating a stigma that we have to accept the fact that pornography is inevitable, and that it has
Well,
to be at this level.
I'm
So if
speaking
it's going to be at this
specifically
level,
about books of biology. Like if you're taking books of
well, sure,
science out of
but your
libraries
You were
only
just
because they
talking
have
about
point of view,
penises in
but
them,
your
I
point
think
of view
that's
was that
that.
you
What were you
accepted it.
talking about?
Yes, you know what? I accept it to a certain. I accept it to a certain level because it is not something that
that is at your fault then. That is
No,
your
it is not.
personal opinion yes it is.
Well,
Because
okay.
you're part of the people that want to accept that because you think that's inevitable when you can do something about it if you actually just say something against it. But you accept it as what it is. You accept it as a standard. So now we all have to change our standards.
Okay, so first and foremost, all right, I have a level of standard that I would have my kid adhere to as a parent. right? But I
Sure.
only have control over that within the context of my house. So yes, if I find a book in my kid's library and my kid brings home a book from the library that is way out of line, I have a responsibility as a parent to call the school out and make sure that that book is removed from the library. And I would do so as a parent, right?
Okay.
Like that is my responsibility. I'm not taking that away, but I also accept as a parent that when I release my child out into societies, right, the only thing that will keep the foundation that I have established for my kid is whether or not the kid applies it. And I don't have control over that.
Yeah, okay.
I'd like to
Yeah,
respond
there are
real quick.
exceptions to every rule, of course.
Interesting. Go ahead.
So I'm in a situation where I'm not fully off grid here, but there's another setup that is off grid, and my children are homeschooled, and so I go to an extreme to filter what they're allowed to access. Because let's be real, we're on Discord right now. If I wanted to, I could have little twerking booty bitches for the emojis and everything.
Yeah.
It's literally anywhere it could possibly be. The
Could be.
internet's attached to it. So I do agree with you that the challenge to completely filter everything it's an impossible task unless I hide from everything in the middle of nowhere with no electricity or internet. But
I
at the
think
same
no, I
time,
think no
I'm definitely
internet.
gonna go out fighting.
Well, I think that your situation is also like very, very incredibly unique.
No, it's not. Any parent
On
could do that
purpose.
and put parental controls on a fucking iPhone 14
being
that their
off the grid
7-year-old
and
has. That's so
homeschooling,
easy.
being off the
Incredibly
grid,
unique is
being
really not unique.
being off the grid and homeschooling your kid is definitely unique.
Oh,
I
being
would
off the
agree with
grid,
you there.
sure, yeah. I mean, the
Isn't that
setting
what you
doesn't
said you
really
were,
have anything to
RW?
do with it.
I'm not off the grid here, but I have a setup for that.
Okay, so he has a setup for being off the grid and he homeschools his kid. I mean, just homeschooling your kids puts you in the minority. You do have a lot
I
more
guess
control.
that's still true.
Yeah, so like we're talking about policies for public schools that affect the broad society that are sending their kids to school. Like, if
Okay, this
Our
this is gonna be a
policy shouldn't
completely
be
different
based
issue.
on what the majority of people
This is
do. It
gonna
should
be
be based on what's best for society.
Yeah, which
The
comes to a
majority.
state level, right? Which comes to a governmental level, right? This is gonna become complete. It's gonna be a different complete. It's gonna be different.
It's
It's just
related in the sense, Riddle, that my kids are not in public school related to issues like these things.
yeah.
I
So this is gonna be
refuse
completely
to deal
different.
with it by backing
Yeah.
away from it.
I
Well,
mean, it's
public
just
school.
like
I'm in
I just
California,
find the
dude.
situation
Our
to be
population
silly
is
if
very condensed. Sorry. Go ahead.
if you say like, oh, I mean, my kid he goes to a public school, he's eventually gonna figure out about this whole sex thing, which he obviously is. Then I guess I'll just give him a bunch of books on how to masturbate, and I'll give him a fully unrestricted iPhone so he can access hardcore anal gay sex. I mean,
Well,
it's gonna happen anyways.
nobody's saying that we should be giving children access to porn. I believe that me and
I think I found someone that
No, but you
that
guys
does
aren't
that.
restricting it, therefore you're
no,
okay
because
with
we
it
don't
actually
agree that
happening.
these things that you're calling porn is actually porn. I don't think anybody's masturbating to
anal
genderqueer.
gay
I
sex?
would definitely say the stuff in
Hardcore
genderqueer
anal gay sex.
was pornographic.
No.
And I found an article just
pornographic, but
now
come
of an
on.
11-year-old reading it aloud during a school board meeting. He says that when he had rented it out to show his father, the librarian had asked it if he not only wanted more, but also if he wanted a graphic novel version of the pornographic book. So the book that he had rented out was called Nick and Charlie, written by a woman named Alice Osman, which is about two boys in early teens, so probably 12 or 13, 14, stealing wine from their parents and proceeding to experiment sexually with one another. Is this something that should be in schools?
It depends. Well, first of all, was it a school library or was it a public library?
School library
Did you link it?
Maine. I can link the article.
Yeah.
Knox
Easy.
Zajac reads aloud from pornographic book. Whoops, wrong one. Here we go.
I do want to
This
thank
is
you all for
March
taking
Oh,
the
I
time out
remember
tonight
that.
to hang out.
This was March 2nd this year. So this was fairly new.
Oh, this was really recent. I remember seeing this like didn't even feel like a month ago. I just there is a thing though, Cluck. I think that's But I think that's porn. If a studio like Animan Studios, which draws very crude cartoon gay sex, somehow makes money, I think genderqueer could quite easily make someone sexually provocative, especially a child looking at those images. You really don't think they're gonna. I'm not even
I
gonna
mean,
say it because that's
some of us
fucking
here would
gross talking
see
about
that
kids.
information as perverted information, and others wouldn't. I would say, is that correct?
Another
Yeah, I don't
article,
think
which
that
I
makes
am
it
going
right.
to link, is a man who is attempting to read out aloud a book about something in his school, which is about. So here we go. It is a book titled "Lucky" by Alice Sebold, which recounts the sexual assault of a young woman at the age of 18. The school board immediately cut the man's microphone, and then later on it says, "Are you going to listen or are you going to run your mouth?" The school board member said. "You'll get it back, but you will get it back to talk about something besides reading pornography into a public television set." So even the school board is saying that this book about sexual assault is pornographic. And he can't read it in a school board meeting.
So a book that has depictions of sexual assault is just automatically pornographic to you.
I'm not saying it's pornographic, but if a school board is saying it's
It all
pornographic, and I
depends on
don't
how it's
know,
phrased. It all
Yeah,
depends
that
on how it's
too.
phrased.
yeah. So a
How
lot
is
of
the
the books.
18 plus law? What is how does the
Let
government
me see if I can
define
find
what is
it.
considered adult material?
A lot
Does
of
anyone know
the
that?
I don't. It's probably differs from state to state, I would imagine. But a lot of the passages from the Moms from Liberty shit that I was reading that had depictions of sexual assault was there
This is why.
there was a lot of like talking about your feelings and how confusing it was and how they didn't know what was going on. These
So
feelings that people,
Okay.
children who do get
so
sexual.
found the
feelings
book.
at the end of a sentence. It's educational. I just had hot gay sex with an oily
Or
black man. I
or
felt
you asked
very
me to mod.
happy.
You asked me to mod, so this I need to say this. You all have to give people the ability to finish what they're saying without cutting them off. I just did it now to mod, but it's being abused. It's your debate, but it's
Yeah.
something you got to hold down.
Yeah, so a lot of the depictions that I've seen are talking about the feelings and stuff that people were having during and after, and the broader story is about it has aspects of how they handled it and how it affected their lives, things that children who do go through sexual assault probably can relate to and learn something from.
So I did find a summary of the book. The book is about, it begins with Alice being raped in an isolated area on her way home by a black stranger, where the description of the rape lasts 15 pages and is fully graphic in description. I would definitely say that is not a book I want children reading.
Have you guys read Lawn Boy? I could read some things from Lawn Boy, which was about a little boy being manipulated by a slightly older boy or a teenager, I guess, because I guess a teenager isn't a kid. But I could read some quotes from there if you guys like. It's definitely pornographic, 100%.
No, that's okay because you guys you'll never ever grasp the points that I'm making.
I'm
You read
grasping
these
them. I
snippets
just
on the
think they're
no,
kind
you
of
read these snippets on these
RETARDED.
you read these snippets on these books and you think that the purpose of these books is to turn the reader on when the purpose of these
The
books is
purpose
usually
doesn't
to
matter.
educate
The
something.
purpose doesn't matter.
It
The purpose
does. It
not matter
absolutely
about
does.
anything. That is one of the greatest faults of modern Hollywood is they think that because of the purpose of a movie is good, therefore the movie is good.
There is I'm sorry, go ahead, Ford.
No, go for it. No, go for it.
Okay, I found a YouTube video which was posted 10 months ago that talks about schools are blocking parents from seeing sex education material from being taught to their children. I would say that's questionable. I'm not even a parent, but that is vastly questionable.
So this article that you posted, the snippet that he
Which
read,
one?
the New York Post one about the 11-year-old. The snippet that he read was, "My back's over my hips. I asked if I should take his clothes off. He was saying yes before I finished my sentence. He was pulling off my
That
shirt."
sounds like a smut novel.
Okay.
I've read smut.
Okay.
That sounds like a smut novel.
Okay, cool. I don't know what. Okay.
His manhood was quivering.
I have actually read smut. I was actually addicted to it. It took a while for me to get off of that.
Ashley, what do you call those books? You had some
Smut.
funny ass.
It's
No,
It's
no.
I know what
essentially-
smut is.
Ashley
I
had
know
a
it's
name that's
Okay.
ridiculous.
What are you trying to ask then, RW? I'm not understanding.
Ashley's in chat. She has a name for those books that I was laughing. I was laughing so
Oh,
hard. I didn't know
what?
it was. Oh, cliterature.
Cliterature. That's right.
Literature. Okay, so can we talk about a different, because I didn't do any research for what we've been talking about. What I actually looked into was so what I found is that the gosh, I gotta find all this shit now. All right, so if you take a look at the Moms for Liberty, there's like this 111 page thing that they came up with that demonstrates the things that they have problems with a lot of the books. I'll post that right now that they talk about. And some of the things were stuff that you guys have been talking about, the graphic nature of some of the sexual descriptions in the books.
Could you tell us a page that you're talking about, and then we could look at it?
Well, for example, there is the book Flamer. If you do a Control F search for Flamer, you'll see the section that they're talking
What
about.
page is it?
Well, I had to click on a. It's down at the
PDF,
bottom.
It should show at the bottom. It should say page something out of 111.
Well, they have
Whoa,
links
you
to
guys are
different
kind
things.
of breaking up.
They have links to different things.
Oh, gotcha.
And
What
I
page
had to
is the
click on the
link on?
Flamer link to actually be able to read what they said about this book. So
What
it's
page is?
on page 109 out of 111. You can find that link and you can click on
Thank
it.
you. I will go there real quick. 109?
Huh?
109?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Okay, I'll send the link to that.
So
in
one of the
chat.
problems that these people had with this book is this book contains alternative sexualities. Now, I'm sure there's probably other problems. I mean, I know there's other problems they have with this book. But the fact that that's like a thing that they have in there as a problem that they have with this book is troubling to me because without a doubt, I think that these people have concerns similar to what Forg and Dora does. But I think that there's also a anti-LGBT intent in some of the stuff that they're doing, and I think that this right here,
a
where
lot worse than that.
huh?
It's a lot worse than
Well,
that.
no,
Have you
I
actually
understand.
read the
Okay,
content?
you're okay. Listen,
Hold on.
listen to what I'm
Hey,
saying.
Navarro, suck any good dicks lately?
So listen to what I'm saying. I am saying the fact that as a part of their summary of concerns, they have this book contains alternative sexualities.
Yeah, I don't know who Moms of Liberty is. They're probably like a very conservative movement. I don't really care if it's gay or straight.
Well, they're
if
like
it's
the
sexually
biggest-
provocative, then you should remove
They're
it.
like the biggest. They're like the biggest group that's working on banning books in schools right now.
Okay,
That's why there's so much research on them.
I don't really care if it's gay or straight, if that's what you want.
I understand that, but like, do you see that there's a problem when they're using this book contains alternative sexualities as like justification for them not wanting this book
If you
to
can
be?
find me one non-sexual LGBTQ book that they banned, I would love to see it. Otherwise, no.
So them saying that this book has alternative sexualities is a problem is not a problem for you.
Alternate sexualities, also with sexual activity, sexual nudity, profanity,
I
and
understand that all
derogatory
that
terms,
stuff is
violence,
also
including
a
self-harm and
reason.
controversial religious
Okay.
commentary.
So it's okay
it's-
to be
it's a group of
homophobic as
things.
long as you're also hating on like this lewd
Hold
stuff.
on.
I think it's okay to hate on a gay dude if he's showing pornographic images to children. Yes, I'm totally okay with that.
No,
and
no,
same
no, no.
goes with
That's not
straight
what you're
guys.
saying. That's not what you're saying because I
That's
would
exactly
also
what I'm saying. I
I
just said
would
it. What do you
also
mean?
hate on a gay dude that is showing is showing pornographic images to a child. What I am saying is what you're saying right now is that it's not a problem that they have a problem with the book containing alternative sexualities. That's not a problem to you.
Among with other things, again, I've already said this. If you can find me one book that only contains alternate sexualities with no sexual content at all, I would love to see it. And
But
then I would
they
agree
are
with you.
literally saying in this passage that this book contains alternative sexualities. That's a concern for them. They say that.
Yeah, and I've already said I don't know who the hell Moms for Liberty is, dude.
Okay,
And I'm
you don't have
okay.
to, but that's an issue, right?
I'll get all my
Okay.
points out. I'll get all my points out. I'll get all of my points out.
Okay.
I think
Oh, go ahead.
I don't know
You
who
said-
the heck Moms for Liberty is. I don't know who the hell they are. Among the alternative sexualities thing, I don't care if it's gay or straight. Again, if it's porn, it's porn. And
I understand
you're
that.
bringing up the point that it's purely, or that it's a homophobic point that they're making because it's gay. I think they just listed it to get more dirt on them because people will actually agree that if it's a gay book, it's just a bad book in general.
Yeah, that's an issue, right? That people agree to that, and that's the way these Moms for Liberty thinks, right? That's an issue.
If you think
It's warring between conservative and liberal, though. That's a viewpoint that you.
Okay,
can
here
agree
I'll
with.
make a what's it called? A metaphor. If there's a black author who makes a book about black children, I'm okay with black children getting raped and like having oral sex with each other. I don't really give a fuck if the people who are criticizing him point fingers at him and make racist jokes or be racist towards him. I couldn't care less because he's a pedophile. So like I really don't care that they're talking about it being a gay book because it's a very sexual book. Again, if you could find me a book that is gay in nature but isn't sexually provocative in nature, I'd love to see it, and then we could actually have that conversation.
So you personally, you wouldn't have a problem with that, right?
Nope.
Okay, but Moms for Liberty is listing the fact that this is a gay book as a point of contention for them, and they are the biggest
Okay.
group that's going around banning books right now.
I really don't care, honestly. If it's a sexually provocative book, I couldn't care less.
Yeah, so I understand that, but like the fact that they are hating on this book because it's gay is also a problem.
They're hating on it because it also has sexual imagery, like asking
Yeah,
if
yeah,
a
they
child
are
had
also
sex
hate.
and
Okay,
he
so if
dicks instantly, talking about how an island looked like a cock and balls, illustrations of men showering together.
So if I were to look at somebody and be like, oh yeah, I don't like you because you have a, what are some, so I don't like you because you're kind of an asshole and you kind of smell bad. Oh, and also you're white. Like wouldn't that be a problem?
That's
if
already
I,
going
Isn't an
around.
asshole. No, the book
wouldn't it be
isn't
a-
just an asshole. You're showing pornographic images to
No,
children.
wouldn't it be a problem that I had a problem with that person because he's white? Even though like there's
If that
legitimate
person
things.
murdered your children, I don't give a fuck. Go for it, dude. If that person
Okay.
raped your children, I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so
about it,
you
dude.
just
Go
don't
for
have
it.
the capability. Okay, cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I
Here's
don't
another
really
one.
care for people who are pedophiles and criminals. I couldn't care less about them, if that's what you were looking for. I couldn't give less
Yeah,
of a
and
fuck, and
speaking
all
of
of them should be sent
pedophiles,
to
there
jail.
is a TikToker who does that. I can't remember what his name was, but supposedly he had mentored Dylan Mulvaney, and this man is especially pedophilic. He specifically tells people, parents specifically in his videos, that, hi parents, pass your phone to your child, this video is not meant for you. And at the end of all of his videos, he's always quoted saying, and hey kids, if you ever want to talk, just come to my Patreon.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
Jeffrey
a
Mar-
30,
that's Jeffrey Marsh.
40-year-old man. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
who?
that's Jeffrey Marsh.
Yes,
Yes,
name.
and that guy is definitely creepy. And I don't know a
Yes,
single gay person, right, who does not find him creepy, who does
yes,
not say that his behavior and how he speaks, while might be good intention, is definitely grooming. Right? I don't know a
yes.
single gay person that doesn't say this.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I just because I don't like the person who is being pedophilic, grooming, or showing sexual content, or believes it's okay for children to see sexual content, does not mean I am against gays or whatnot.
Yeah, but
There are
Dora,
actually
Dora,
plenty of gays who are also
Dora.
against the whole sexual content idea.
Dora, what I'm saying is that Moms for Liberty literally spelled out that a point of contention they had with that book is the alternate sexual whatever. I'm not looking at
I-
it.
I
Okay,
wasn't
and I
sure
can
about-
see how that's a problem, but I see them also.
So you do see
showing
that as a
in-
problem, right?
I'm saying, if you will just listen.
Oh no, I
Yes,
understand,
I
but that's
can
all I
see
wanted.
how you
That's-
see that as a oh, fuck's sake.
Okay.
I see how you can see that as a problem. I am not saying being gay is a problem.
Okay.
What I am saying, please go. What I am saying is that the pornographic situations that is shown in these gay books or sexual alternative books is wrong.
I understand
this
that.
is what I have a problem with.
Yes, I
Not
understand
that
that.
they're gay.
Yes, I understand that. But the contention, the what I was trying to get out of Forg was that this group's homophobic nature and calling the alternative sexualities a problem in that book.
If
was a
BLM
problem.
exposes
And-
a registered
stop
pedophile as being
following
a part
Mom
of the
TikTok.
government, and they say a problem with them is that they're white, I couldn't give less of a fuck because BLM exposed a fucking pedophile. I really couldn't care as long as you are actually having a positive good on the world.
If BLM was like going around hating on people for being white, that would be an issue.
And also being pedophiles, I wouldn't care. If they're just
Yeah.
hating on people for being white, I'd be fine with that. If
There's
Moms
already
for Liberty
people
was
who
So
are
just
doing
hating
that.
on
It's
books for them
okay
being
to be
gay,
racist
I
as
would
long as
not
you're
be
only
okay
racist
with
to,
that.
Yes, his position is that it's okay
Okay,
to be the
so I do
KKK
want-
so long as you don't like pedophiles, right? It's okay to be Black Power so long as you don't like pedophiles. It's okay to be a Nazi so long as you don't like pedophiles.
As long as
is
you're
what he's
directing
saying.
it towards pedophiles and criminals, yeah, sure. I don't care. Go for it.
Yeah, yes.
See, I have been seeing that is that there is white racism. I don't like racism, period. White, black, Indian, native, I don't give a shit. Racism is not cool. But give me one sec.
I'd actually be
dad-
quite happy
your
if the
dad was like-
KKK turned their eyes to pedophiles. I think that'd be really cool.
So I linked another one called "This Book Is Gay."
The hate you give.
Which is why.
Or the-
Did I not link this? I meant to link that one. The
No.
hate you gave is the one about race.
Yeah, the race baiting and stuff. Yeah.
So this book is gay. One of the points of contention they have is a line that says, and I know there's other stuff they have a problem with. I understand this, and it's okay that you also have a problem with this stuff. I want to focus on this thing that I think that they shouldn't have a problem with, but they do have a
I
problem
couldn't
with.
care about what other people think
Oh.
about.
Well,
Like,
like I
I
said,
don't know
this
what
is
you're
the
trying to get
this
out
is
of
the
me.
biggest group that's going around banning books right now.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to make me say that it's not okay. What I'm saying is I really couldn't care less, and so you're trying to hone in on that and change my opinion. I'm
I
not
would
changing my opinion.
I would like to respond in a different way. So if this was 100 years ago, that conservative movement would be able to say, I don't want homosexuality in the school. And people would be like, okay. But in our year, 2023, the conservative movement no longer has the right to talk out against the gay movement. The gay movement has its rights. It's part of its culture. It's very popular. It's happening. So while they're going around and trying to block adult material from these books, they're also making this extra point. And then, anybody that is for the gay community is like, that's not okay that you said that. That you're being exclusive in that opinion there. So at this point in time, their voice has nothing. They can't do anything about that aspect of it. But they are still trying to get rid of the adult content in the book. But I see what you're saying.
Okay, I mean, I'm glad you see what I'm saying. I don't know why Forg is having so much trouble
Dude,
with it.
I hate. Hold on, let me just say something real quick. I hate when people tell me, "You don't see what I'm saying," or "You don't understand my side." I understand your side. I think it's a stupid side, and I disagree with you.
Okay.
Like, I see
Um,
what you're saying. That doesn't mean I agree with it. That's the whole point of debating. I understand your side, but I don't agree with it. Therefore, I'm going to argue with you
Yeah, but
about it.
part of debating is also being objective, right? And that means that in a
No,
debate,
not if
if
you're
something's
taking one side,
objectively,
which
wait,
is
wait, let me
exactly what
finish.
we're doing.
In a debate, though, if the opposition, right, has brought something that is objectively more factual than your position, you have to agree with it. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
that
true.
is the nature of a debate. Whether or not you agree with it is irrelevant. So
Yeah,
you have to
that
be
is true. You have
objective
to
in
be
debate.
objective with facts, of course, but in terms of how you feel and where your morals stand, that could, of course, that doesn't have to be objective. That's ridiculous.
Right? No, facts don't have feelings, and facts aren't moral. So that's this is why we
Yeah,
have
of
debates. We
course.
try to
Yes,
leave
that's where I'm going
personal
for it.
incredulities out of debates, right? You saying I don't care is very personal, but it doesn't really bring anything to the debate. It removes the
Well, because
objectivity of the
Cluck
debate.
wasn't bringing up facts. He was asking me how I felt about something. It's not
Well,
a
no, I am
fact.
bringing up facts. So this
It's not a
group.
fact.
No,
What?
hold on, let me,
You're
can I tell
asking
you
for
the
a
can I tell you the
fact?
true
No,
statements that
I
I've been
don't feel that
making?
way. Feelings are not facts.
Fork.
What?
Let me tell you the
Come
truth statements that
on.
I've been making. Moms
Yeah,
for
go for it.
Liberty is the biggest group that's going around banning books right now. Here's another one that I didn't bring up earlier. When I was doing research for this, there was an article. It was just a headline. I don't know what the article said because I didn't think it'd be important for this debate. That was talking about how Moms for Liberty is actually influencing politicians at this point. This isn't some group that you could just write off, and I say I don't care because they have political power.
I'm not denying that they don't have
Okay,
political
and
power.
as
When
a
did
part-
I say that? I said I don't know who they are. That doesn't mean I don't deny that they have
Okay,
political
cool.
power.
And as a part of their crusade to get rid of inappropriate books, which includes sexual stuff that I understand that you disagree that needs to be in schools, and that's fine. They are also attacking books for their LGBT aspects.
Nope, they're attacking them because they're sexually
But,
provocative.
I mean,
and on a
yeah,
side
but
note,
I
they're
see-
saying that they're gay, which I really couldn't care because they're sexually provocative and you're showing gay porn to children. Don't care. Next point.
Okay, but I mean, I just showed you.
Is the problem? No, wait.
Thank
The
you.
problem is that you
what,
guys
what
want me
Cluck is
to
showing
agree
you.
with you,
No,
but
wait.
I
What
don't.
Cluck is showing right now, right? What Cluck is showing right now is that there is a line, right, where if you're too stringent on your line, you will be exclusive to certain parts. Right, and I don't want to veer too far away, but I
Are
will
you
bring up
saying that
religion and
you can
secular.
go so
I will
far
bring
to
up
where
religion.
you're
Stop.
excluding people?
You
No, I'm
will-
trying to
I will-
clarify so I don't misrepresent you. Are you
Yeah.
saying that you can go so far to where you're excluding other people?
Yes, if you allow
Okay.
one group to make the decisions on the behest of the entire society, there will likely be people who are excluded. So what he's saying right now is that you have a group that is a fringe group, but that has a level of power in the decision making of policies right now. And in their virtue, in their ideals, they are anti-LGBT. So what you'll see
hold on.
happen
They say
is
they're
in a crusade
I
anti-LGBT
have, I have,
and
I have a
provocative
question.
books.
Yeah.
Hold
And
on,
there's
hold on.
another thing. Here's the thing. You guys can call me homophobic all you want. Homosexual sex and heterosexual sex are not the same thing.
Okay,
On
so I
point.
have a question. You said fringe group that is just enacting this.
You're
right?
denying facts, by the way.
But
It's
they're-
not a
but
fringe
they're-
group. They have
but
power
they-
in
but they-
politics.
But they voted on
You're
this.
not being
So how's that-
objective right now.
You're talking-
Look, we're talking about Cluck is bringing up this group, this ladies for whatever it was, freedom or whatever it is, like who are trying to ban pornographic books, which is a
Ladies for
noble
strap-on.
crusade, right? Which is a noble crusade to remove pornographic material from schools, and I don't disagree with that, right? But in that attempt to do that, right, because they have an ideology within them that is anti-LGBT, that they would rather not see any gay content, regardless of it's pornographic or not, in schools, you will then create an exclusion within society by virtue of letting them make that decision. That is what Cluck is talking about.
It's a very slippery slope.
Yeah. Okay. So can you? Who? So
Remember,
who-
guys, you
who
have
is-
to be
who is saying
objective.
this?
They're not actually being,
No, but who is saying this?
exclusionary towards
Is this an
LGBTQ
is this an
people, but they
opinion
might.
or is this a fact? Like, is somebody like enabling a certain policy that's
If you in the
restricting
PDF that Cluck sent, they included one of the reasons to ban a book is because it had what were these
Alternative
words?
sexualities.
and
Alternative
was this,
sexuality representation or whatever.
was this policy also voted upon? Because I feel like
So it wasn't. It was.
you guys still believe in democracy, right?
No. This is
I
a
want
group.
to.
This is a group that's garnering political power within conservative governments, and they are these books that this document that I'm showing is a document in which they created that kind of rates some of the common books that they have been trying to get banned. And as a part of their explanation for why they want these books banned, there have been there's just blatant anti-LGBTism. There's also in these books.
How is it blatant anti-LGBT? How is it?
QIA plus.
When you
How
say
is it
that one of the reasons why you want it banned is because of alternative sexualities, then that's just blatant
And
LGBT,
here's
like
the thing
anti-gay.
is I'm not denying that it could be a bad thing on its own. As I brought up earlier, if you're going after an inherently bad person and you bring up a bad point on the side, that makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, so
And
I'm
it
not
might
saying that
be
book is good.
exclusionary towards a group of people. I couldn't care less.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I do not care. I'm
I
sorry.
get that. I get that, Fork.
You can keep
I'm
on
not
pushing
saying
this
that
point. I don't
group.
care.
I'm not saying that book is good. You know, I understand why you wouldn't like that book. What I'm saying is that this group that is garnering political power doesn't like the book for the same reasons you don't like it, but also because it's LGBT.
So you're wait, hold on. You're Cluck. You're focusing on what, the Moms of Liberty or something like that?
Yes. Why are y'all saying Moms of Liberty like they're not like they're the
'Cause I don't
biggest
know
group that's
I don't
banning
know.
They
books?
are.
I'm asking. I'm
I don't
asking
know
you. You're
who they
focusing on.
are.
You're focusing
That's
on
why.
one
Like
group.
what?
Did
You're
you
focusing
know?
on one group.
Why are you guys talking about Moms of Liberty like you don't know who they are? You obviously know who Moms of Liberty are.
I've heard of them.
I just don't
No,
understand why
I'm
you
literally
would.
talking. I'm literally talking about them because I've heard of them.
Okay.
I don't know much about them, but I guarantee you
I'm a
that I
dad of
agree
Liberty.
with usually what they say. Because yeah, I wouldn't like a bunch of pornographic material as a part of
Yeah,
not the curriculum, but just within the library, the access to it.
Here's
So I
a
just don't understand.
here's a better example that might help you kind of realize where I'm coming from. Trump, I think he's one of the best nominees for the Republican Party, and if I could vote, I would vote for him. He's also said before that he's not strictly against abortion. He said like it's okay, it's a woman's right. Okay, like that's something I disagree with inherently, and I think it's wrong to kill babies, which is a completely different, topic that we could get into, but let's focus on this for now. So I kind of derailed, my bad. But he says that. I couldn't care though, because he's going for something that in my mind isn't inherently a very good cause. So I really couldn't care if he says that. If someone better comes up other than him, I'll vote for them, sure. But I think Trump is the best chance we have right now. I might not agree with every single little thing he says, and I might think that some of the things he says are really, really stupid. That doesn't mean I'm not going to support him.
Okay. So another link that I sent was the one about this book is gay, and in it, one of their points of contention is this line. And yet we were automatically born straight and cis, the gender we were assigned at birth. Like that's the line that they have an issue with, which I'm guessing is like just because it's about LGBT stuff.
This is okay. I don't like Moms of Liberty because they don't give context for the lines that they're coming from, and half of these lines don't need context. But when they're saying something like that, I can't tell if it's sarcastic or not.
But like, even if it was like. Even like I don't know any context that would make that line bad. It's just talking about straightness and gender. Like it's not.
Well, I think getting any kid in a political ideology is a very bad idea, and that's very clearly a very political issue, whether or not you're born one way or another.
That's a political issue?
100%, dude.
Right,
Yes.
I think so. Also, it's a current political issue.
100%.
It didn't exist
100%.
5 years ago. Not on the scale it does now.
Conservatives say you aren't born gay, like, I don't know, maybe you're indoctrinated into it, but people aren't born that way. The left says you were born that way and you have to accept it and embrace it. It's a very political issue.
Okay. The other one that I sent was The Hate You Give. This one is much more on the whole them not liking black representation. One of the lines
this one was pretty funny actually. I read through this one too while you were talking.
One of the lines that they
very good at misframing things.
Yeah, one of the lines that they had contention with was, Daddy believes in Black Jesus, but follows the Black Panthers' 10-point program more than the 10 Commandments. He agrees with the notion of Islam, a nation of Islam, on some stuff, but he can't get over the fact that they may have killed Malcolm X. Pig in my house, Daddy grumbles, and sits next to me. Like,
yeah, I don't like this Moms of Liberty thing either, because I can't tell, like, I don't know if they say what grades they're in. That would actually help a lot.
Wait, hold on.
That is a political ideology, and here's another line from it, real quick. Here's a very quick line from it. Let me clarify. My butt against his crotch, my back against his chest. I'm bumping up against him, trying to figure out how to get the ball back in the hole. Sounds way dirtier than it actually is, especially in this position.
Is that a Biggie Smalls rap lyric?
I have no clue. I don't really
It
want
was
to know.
all a dream.
I still
Got
can't
that
believe he's
ream in between.
with that nasty hoe.
So,
She pats my hair and says white people do some stupid shit sometimes.
Mm.
I think they feel guilty about yesterday, especially Haley. White guilt. He winks, I crack up. My boyfriend talking about white guilt. That's a very political issue.
okay. So my point is,
Oh, we gotta
my
add
point
that.
is that Moms for Liberty takes contention with some stuff that pretty obviously makes it seem like that they are like a little bit bigoted against LGBT and maybe even like the black community.
Maybe
Um,
the LGBTQ stuff I could definitely see. I don't see the black thing at all. It's just a political issue with that book. The LGBTQ
where
thing,
the
sure,
black
I could
coming
see your
from?
side on that.
Oh,
Sure.
fantastic.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean I
would
care, though.
absolutely, I would absolutely say that they'd be bigoted towards LGBTQ. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I
of,
would have doubted if they
quote
were.
unquote fan of Moms of Liberty. Who cares about them? I don't. That's for sure.
Okay,
But
so
when you bring in
not even someone I know.
no,
about
but when
or a group I
you
know
bring in
about.
like this whole black thing, what is that about?
It's
I-
talking a lot about just like some dirty lines, and it teaches
yeah,
asking a
so
little girl if she took her birth control pills and weird stuff like that, and it's just a bunch of political indoctrination that shouldn't be reading at such a
they
young age.
they also wanted to hold on, I gotta find it.
Oh, so wait, what do you think? By the way, Moms of Liberty, do you think that like they actually represent the entirety of the population?
No, of course not. But
Or do you
I
think
think
like,
they like I said. So
or do you
like I,
think that there's a general agreement with some of their points?
like I said,
with
they are the
majority of the population.
they are the biggest group that is banning books right now, and they are garnering political power. Like that's why I
Okay,
researched
why do
that.
you
It kind of
think?
sounds
why
like
do you-
you're accusing us of defending them when we don't even know who the hell they are. I don't know why we're still on this topic. Like, it doesn't really matter. I couldn't care less
Well, I mean,
about
you gotta
what they're
have-
doing.
Okay,
you
so
gotta have
when we
focus on-
started, when we started this debate, somebody, I don't remember who, mentioned that the left is calling the banning of books movement anti-LGBT and anti-black. If you
Yes.
have a group like this being the biggest group that is going around banning books, saying that one of the reasons why they want this to be banned is because of all the depiction of alternative sexualities, it's probably it kind of makes sense that some people who haven't taken the
Again,
time to
I would
actually
need
look
to
into
see a
this
book
sees this
that
as
is-
a anti-LGBT thing. It makes sense.
It's not anti-LGBT when you're banning sexually provocative images. If you show me one book, please, one
Oh my gosh.
book that is LGBTQ, has no sexual imagery in it.
Wasn't
I'll
there a
agree
book
with
that you showed to me? Fuck, that was in the library and they had to move it from the kids sections to the
I think that was the one that Dora brought up, the one where the one with the butt plugs and how to masturbate.
No, it wasn't that one. It was a much more colorful
don't know.
book.
Dr.
The
Seuss.
people were like purple and orange and stuff.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't remember. I
You're
didn't
back.
find a non-sexually explicit LGBT book that they were banning. It wasn't something that I was particularly looking for. What I did find was that they wanted to ban books, the Martin Luther King Jr. book, March on Washington, which is probably going into the anti-black narrative that the left has against book banning. What was the other one? Oh yeah, Ruby Goes to School. That one too, about the first black girl that goes to an integrated school. They wanted to ban that for some reason. Yeah. Anyways. Oh.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So if there was got anything else to say, Hugo, you said the majority of the population is within the cities. Yes. Okay. Sure. And the majority of the cities are typically democratically run, right? Blue cities, as they say. They tend to be liberal. Now, why do you think that is? Is that like, do you think that everybody else outside of the cities should like acclimatize to people within the city, even though they have completely different lives?
No, I think local representation is very important, and that
Uh,
cities
yeah,
should adapt to the majority of their population. That's why you have municipal elections, and that's why you have municipal government to handle that kind of stuff.
sure, you can
But
talk
if you're
about municipal
talking,
governments. Yeah, that's
yeah,
that's
but if
fine. But what I'm talking about is like, okay, who do you think headquarters within these cities? Do you think they have
well,
their
then you
best interest, our people's best interests in mind, or they want us to consume?
Okay, well then, so the issue then is, so now you're bringing up like very broad societal issues here, because public schools are funded by the state, and the state is going to look at the whole map rather than just subsets of the map. So when you're talking about policy being formed, they're not forming policy for the tiny subsets of population that are in the rural areas. They're doing it for the majority of the population, which unfortunately for people in rural areas is people in the city. So when you're talking about society as whole, and making policies for a society, you're looking at the broader picture, and you're adapting that policy to the broader picture. So unfortunately for rural people, or rural areas where it is more conservative, they have to fight back against the city mentality that basically dictates the policy in that particular state, because again, policy is made on a broad sense.
Which they do, which is through money. That that's a fact, right?
Well, of course. I mean,
I mean,
it's all about
you
it's
have
all about
corporate
money. It's
lobbyists.
publicly funded schooling,
We
so
all
it's
know
all
this.
about money. Yes, it's all about money. It's
Exactly.
publicly funded
Yeah,
schooling.
they fund our schooling. It's state taxes, state funding. It's all
Yeah.
federal. You want to even talk about federal level? Sure, whatever. But let's be real here. All the cities, they bring in all the money, right? And what do you think that is? Because they sell things to other countries for all this blah 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 whatever.
Well,
They bring in a
no,
lot of
no, no,
money.
no,
Let's
no,
just say
no,
that.
no, no. That's not how it works, because you're talking about public schooling, so that means it's through taxation. So of course, right, you're going to have more. You're going to make policy more in line towards your highest taxation base, which is going to be in cities. That's where most of your funding comes from. So you're going to adapt policy based off of where the majority of your tax funding comes from, because that's
Yeah,
who's speaking the loudest.
that's what I'm saying.
Right.
What do you think the money comes from? What do you think government policy comes from? Is from your corporate base. They're the ones that are able to lobby to our politicians, and so they push a certain agenda.
Well, okay, sure, but we're talking about policies as it pertains in schools here. We're not talking about tax write-offs here. So we're talking about public schooling and the policies that
Yes.
follow said public schooling.
Who do you think
Like
funds? Who do you think funds
corporations sure
schooling?
might have a little bit of an impact on policies towards schooling, but most of that impact comes from a regulatory
Not a little
body.
bit.
Yes, there's
Okay,
a regulatory
which state?
body governing.
Which state do you live? Do you live in California?
Oh, I live in Canada.
Oh, well, that okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense now.
Hell
Why? What difference does it
Canada.
make?
Oh, Canada.
Of
Anyways,
course.
what I'm saying is that like yeah, no offense, my bad. But like, how's Trudeau doing for you, right? That guy's not really doing so well with you guys.
Well, I would say Trudeau as a prime minister is not very good. I'd say Canada as a country is doing just fine.
Right, but you
Canada's
could get
pretty cool, bro.
arrested. You could get arrested and fined for misgendering and mispronouncing
Oh,
somebody.
no, you can't.
That's a law. Yes, you
No,
can.
it's not.
That's legal.
No, you can't.
That's
No,
literally
you
the
can't.
law.
And if you want to have a debate on that, you can, but you're not gonna win this debate, because it's no, you can't. But what it is, if you really want to know what it is that the certain parts of LGBT have been put under the umbrella of a protected group, which does give them some advantage in court. But what you're specifically referring to is actually under harassment law, which was already covered before they were put into a protected group. And it's that you can't just go around harassing people. If you accidentally misgender somebody, you are not going to jail. It's not happening. That is not
Yeah,
something
yeah.
that
I'm not
happens.
saying I'm not saying accidentally. Yeah,
Right.
accidentally
If you
yeah, but
misgender somebody, you're
did they
not going
not
to jail.
did they not write that into law? So did they not write that into law?
Nope, they did not write that into law. They classified
Okay,
transgenders
pull it up.
into they put transgenders into a protected group, right? Which then, if it turns into
Yeah,
a
okay,
hate crime, there is a
group
different set of
exactly.
laws that is applied to them. That is
It's
completely
the exact
different than
same
saying,
thing
if I walk up to somebody,
it's the
no.
exact
If you walk
it's
up
the
to
exact same thing
somebody,
that Dublin is doing right now.
if you walk up to somebody in
They're writing it
Canada
into
who
their
is
law.
transgender,
It's a
listen,
protected class to invoke hatred, right? Like
listen.
like if you have a certain type of speech, hold on. If you have a certain type of speech, it will be invoked by law that you will be subjected to well, let's just say whatever you call it. What is it?
There's
Termination.
there's nobody that's walking up to anybody in Canada and misgendering them and getting arrested for it. It's not happening. There's no law that
Oh,
allows them to happen. That doesn't happen.
I don't know. I'm not saying people are walking up to people and saying, "Hey, you're obviously a transgender person. I'm gonna call you a male because I know you're trying to be female, but I'm gonna call you that." No,
Right.
that's I'm
But even
saying
if
that
they
like
did
people are
that, even if they did that, they would have to go out of their way and deliberately harass somebody to be arrested for misgendering them. And that is already
so
covered under
why
harassment
so
laws. You can't do that under harassment laws in Canada already. So it doesn't matter whether or not they're trans, it's covered under harassment laws.
okay, so
Riddle's
why
like,
is a
challenge
transgender
accepted.
why yeah, exactly. Why is transgenders cover why are they covered under a special protection law?
Whether or not you want to agree with it, whether or not I agree with it is irrelevant. Under current
Yeah,
charter rights,
but they passed it. But
They
they
are under
passed it.
protected group, right? They are under
Okay.
protected group, such as gay people are, right? Such as are certain minorities. They are all under within a protected group, which means that if you deliberately go out of your way and do a hate crime against them, there will be a different set of laws applied to you.
Okay, so my point is that they passed it. That's what they have. That's
Yeah,
what
they
the
put
law
them in a
is.
protected group. I think the U.S.
They're
has
under
something similar when it comes to hate crimes. I think the U.S. has a similar legal framework when it comes to hate crime. If you go and do a hate crime in the United States, you get a different set of sentences or laws applied to you. It's not dissimilar to what is currently in the U.S. It's just
no,
we have a protected class and you guys have free speech. So there's different ways to go about it.
no, no.
But
Exactly.
there
Yeah,
is hate
we do
speech
have
law.
free speech. We also have freedom. We also have a Second Amendment, which you guys don't have because that's illegal for you guys
And
to do self
I own
defense,
four
right?
guns, so I own four guns, so
Yeah,
it's not really a problem for me.
but if you defend yourself with it, that's illegal.
No, no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
Trudeau
it's not.
literally said that. He said that it's
No,
illegal for
it's
you to
okay. But
have
the
self
Supreme
defense.
Trudeau. So this is why we have Supreme Courts, right? This is why we have Supreme Courts and we have charters, right?
Yeah,
So
but
the
you're also a
Prime Minister
parliament.
can say what he wants. The Prime Minister can say what he wants. When it ends up in Supreme Court, that's what ultimately makes the decision. And there are plenty of cases in Canada where people have defended themselves with guns, right? And the Supreme Court varied in their favor.
Hey,
I'm
Ford.
just curious if well, I'm just curious real quick
Hey.
if your guns in Canada shoot bullets or maple syrup.
Both actually. Syrup flavored
Really?
bullets. So
Yeah,
that like
they're
that when you kill your
Yeah,
geese, you've
that's
No,
got
they're
Canadian
you got
legal.
maple.
propaganda, dude. You're getting bad for bad faith arguments. It's obviously syrup.
Borg.
Yeah.
You asked
Yeah.
for a book about.
Anyways, yeah, you guys don't have that many freedoms. You guys are also not allowed to own property
You
anymore.
totally
Are you?
just cut off
Yeah, we
liberal
do.
cluck, dude.
I own 2 properties.
Or you asked for
You
a
own 2
book
properties.
that was banned
Yeah.
for
Salem
LGBT
on
stuff,
West.
that didn't have explicit
Riddle?
sexual stuff. And
Riddle, I
Tango
would
Makes
not go
3 is a
into
book
the name of
about gay penguins, like, and it's like one of the most requested
name?
banned books. And Tango Makes 3.
And
I
how do you spell
posted a link.
Tango?
Tango Makes 3. I mean, there might be like hardcore
And
penguin sex in
Tango
there.
makes
I don't know because I haven't actually seen this book, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. I
don't
mean,
know,
if it's
'cause
just LGBTQ stuff, I don't care.
yeah. So
like it shouldn't be banned. Is what I meant.
there's your
But, yeah.
example. Like, and there's this another one called Be Gay, Do Comics. I don't know what's on the inside of this book, but the cover looks very cartoony and not and childish. So I kind of doubt that there's anything sexual in there.
What's it called? Moms of Liberty?
Is this the premise for Happy Feet 3? I'm curious what this book's about.
It's apparently a true story about 2 male penguins that raised a chick together.
Did Moms of Liberty? Wait, how did 2 penguins get a chick?
I don't know. You got to read the book.
Yeah,
Abandoned
I just
egg.
might have
Maybe
to.
the
They
mom
have
never
some
came
like
back.
secret
So his
formula
buddy's
or
like, bro, we
something
need
that's
to
like-
do something and save this thing.
Well, I mean that's a good
Anyways,
thing. They're
I don't
banning
know.
the secret gay form where gay people can have kids all of a sudden. It's like a national
What I don't understand
threat.
is why the penguins are black and white. I think that's not okay for a book.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if it's just LGBTQ stuff, I know a lot of conservatives are against that, and I totally understand why, honestly.
Okay.
I'm more of a libertarian, so
Okay.
yeah, sure, go for it. What do you mean, okay? I can see a lot of perspectives. Like I just saw yours earlier. That doesn't mean I have to agree with them.
Usually
I'm a
when you say
libertarian as well.
usually when you say I can see why, actually
Yeah, I
you're
can see why you think you're
insinuating you
stupid to
agree with
use,
it at least a
okay?
little bit.
No, I say I understand what it is. You have a very flawed idea of what someone means when they
Okay,
say I
I
understand where you're
apologize. I
coming from.
misunderstood you, Forg.
I understand you too, Cluck. That doesn't mean I agree with you. I understand where you're coming from. I disagree with you. Except for pedophiles, I don't know where
Alright.
they're coming from.
Let's go back to talking about Canada and the maple syrup bullets.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, you can't defend them.
No,
right? You
Riddle,
can't defend yourself
I
with
would
maple
not get
syrup.
into Canadian politics with a Canadian if you
Yes,
aren't
it's the law.
very up to date on them.
You have no Second Amendment. It's unfortunate for you guys. Not only that, but your freedom of speech is also restricted, much like ours
Don't.
is becoming.
Yeah, ours
Yes, it
isn't
is.
though.
That's usually how
We
it
can
goes.
say whatever we want on these platforms.
Well, hold on. Having freedom of speech and having freedom to say whatever you want on a platform are two different things.
No, a man
No,
was arrested
no,
for
no,
calling
but-
his son a boy instead of like a girl, or the other way around. I forget. He was arrested. He's being put on trial.
Anyways, no, I would totally agree with you that Canada, and I mean even the U.S. to a certain extent, doesn't have fundamental free speech. But Canada more so less than the United States, absolutely. And I would love to see something similar to the First Amendment in the Canadian Charter. To me, it's one of the best piece of I don't know, legislation that was ever put in, so I fully agree with that. Canada is not a quote unquote free speech country. I would argue that neither is the US, but Canada a lot less than US.
I would say the
So you
U.S.
think
isn't
that,
a pure free speech country, but it's definitely the best you can get without ending up in a shit show.
Yeah, I agree. The US is the only country in the world that has free speech as a fundamental law. So yes, I agree, and that's important. More countries should adopt that. I don't disagree
Yeah,
with
good
that at
for
all.
you, man.
Are other countries without free speech? Are they like throwing people in jail for speaking out against the government and shit? I know authoritarian are,
yes.
but like
Yes, they are.
No, that doesn't happen here at least.
yeah,
You can be thrown in
first
jail for
Riddle,
teaching
talk
your
about
world
China.
countries.
Riddle, this is your chance. Talk about China.
first world countries.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. My internet's kind of shit right now. What happened? What
Are
about China
other
with Canada? Because I know there's links there.
like China is first world democracies. Let's put it that way. Are there people getting thrown in jail for like speaking out against the government in first world democracies that don't have free speech in their constitution?
In a first world democracy,
Yeah.
people are getting thrown in jail for a first world. What are you talking about?
Are there people in other first world? Because America's the only country with free speech as a part of their constitution or their charter. Are there people getting thrown into jail in other first world democracies for like speaking out against their government or speaking out against stuff?
You mean
Yes.
on the
well,
Isn't
west?
it cheaper just to have a gas
Yes,
leak?
there are.
In the
Well, I
west?
think that would depend. Wait, so then I think that would depend on what you qualify as speech. Because is a protest a form of speech? The U.S. says yes, and therefore doesn't silence it. Other countries say no, that protests, violent ones especially, are not a form of free speech. So it depends where you draw the line on what is free speech.
Well, we actually have the freedom of
sure, I
assembly
mean,
in America.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Like instead of being thrown into an actual prison, which would look really bad, right? You'd look like China or Russia. But what about the suppression of like the Freedom Convoy in Canada? How's that?
They broke thousands of laws. So and the suppression that came from, while some of it was misguided, I will admit, most of it came from actual legitimate threats to a country, which is outside money from fringe organizations that you have absolutely no idea where they're coming
Outside
from.
money.
And that's
Like
what.
which?
That's
Yeah.
a
So
man.
so what?
Oh, hold on.
So the
Oh,
That's
hold
a
on.
man.
So you,
the Emergencies Act was enacted because there was a lot of money coming from the United States from places that they didn't know about. So they were worried, and they would do this if it was any other group. The U.S. would do this if there was a shit ton of money coming into the U.S. from Canada funding some protest. The U.S. government would not like that, and they would take action to curtail
is
that.
the
And that's
U.S.
what the Canadian government
is
It
the
did.
U.S.
happens and they
is the
don't
U.S.
take
is
action.
the hold on. Is the U.S. and Canada not supposed to be fucking close allies? Are we not supposed to be?
Sure, but it doesn't mean there's no bad actors in the U.S. and doesn't mean there's no bad actors in
I
Canada.
actually donated $20 to them. Okay.
Okay,
I've
that's fine. I
donated
don't
to
have
the
an
Freedom
issue with it.
Convoy as well.
Is that a
You're a
problem for
national
that?
treasure, Riddle,
Why is that?
donating 20 bucks.
No,
Now they're
a lot of
gonna
U.S. citizens
freeze all these
donated to
accounts.
the Freedom Convoy.
Now they're gonna
No,
freeze these accounts.
so
They're gonna
mainly
go into people's big accounts. They're gonna stop not just the big accounts, but the actual fucking the catalyst to that, right? Which is what was it? PayPal and something else.
no, they stopped GoFundMe pages. That's what specifically what
Yeah,
they did is they
GoFundMe and
stopped
all that stuff. Yeah. Do you think that's
GoFundMe
really?
and
Don't you think
another
that's a
page.
government
Yeah.
overreach?
But again, the problem is that the way that the money was coming in from the GoFundMe was actually, technically speaking, a national security risk, and that's how they were able to act on it because there was a lot of money,
How so?
right,
How is it a
from
national security risk?
because
This is
you don't
part
know
of
where
that
the
double
money's coming
standard
from.
again. No,
No,
this is
no, it's
part of that
not.
double
Listen,
standard.
the U.S. would do the same
Yeah,
thing.
but
Okay,
they
if
know
there's a
they know
Palestinian
No,
protest,
they
okay,
don't.
wait, okay, stop. Let me
Alex.
say this.
It's
Okay, if
because
there
they
is a
don't want
Palestinian,
people. They
stop.
don't want people.
Let him
Let
talk,
me
Riddle.
explain something to you. If there is a
Go
protest in
ahead.
the United States, okay, very, I don't know, public protest, okay, that was, I don't know, let's say January 6th, okay, let's say in January 6th, okay, there was this protest and people just sat at Capitol Hill for 3 weeks, okay, and there was funding coming from Canada, okay, allowing that and facilitating that venture. The United States would see that as a threat to national security, and they
They did
would
not, and they would
curtail the
not do
flow
anything
of
about it.
money into, what they would deem an occupation in Capitol Hill.
I
That's what
just
I'm
No,
saying.
it's a double standard.
I think it's a
I
ridiculous
wouldn't see it
comparison.
as a national security risk unless the people who are actually committing it are a national security risk
I think
themselves.
it's a
If you're
bad.
You
donating
don't
That
to a
know.
I think it's a
woman,
actually
ridiculous.
happened, and the
if
U.S. government
Hamas,
did
a
nothing.
terrorist organization, is donating to a woman whose boy has cancer, I don't see that as a security risk. If a
No, that
mom whose
actually
boy has
happened.
cancer is donating to Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, I see that as being a national security risk.
That actually happened, and no one did anything.
What happened?
I just want everybody to know that the official debate event is over and it's just the after
Yeah.
party. So there's no direction or modding really.
Thank you everyone for coming. It was
Fun.
fun talking with you all.
There was
And
there
I just
wasn't
want to,
even
I just
any
also want to, I also want to clarify something about the trucker protest because I actually live in Ottawa where the protest was, and I was actually 3 blocks away from the protest, and I went 4 different times.
Yeah, go for it.
What they did, all right, and I give credit to them, is that they maneuvered municipal, provincial, and federal laws to basically allow them to just stay put there, and they gridlocked jurisdiction within the city that I live in between municipal police, provincial police, federal police, and parliament police. So there was 4 different jurisdictions trying to take hold of the situation, and they were all infighting between each other, and the truckers took advantage of this. Okay, there was police. Okay, whether you think this is right or wrong, if I'm taking a government or not a nationalist approach to this, I'm protecting the doors of my democracy. You have local police who are giving intel to the truckers about how to prolong the protest and this gridlock of your democracy. So
That's
do
awesome.
I agree? Do I agree with the?
Hold on.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
Who's giving intel?
Go
Who's
big.
giving intel to these truckers to prolong this?
the
That's
Ottawa
awesome.
police, local municipal
Oh, dude,
police.
that's so base.
That's
So local
awesome.
municipal police. So they don't actually like their
Yes,
actual
because what
government.
happened is local municipal police were kicked off, right? They lost their jurisdiction because they allowed people to be there for 2 weeks nonstop and put campers and have hot tubs and be basically putting train horns in their downtown core, right? For literally 2 weeks
Oh
straight
yeah,
till
dear
4 in
God,
the
the noise
morning.
pollution.
Right, noise pollution till 4 in the morning. They
Okay,
let him do
so
it for 2 weeks until finally the province stepped in and said, "Okay, you can't handle the situation." So they brought in provincial police. Provincial police couldn't handle the situation because they were getting dicked around by the municipal police. So finally, they couldn't get the police to cooperate together. So the breakdown of order happened, and they called the Emergencies Act. I don't agree with it. But we had no legislation in place that allowed the federal government to step in and say, all of my jurisdictions have broken down and I have not been there is no way to remedy this through proper legal manners, so I have to step in and take control myself. I don't see the problem with the federal government doing that.
yeah,
I
I see
really
that's the
don't.
problem. Is the problem is the federal is because the problem with the federal government is that your government implemented a vaccine mandate. That's a big problem, now isn't it?
So did yours. So did yours.
Yeah, exactly. But we fought against
Okay.
it.
Okay, but you know
Okay,
the problem
and so did yours. And so did
my
yours.
country dropped.
So
My
what's the
country
problem? What's
actually
the problem
dropped
with
the
that?
vaccine mandates for Americans before the Americans dropped their
But
mandate
the
for
difference
Canadians.
between
So
the,
I as a
difference, yeah, but
Canadian
the
needed a
difference between
vaccine to go
ours,
into the United
yours,
States for far longer than an American needed a vaccine to come into Canada.
yeah, exactly. Whatever. So you guys
Right,
had a,
right, just whatever
especially
that.
your truckers, because that's a big part of your economy. I'm sorry, what?
Either effort is invalid. Both
So
efforts
so
from both
the
countries are
truckers,
invalid.
so the truckers that were
Look, am
protesting,
I lagging
okay?
here? Like, what's the deal?
No, you're not. You're good.
Can I
Right.
can I speak here
So
or what?
yeah, speak.
Yeah, your economy is based off a lot of truckers from the to you the south and from us the north, right? And when you're mandating all these vaccines and stuff like that, it's a big deal, right? I mean, it's
But
a
you do
livelihood.
know,
People
but you
have
do know that the truckers
the
doing
fact that
cross
you have
country
to be.
trips. No, but listen to me for a second. The truckers that are going cross border from the United States to Canada were mandated by the United States to have vaccines.
Wait, what
That's
are
a
you guys
joke.
even
Do they have?
arguing about right now?
Right?
What are you talking about?
The
Okay, hold
truckers
on.
that drove into the United States had a mandate from the United States that they needed to be vaccinated. And it wasn't up until the protest that they finally dropped it.
Exactly.
And then afterwards, the United States
That's why we
stop for a second.
that's why
The
we
United
disagree.
States, the
That's
United
why
States also
no. We man, come on, dude. I'm saying that we actually fucking fought against that. That's why I supported that shit. Most people here don't like the vaccine mandates. I'll tell you
Exactly.
that much. Who likes to be
That's true.
so who wanted that shit, dude? Even from our own country, even if it was us sticking you
Son of a
around,
bitch,
we were
Republican.
against that. Okay? We were
Yeah,
against that shit. Okay?
absolutely.
So that's why I supported the Canadian fucking trucker movement because they were fucking exceptional in the way they did it. Okay? Very inspirational. That's why I supported it too. But for them to
that's fine.
You're not the only one.
freeze their accounts, that's ridiculous, dude. That is a
Yeah, and
abuse of authority.
the point that you fail to see here, right? The point that you fail to see
Ah,
here is the
shit.
accounts they specifically targeted were not from Canada. They were receiving money from outside of the country. Those were the accounts they specifically targeted. Unfortunately, there were a
No. They were
few. Yeah, 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 yeah,
they
yeah,
froze.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
saw
yeah, 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 yeah,
I
yeah. I
heard it.
know
No,
exactly about this, bro. Like I
No,
know
we're
a
Canadian
lot
no.
about it.
vaccines.
I'm very, 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 very well educated on
They
it.
also froze the accounts of the people that received it. It wasn't just the people outside of it.
Certain
It's people
people,
that
yes,
froze
there
the accounts
were
that
certain
received it.
people, but not everybody's account got frozen. It wasn't a blanket freezing of the accounts. There weren't 50,000
Not a
Canadians
blanket.
or 100,000 Canadians that were locked out of their accounts. That did not happen.
Right.
Was
It
So
did not
so
happen.
you
yesterday
support the
or right?
federal. Let me ask you this. So you support the federal government of Canada.
In the context in which they needed to take control of the situation after 3 weeks, yes, I do support their decision to take control. I don't support how they did it, and I
All
wish
right.
we had better ways to get around that. The federal government had better ways to get around it than to suspend civil liberties. I think it's a failure in
But address
legislation
the
more so
issues
than
being
anything else,
protested.
So
and
you do disagree with it?
that forced them to use the Emergencies
Yeah.
Act. But given the context of the situation, I understand why they had to use it.
Why not address the
Yeah.
issue
Well,
being so vehemently protested?
What issue was vehemently protested?
You're joking.
Right. What issue was actually? What were they actually protesting? Do you know?
yeah. It
Did
was,
it not have?
dude.
Did
Because
it?
it actually, the initial protest wasn't actually about vaccines. It was actually something more deep seated in Canadian politics that has absolutely nothing to do with vaccines. It got
Yeah.
hijacked. It got hijacked by a vaccine protest, just fine.
Sure.
But the initial
Sure.
protest wasn't actually about vaccines, and that's not why they were coming
So
to arms.
the biggest
What was
part of it was
what was the
about
initial protest?
vaccines. It was a vaccine protest.
So the initial
It was the
protest
mandate.
is that there's a disenfranchisement from Alberta specifically because they contribute a significant amount to our economy through oil. We'll put it the easiest way to describe it is oil and natural gas. And they, rightfully so, feel that they are severely misrepresented when it comes to the decision making of the country, given the amount of financial support they give to the rest of the country. That's what this protest was actually about, and they were coming because Trudeau has enacted certain policies that does disfavor Alberta, and they have reasons to not be happy about that. And that was what the initial protest was. And they were coming in with the truckers, and because that the whole plan was to gridlock the city. That was the plan from the get-go. But the initial protest wasn't actually about that.
Do you really believe that?
Yeah, I know it for a fact. Actually, and the city actually, the initial protest, the city of Ottawa was actually it brought them in with open arms. They were because they wanted to show that, hey, we actually listen to people in Alberta. We will let you come protest. We will actually engage in your activity of gridlocking the city for a weekend, right? So long as you promise to leave. And they decided, and the original organizers, right, who actually got the permits for the protest, agreed to that. But again, the protest got hijacked by I don't want to call it extremists because it's not, because there's a lot of people who are just really tired of the bullshit, and I can understand why they were, but it got hijacked. That's not what the actual protest was about.
Really?
That's not
so
what
it's
the
protest
original
was-
protest was about, but it eventually evolved into that, and that's where most of the hype come from. That's why I always call it a.
Sorry, I didn't
vaccine
hear Ashley said something.
I said the reason that anyone protests is that they cannot endure the conditions they are forced to work under or live under. No matter what the issue, the protest happens because of the conditions they cannot withstand.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, though, you know, Albertans are the richest Canadians out there. So the conditions they live in, it just means that the government was taking a little bit more money out of their pockets than they liked. It wasn't that they didn't have access to food. It wasn't that they had lived in shitty conditions. These people drove into Ottawa in $150,000 trucks and parked them in the fucking middle of the street. They weren't broke. These weren't poor people.
That's
They
awesome,
were just
dude. Fuck
disenfranchised.
socialism. Fuck communism.
If you even knew how much it cost a trucker to operate, you wouldn't be making those assumptions. If you knew an actual trucker who owned a business or who drove for a business, you wouldn't make those
Yeah,
assumptions.
he
They're
didn't
like
lose money. He
they're like
didn't lose
far-
money.
they're like farmers, though.
He didn't lose-
Truckers in general are like farmers. The trucker is like a
No.
farmer.
So the problem is that that's not actually what they were angry about. They're angry about what's called transfer payments in Canada. And transfer payments in Canada is when you have a province that has a low population but has a high revenue, they end up contributing more to the federal coffers, right?
Can I-
And that
can I-
money then
can I
gets
ask you- hold on,
distributed
hold
to
on, hold on,
provinces.
hold on, hold on.
But the
Before
laws-
we go another,
but the
That-
laws-
that money-
no.
wait.
I'm not gonna. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna
There
let
you
you finish on this one. I want you to let me see where your resources are coming from. If you're gonna confidently spew this, let me see where you're coming from. Show me the sources.
Well,
please.
on which point exactly?
Exactly what you're defending right now. Why this
So
convoy
what
truck
am
was
I
a big deal.
defending? What?
The origin
What you're
of the
talking about
Canadian
is not
convoy.
okay.
Convoy. Just show me, please, because right now it just sounds like opinion.
No, it's not. It's
All right, so then show me, please.
Wait, do you know the difference between a fact and an opinion?
Yeah, I think that's why I said.
No.
That's
So he
an
said it
opinion.
sounds like opinion. That drives me crazy because that's not. He's making true statements. That there's something that you can prove right or wrong in those statements, which makes them.
statements.
Yes.
Truth statements.
So that's why
So-
he's asking
so
for
like-
the
that's what I'm
original
saying.
sources of
Give
what
me
he's
the-
saying,
give me
so
the-
you
give me
can
the source.
acknowledge that it's true.
Okay.
Yeah, how hard is that to understand, dude? I don't get it.
Oh
He's
my
saying the
God.
truth. Shut up.
So
Riddle.
a truth
Shut up.
statement in philosophy, a truth statement is just a statement that
guess I
can
should-
be proven right or wrong. It doesn't
Yes,
have to be.
so Riddle is saying he has no sources for what he's saying. So
Yeah,
like
but
wait,
even
you,
if-
wait,
even-
no, Cluck, listen.
Even if he
You
did
do
provide
this-
us, even if he didn't have
Please,
sources,
I'm about to
even,
congratulate you, Cluck.
even
Do
if
not
he
make
didn't,
me say something bad
if he
about you, Cluck, I swear to God.
even if he did,
Cluck,
even if you
Cluck.
found sources that proved him wrong, it doesn't make what he was saying an opinion. It
No,
makes
I
it
wanna
a
know-
wrong truth statement.
Hold on, Cluck. I just want to know where he gets his information.
I mean,
from.
that's
it.
fine. That's fine. Okay.
That's it.
So
Calm down.
were you just being the word police, Cluck?
Huh?
Were you being a word
Yes.
officer, English policeman?
No, I truly
Yes.
think that Riddle thinks that an opinion is just wrong facts.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I just want to know some sources. That way, I understand somebody else's quote unquote
I could
facts.
see opinion if someone's saying a bunch of bullshit because they're emotional, which I'm not saying is what I'm sorry, I completely forgot your name. I'm not saying that's what he's actually doing, but
You go.
that's what Riddle says what it sounds like he's doing. If someone's saying a bunch of BS because they're emotional, I could see that being an opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, opinion is something like blue is a cool color. That's an opinion.
All right, dude. Good argument.
But you said, all right, dude. Like, he didn't just say
Well, it's because you're not
wrong
really
definition
adding
of
anything to the
opinion.
conversation. You're just like being the English police. It doesn't really matter. Who cares?
Okay.
Anyways,
Like,
I was just-
I
I
know
was- I
Riddle's
was
a
just
little
at-
bit retarded, but let's not make fun of him.
hey,
Like, that's rude.
come on.
Oh my God.
The Florida is strong in the U.S. Come on. Anyways,
But no, that he was talking about people being funded from outside the country. That goes on all the time in the U.S., and it depends on whose side is being represented as whether it's policed.
that's fair. We get funded outside all the time from China, all the time, just like
Yes.
Canada does.
Not
even
just
more
China.
even more so in Canada. It's just a fact.
It depends
just a
on whose
fucking
side
fact.
it is. It depends on
The
what issue it
CCP,
is.
there's a reason why I hate China, okay, and I focus on them like I'm obsessed with them. Let's just say that. I have to be, because they're going to kill all of us. They want to.
No, they want to enslave us.
Well, sure, they'll kill with. Well, let's just say I've had enough friends die from fentanyl that they do want to kill.
I feel like I don't
this-
think that's coming from China.
They want to. No, it is. Okay,
I feel like is that not coming from the Mexican cartels?
No, it's no
From
China. No,
From
it
China.
is. It's the chemicals that. Basically, let's just say this. They get all the chemicals and ingredients from China,
Base material.
ship it to Latin America. Yeah, and then they work with the cartels, and then ship it all up to the southern border.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah. I could see that. Yeah, for sure.
That's
I just
exactly
thought you
what's
meant it was
happening.
like directly China to
they
America.
don't
I feel like it's
riddle
more
it. They don't
China
just do that
to-
in Mexico. They do it in Canada as well. Canada is unfortunately a very good smuggler of drugs into the United States. Not as good as Mexico, but just a lot of shit that comes from China into Canada that then gets shipped down into the U.S.
Yeah, and I wonder why that is. Because our
well,
governments,
China-
our governments just allow it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Canada doesn't
Yes, they
help
do.
that Canada has an uncomfortably well, it did, but an uncomfortably close relationship with China. Let's put it that way.
Embrace
Yeah.
liberalism, deny Western traditions.
Yeah, and
Western traditions are liberalism. I hate to tell you, but
Not
yeah,
nowadays.
well,
they
I mean
aren't,
the old school.
definitely
I mean
not.
the old school version.
Yeah.
Of it. Yeah, but like it
Old
was.
school liberalism, sure.
Well, I mean, shit. You know, I used to be a liberal. Guess what? I'm not anymore because it doesn't work.
I think we all were.
Yeah, we
But
all
I think
were.
young people. I think there really is truth though. There really is truth to younger generations leaning liberal and then shifting to conservatives as they get older and they have
100%.
to. They
Yeah.
have to, you know.
One of my favorites.
100%. That's what I'm
One of-
proud of.
But I also think, though,
Actually.
I also think it's important to make a distinction though between fiscally conservative and socially conservative. Like there are some people who are staunch fiscally conservative, but are also pretty fucking liberal.
Yeah. My dad describes himself as that. I forget which way, but
One of my favorite sayings is if you're not a liberal when you're young, you are heartless. And if you're not a conservative when you're older, you are clueless.
Yeah, that's fair.
I like that.
I mean, it's just a fact though.
It's like that thing from The Simpsons where, what was it? Republicans, we hate everyone. Democrats, we hate ourselves. Something along those lines.
I
That
kind of think
sounds-
it's the opposite.
That sounds interesting. Okay, so Democrats hate themselves because they use identity politics all the time.
Yeah, so do
I
conservatives.
mean, I think
So do conservatives.
Democrats love themselves too much, and I think conservatives, I don't know.
Well, Republicans play the
Democrats-
identity politics pretty hard too, man. Let's not kid ourselves.
I wouldn't say not
Really?
as much as the Democrats, but in terms of do they do it? Yeah, of course. I mean,
How,
every
how
Democratic
so?
party
What's
pulls some
what
identity
what type of
politics here and there.
what type of identity politics?
I mean, did you not listen to the Republican fucking debate tonight? It was all about identity politics.
No,
Oh
I
no,
actually
I
haven't.
didn't. I didn't. listen
Well,
to
if
all.
if they're being like asked about it, of course they're gonna engage in it.
Yeah, what was the actually? Do you have any references?
Come on,
Jacob?
Get on RW.
Yeah, like I was listening to about a half hour of it, and then Ron DeSantis went on a sermon about identity politics. Basically, like anytime he would be asked a question, he would answer the
Oh.
question. Like he would
Like,
answer the
he's
question a little
against-
bit, and
wait,
then
is
he would
he against
derail.
them?
He would derail into like these super like how can I call it? Almost campaign speeches, almost rather than a debate. And they all did it. They're all guilty. There was this one fat
Every
dude. There's one
politician.
fat governor. There's a fat governor. I can't know his name, but he's a chubby governor from
Chris-
Oh,
somewhere.
the guy who's running for president
Oh.
who called
Yeah.
Donald
Christie.
Donald Trump Donald Duck. Yeah.
Yeah,
Chris
yeah, yeah.
Christie's
This guy, yo,
Christian.
this so
Yeah.
this guy, I found this
He's
actually
got the
hilarious.
alliteration.
He's
Yeah,
so
this I
ridiculous.
actually found this hilarious. Chris Christie, is that who it is?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So,
Ridiculous.
well, like one other person I ended up watching. I closed it after that because I'm like, oh, this is a joke. But the guy just literally is. They're all three are talking, and this goes, "Well, I'm gonna talk about the truth and something that nobody wants to talk about." And he goes on like on a 5-minute rant about how Trump is a fucking dictator. This whole fucking thing on stage. And it's like, oh my god, man.
What's so
And he's like,
crazy? Honest, I know
he-
Chris Christie and what's her name are so stupid for attacking.
But you know
Trump.
what though? You know what? He said one of the truest things though. I'll say this. He said one of the truest things. He's like, all of you four people are arguing amongst each other. None of you want to admit that there's the big bad wolf behind us that's probably gonna win this fucking thing.
True. That's definitely true. I'll give him
Yeah,
that.
obviously, that's the point. All these guys are doing is just trying to build their own brand for years later. That's it.
I think
All-
Vivek isn't as bad,
all
but
of
I
them.
think he will be turned bad.
They're all
I
just
think
like they're all just in this for the money. Let's be real here. And
Yeah,
information.
they are.
I think
That's true.
Vivek is like the lesser evil, honestly. But if I could vote, I'd definitely do Trump, not Vivek.
Well, I'll just say it's either going to be between DeSantis and Vivek. I would be DeSantis for sure.
I would like to see an independent or
Interesting.
libertarian candidate, but that's like writing a letter to Santa Claus.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
gotta
mean-
change the way your voting system works for that to happen.
No, you just gotta change the way people think.
You'd have to change your entire.
Fucking
You'd have to change your
brainwashed,
entire
man.
society. You'd have to change your entire society to have true libertarianism come in. Like that's so far out of reach.
Yeah.
I don't even know it's possible.
Well, no, I said
I
an
think it's 100%
independent
possible.
candidate.
It's
Hugo,
just-
you're
Here's the thing:
absolutely
is
right.
it's
We're fucked,
people
to be
trying to
honest.
pit one side against the other. I mean,
Yeah.
liberalism was much more popular years ago, and it's easy to see why people weren't fucking hating each other's guts,
Liberalism
or not as
was
much
less-
as they were now.
Liberalism was more sane years ago.
It was.
It
It's
still
it
is
was
still
it was
more sane.
I mean, compared to what? Progressivism, you know?
Well,
Oh, yeah,
compared,
it-
well, well,
Both
well, if we're
political
looking at
parties-
if we're looking
well,
at
I'm a
liberals,
libertarian, so I'm a bit biased, but
if we're looking at liberals, let's say the 70s and what they were pushing back against, it's exactly what the Republicans are pushing up against in terms of the Democrats. Like it's weird how like the
Exactly
pendulum
right.
shifted. It's so
Yes.
weird how the pendulum shifted because like in the 70s the Republicans were pushing Christianity and this and like this is how your morals set, and they were pushing their ideologies based on that, and
Yeah.
liberalism was like no we don't want this, we want to be free, blah blah blah, all this fucking garbage. And now it's like the Republicans who are like no we don't want this fucking like this super like telling you what to do and how to do it, like we want to be free. I find it so funny.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Democrats have been winning for the last fucking at least 30,
Yeah.
30 years, dude. They have been.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
conservatives have to
generation.
tone it down in order to at least appeal to some of the Democratic audience and get at least a few votes every here and there.
I used to be considered liberal. My views haven't changed. Now I'm considered far right and a threat to the country.
Yeah, me same here. Now all of a sudden I'm just even though I identified as center right, I'm pretty sure now people would call me, oh, I'm just as
Well,
Cluck
an
likes to
extremist.
say,
You're
I'm
still
just
see the problem is though.
I'm just a person that likes conspiracy theories. I'm just a conspiracy theories theorist guy.
I mean,
Wait.
I'd argue that you're still center right.
Are you the
it's just
person that I
left
was supposed to have that
and
conspiracy
you are
theory
right.
debate with?
What's that?
Are you the person that I was supposed to have the conspiracy theory debate with?
Probably Andy Luke.
No, I
Well-
don't think so.
Oh.
But you labeled me as that as such, so I might as well be, right?
Did I label you that as such?
I would 100%
Yeah,
be
you told
considered a
me- you told me-
conspiracy theorist.
You told me that
100%.
I just believe like conspiracy theorists. Like you're not really like a nice guy to text debate with.
Well, I like well, I personally I like one-on-one 1v1 voice debates.
Oh, okay.
True.
But I can never seem to get anybody to want to do that.
Well, it's kinda-
I could
it's
host
kinda
that between
awkward.
you and Riddle.
Is it
Well,
awkward?
Because
Well, with-
I've already
with
told you,
one-on-one-
Riddle, I want to
We
see
probably-
you 1v1 someone.
With
For some reason,
one-on-one,
you
you
want to
get
see me
taken a loop.
1v1 someone. I don't know why you want me to do that.
Because it's fucking cool. Duh.
Well, 1v1
What do you mean,
is
like-
just
No, when you
What do you mean?
when
You
you
want to
have just
watch?
two
You want to
people-
watch it, or you want to?
Like, I want to
understand.
be there
Right.
and see it go down. Hell yeah, dude. That's what I did with Cluck
when you have
when I
these
was
two
first getting
people-
into politics and debating. I'd like only talk with him and maybe one or two other
I'm
people.
not, dude. I'm just a regular idiot, dude. I'm just a guy.
just a
It doesn't
conspiracy
matter. That's the
theorist.
point of debate. Seeing two idiots come together and clash. It's so awesome.
When you
Are
have
you not
just two
entertained?
people- when you have just two people debating, you get stuck in a loop and no fresh ideas come in. Just two people debating creates a loop where you just go back and forth and rehash the same thing over and
Yeah.
over again.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you should do it all the time, but it's definitely fun. It's fun in different ways. It's fun to see the chaos of big debates. It's fun to see the different
wanna
points
pick-
that are brought up in
So
kind of smaller
you
debates,
want
and
to
it's
you want to pick both brains and see how they handled it with each other. That's what you want to do. That's what you
pick
want
what?
to see.
Pick
it
both
was-
lanes.
You want to pick both brains of two people that have different opposing views and see how they handled it. That's what you want to see.
Yeah,
I
that's
do
a
have
debate.
to admit, I do
It's a
have to
debate,
admit
sure.
it was fun watching McGrady call everybody goose steppers and start cussing everybody and screaming into the microphone. That was very entertaining.
Oh, 1v1
They're fun in
debates.
different ways.
1v1
Oh,
debates.
Grandi? Dude, that guy. I'm sorry, Cluck, go ahead.
1v1 debates. If you have two people that have different ideas, you can get deeper into those ideas in 1v1 than you can with a group debate.
Yeah, it's just it helps you stay on task. It helps you get a deeper understanding of the other side. But medium debates, you can kind of, I don't know, they bring up like better points, and it actually helps
Dude.
you prepare for other debates. Large debates are just pure chaos, and I love them so much.
The only thing I'm wanting to debate in is people that don't think that China is the threat to all of us.
Do you think
That's
China's
the
a
only
threat to
thing
all of
that
us, Cluck?
Do I think that China? I think they can be. They're pretty powerful.
Can you say
and
like no
they're,
just for now?
they're powerful and they're an authoritarian country. So
I'm more
Yeah,
about
they're-
personal accountability. China couldn't be a threat if we were more personally accountable for our own production and resources. If we weren't outsourcing everything, then it would be an
Okay.
issue.
Trump tried to fix that.
yeah, but hasn't
he
Biden
got
gotten
all
more
cheap.
manufacturing back in America than Trump has?
No clue.
only-
Yeah, but
They have
Trump, what he
millions
wanted
of
to do is
dollars in the
is
Middle East.
yeah,
What's
but
gonna
the
happen
problem
after?
yeah, so I just want to say, like, the problem is the U.S. is getting good manufacturing, which is really important. But the problem is all your shitty manufacturing is offloaded to China because China has no environmental laws. So what Trump wanted to do was wanted to take advantage of Mexico, which actually Mexico, believe it or not, has a lower cost of labor than China does, and has a hell of a lot less shipping to handle. They would just have to muscle Mexico into, being a little bit more, pollutant. And Trump actually managed that through the new NAFTA agreement that he was going to pull through that ended up not working.
USMCA.
Yeah, the USMCA. He actually managed to do that. Mexico actually agreed on it, and everybody lost their fucking mind, and it didn't end up happening. And then COVID happened. That proved Trump right, because basically we saw what happened when you let China run your cheap manufacturing.
Yeah, that's actually agreeable.
Why can I not see your name? Are you just
I don't know. 'Cause it's
The
too long.
I dot the I can finally see it. Incarnation. It's because you have OBS or Streamlabs open, Cluck.
Oh, okay. Incarnation, that's your name?
Yeah.
Do you not believe in climate change? That it's a human
I
problem?
do believe in. Well, I do believe it's a human problem. Unfortunately, Western countries think that they can offload their high polluting manufacturing to countries who don't care about the environment, and that's exactly what they do.
I believe, yeah, but well, maybe I was making assumptions based off of the tone in which you were telling us that. But it sounded to me like you think it was a good thing that Trump was trying to make Mexico lower their environmental restrictions,
Well,
regulations.
if you think that I think that it's smart to mine minerals in Taiwan and then ship them to China and then ship them back to the United States, that doesn't have a huge environmental cost to it, rather than reducing that transport, which obviously has a huge environmental cost to it, by offloading some of your manufacturing to Mexico, you're probably offsetting a lot of your environmental impact, to be honest.
So I don't know either
That
way,
makes
but it
sense.
sounds to me like your argument is that doing it in Mexico is probably environmentally more friendly, even if they got to lower the restrictions because of the shipping.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I would have to
Yeah,
see it
because
in analysis. I don't know either way.
well, I mean, I mean, it's just a
For offloading it
thought
into
experiment more
Mexico
than
instead of
anything
US,
else.
makes
But
sense
I
to me.
mean, you know, it's hard to disagree with the fact that a lot of our pollution comes from freight shipping. I mean,
Yeah,
it's the copious amounts of fuel that we
overseas.
burn to ship goods is absolutely astronomical. So if we can reduce that by a significant amount, we are in effect reducing our impact on the environment.
Okay.
What would be the best way to reduce
See, this
the human impact on the environment? Because
well,
I've
like
heard like
the
very
US,
interesting
Get rid
the
of
things about the
USMCA.
plastic.
batteries. Yeah, go for
Get
it.
rid of plastic. Get rid of plastic.
Get rid of plastic. Okay, okay. Hold on.
No plastic.
That's a
What would you
It,
different. That's a
replace it
different.
for? Because there's no
That's a
way in hell
different.
I'm having, you know, fucking paper straws. I'd rather have our world burn down than drink out of a paper straw 3 or 4 times.
it's like you guys think that the world didn't exist or function before plastic came along. I lived in the time before plastic. It's like you guys
There's,
can't conceive of a time before plastic. Like, oh, we were in the
um,
dark ages. No,
You
well,
calling
you
I
us
can
know,
no,
conceive of
every
you
day
that.
calling
was
us
you,
fine.
stupid,
you
Ashley?
well,
You
you,
calling us stupid, Ashley? Huh?
No,
Hmm?
I'm saying that your
Huh?
perspective is
Hmm?
limited.
Huh?
you know
Your
why we do
perspective
you
is
know
limited.
what do you know part of the reason though why we had a major shift to plastic is because
Cheaper.
North American countries
Cheaper,
have no well it's
cheaper.
not just that it's not actually that much cheaper, but the problem
Population,
is
slave
that
labor.
we have deposit policies on glassware in North America, which means that every
Yeah.
single glass bottle that is sold, whether it's a Coke, Pepsi, whatever the fuck you want to call it, has a deposit charged on it, and the manufacturer of that product is responsible for the recycling of it.
They're
Whereas they don't have
taxing
that with
glass?
plastic. They
Yeah.
don't
But
have
You
that
that's
know
with
what's
plastic.
funny?
but
You know
when
what's
okay,
funny?
when I was
It's
little,
also based on slave labor too. We have a
when I was
CRT
little,
tax on anything plastic and uh, metallic actually
I know it's
in
gonna be
California.
slow though. It's not gonna be the democratic dream of instantly switching, which I am straw manning by the way, Click, before you hop in. I know that's not what they actually think.
okay, when I was
Anyways,
little,
I'll be right
listen,
back, guys. I'll be
when
right back.
when I was little, when I was little, before I was old enough to work, one of the ways that I brought in money was by turning in glass for recycling. Now, clear glass was you got the less money for. Brown and green glass you got more money for. And just about all glass was recycled. It was
Mm,
taken back in and it was profitable for youth, like a paper route, to collect glass and turn it back in for money. It's like aluminum cans. You can collect aluminum cans and trade them in for money.
yeah.
Now, everything got
That doesn't
recycled.
not
Everything got
everything. So I disagree with that everything got recycled. I don't think that
no,
that is
it
even
did
Can be,
because
remotely
can be,
close to being
it
true.
did. Hang on, let me
can be.
finish it.
No,
It
Everything
did.
can be, no?
It
What's
did.
something that cannot
Hang
be
on.
recycled?
Hang on. It did get recycled because what glass did not go back into manufacturing went into asphalt. People don't know that asphalt is a large portion of glass.
yeah, yes,
It
asphalt is the most recycled product in the world still today. But the point is that no, people weren't returning them. They were found in the garbage. They ended up in landfills. They weren't being returned at a high enough rate to actually curtail any environmental impact. It would it,
okay.
they
So what do you have
had
numbers
to
on? Do
manufacture a crap ton of bottles
do you
still.
have the numbers
Yeah,
on? Do you have the numbers on the amount of glass
yes,
that came back compared to the amount of plastic that comes back now?
Do you have
Yeah,
those numbers?
there's look at the population difference. Look at the population difference between when you were a kid and now, and just
Adjust,
extrapolate that and
ad-
start running numbers on
No, no,
that
no.
and
You have
see just
to.
adjusting for
You gotta show
population.
okay.
evidence.
Let's go see. All right, let's go
Adjusting for
see.
population.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you have to adjust for population. There's a lot more population, which means you have a lot more impact on your
Per
manufacturing.
capita.
The per capita is a stupid stat. Never use
Do
per capita
you
stat.
get
What do you
more glass?
mean? How is
More
that
glass
stupid?
came back. More glass
Yeah.
came back per capita because it was profitable. It doesn't. You don't get paid to bring your plastic in. You get paid to bring glass in.
We're also killing the fishes. We're dumping it in the ocean. That's not good. I don't want to have microplastics in my fish. Come on, guys.
A person will trade in a good that's profitable, like drug addicts stealing copper. If you
No,
get paid to
not
bring it
anymore.
in, you will bring in more.
Not anymore.
Well, is that a result of it becoming less profitable, or people just not wanting
Yes.
to do it, or something similar to that?
Well, yes, because what
No,
happens, what
no, it's a
happens,
result
yeah.
of
So
plastic becoming more prevalent because it was a cheaper packaging product. When I was young in the hospitals, they had these things called enclaves. Have you guys ever heard of them?
I have not.
In the,
Is that the thing from Fallout, the Enclave?
no, this is a giant. It looks like a giant washing machine, and you put all surgical things that need to be sterile into this machine and run them, and it completely sanitizes them. So when plastics
It's
came
not an
out,
enclave; it's an autoclave.
oh, I'm sorry, autoclave. I'm sorry,
Enclave is the
RW.
thing from Fallout.
I'm sorry.
I was right.
But
More.
but it was a thing that sanitized what was necessary to be sterile, and it did so perfectly with no issues. You didn't have any HIV carryover or anything like that. When plastics and prepackaged sterile equipment came along, it was cheaper and less time. Well, overall, it wasn't cheaper, but it was less time consuming because you didn't have to. Would you say autoclave? You didn't have to autoclave everything.
An autoclave is a pressurized
Yeah.
unit that uses steam to sterilize its environment.
Yeah,
So
it's like a pressure cooker.
tremendous amounts of heat. Yeah. There's still plastics that are used in biotechnologies that are autoclaved and repurposed, but actually most things are consumables now. They don't autoclave much unless they're cooking the trash to throw it away.
Right. It's but that practice was gotten rid of because it was more time consuming, not because
So
it was less effective.
Ashley, I posted in the TC here the recycling rates from the 1960s all the way to the 2018s, and you're going to see something very startling in that. It's that we
Okay.
didn't
hang on.
recycle very well in the 1960s.
Well, I
Somebody threw it in the
I
gullies.
was in the 70s and 80s, and
Yeah,
in my
on glass.
community, it was a big deal to get extra money, especially for youth.
I listen. I understand that, and there is value in that. But however, that doesn't that you cannot scale that into a societal sense. What you did in your small town, just you cannot scale that properly when you're going into
Yeah.
cities and you're dealing with a lot more complexities of society.
Why
It's
not?
just not. It's not sustainable.
Well,
Of course it is. I mean,
instead
that's
of
the whole point of
selling
doing it, is because it is
in,
sustainable now.
But it isn't.
instead of selling fictitious carbon credits to corporations that don't actually help the environment, why not encourage actual actual things that will help the environment, actual real things, instead of selling fake carbon credits or overtaxing people
Well, I
for
feel like
polluting too much?
But at the end of the
I feel like
day,
the stat has another reason.
at the end of the day, right, the carbon credits aren't helping, and corporations, as we know, will not give a crap about the environment. So you have
That's true.
this scenario in which profit or greed essentially will destroy the environment. You know it will because greed doesn't give a fuck about it, and you have a government that can't implement proper I don't want to say subsidies or proper initiatives for these greedy companies to be
No,
environmentally friendly.
you have a government that's susceptible to payouts, that's
Well, of
susceptible to
course, but the
lobbying.
point is I know, but irrespective of that, that is because of greed from your corporate sector. That is because of the greed of capitalism that you have this currently, this scenario
That's the
currently.
greed
So
of politicians, and to think it's greed of politicians, and to think that politicians are impervious to being bought is like a 5-year-old mentality.
Okay, and how do you remove that from politics? How
It's
do you
the
remove that?
stupidity of the
You make it
people. I
illegal.
don't think
You
it's
No,
a
make
it's
it
result
not.
of
illegal.
It's the greed
capitalism.
of
It's the stupidity of
corporations,
the
guys.
people.
You're talking about corporations who have billions in capital,
Yeah, and
billions in cash
people
that
still
they can
support
just
Like,
them.
like
People
the
know what
minimum
Amazon
economic
You
does.
forum.
just make it
The
illegal.
same
You make
blue-haired
it illegal.
feminists will say that Nutella is doing atrocious things will go out and get like 5 things from Amazon the next day.
Yes.
People know what these
You're
companies are doing, they just don't care.
missing the point, okay? Is that your political systems are obviously bought out, right? There is no easy way to take the money out of your political system because your corporate system is incredibly rich. Incredibly rich. So you have this
And
scenario in which you need to find a way to remove the influence of the corporate sector into your government, and you will not be able to do that because then that means essentially that you need more government.
So my
By
You need
question
more
is,
protest,
legislation. You
baby,
need
but
more
the
rules.
left does not like to do that. They do not like protesting against government. They love big government. They love big corporations, even though they say they don't.
So does the right, my friend, and so does the
my
right.
question
The right
is,
Don't
does with
you
government,
can I
not
ever
big
speak
give
on
yourself
this
on
real
that.
quick?
Yeah, go for it.
So it's not even. This isn't even a left or right issue. This is basically a. You're right, corporation issue. It's a basically it's a top-down tyranny. There's a lot of like World Economic Forum, United Nations are two of the major big ones. They buy out the politicians. Um, the politician, and they buy out the politicians through non-governmental organizations, in the name of philanthropy. Then um, they then have the control sectorally over specific, sectors inside of the United States, and that's how we're seeing such absolute tyranny go through our country right now. And I mean, it's happening globally too. You have document in particular. Let's see if I can find it. Continue with your conversation, but I just wanted to interject that.
can I
Well,
ask
I've
a
got-
question?
I don't think it's a left or a right issue. I think it's a political issue overall because you're right, the right does do it. I don't think they do it necessarily as much as the left. But
They're
yeah, I mean,
worse.
absolutely,
They're
both do
worse.
it. No, absolutely not the
They're
worst. No, they're
actually
not.
worse.
No, they're not. That's
Absolutely.
such a lie.
Right.
That
The
is the
right is all
biggest lie
about
I've ever heard in my life.
deregulation. Think about it for a second. The
What
right is all
government
about
regulation are
deregulation.
they implementing?
They're removing regulations, which is exactly what corporations want. That's exactly what they want. They're deregulating.
That's
That's
called,
exactly what
yeah, small
corporations want.
government, and you can be
Right.
against,
Deindustrialization.
you can be
Exactly.
against a big government and against big corporations at the same time.
You
You
have to
can't because
find.
you need a big
You have to
government to
find.
you need a big
Absolutely
government
can.
to you need a big government to fight big corporations. That's the
No,
problem.
because all you have to do is not buy from the fucking big corporations. It's not that
The
hard. It's just our people
corporation
are so
owns all the
fucking
company
brainwashed.
you're
They don't
buying
care.
from, though. Yeah, but the problem
Exactly.
is
People are brainwashed. They're brainwashed.
no,
Exactly.
no,
The
no,
people
no,
are
no, no,
brainwashed.
wait. You have 4 places
Brainwashed.
you can
It's
buy something
ridiculous.
from, right? Let's say you have 8 places to buy something from,
Buy
but
from
they're
small
owned by 2
businesses.
people.
Buy from small
But your
businesses.
small businesses are also susceptible to this because they need the economy to get their stuff. So they're still
Okay,
susceptible to
I
the big
think buying
corporation
from
that
a
owns the
mom and pop
manufacturers.
shop will be much less tyrannical than buying from Amazon.
The mom and
Correct
pop
me if I'm
shop
wrong.
still needs to buy their products to sell. They still need to buy the materials to build whatever it is they're going to sell. Those materials are
True,
going to come
and
from a
we've gone too
manufacturer.
far.
The
It's going to be
manufacturer
incredibly hard to
belongs
get
to a
back to where we
venture
got
fund.
2 years
The
ago.
venture fund belongs to a capitalist group. So this is what you're seeing right now in the United States. What you're saying right now is true. Bring it to the small business. Fine, that's fine. But corporations own the entire means of production.
Not
So
That is
even a
true.
necessarily.
small
Not all the big
Also,
corporations. Not necessarily.
wait,
You're
Absolutely they do.
talking from an urban point of view. Where I
No.
live, corporations do not control all the manufacturing and production. You're talking from an urban point of view.
If they
No.
would control the imports,
You're
then
I'm not who
you see what I'm saying?
who invested into your companies? Who
Okay,
invested
the
into your
meat,
companies? Who provided the
the
capital? Who's giving them the
meat.
funding? Who's giving
Hang
them their
on.
Again, it's
finances?
going to
Let me
be very
answer.
hard to
Let me
eliminate the root of a problem. I've already said this earlier. It's going to take years and
let
years to
me
get back
answer.
to where we were. And oh, sorry.
Let me answer. I buy my milk and dairy products from a Mennonite family who's about 20 minutes away. They produce that on their farm. I get my meat products from a local butcher who started his business out processing deers for people in deer season, but now does cows and chickens. I get my vegetables from local farmers and growers markets. The only things that I have to buy that are corporate produced are frivolous things like television sets.
What
Okay,
do
so do you
for,
think? Go for it.
yeah, like okay, you got these people that you get your products from, but what about the rest of the, what is it, 300 million
That's-
people that are in
That's what I'm
America?
saying. This is an urbanized point of view. The production, when you're local, it can't be done when you're living in a concrete jungle.
Yeah, so
I mean,
but
it
your
can,
solution
but
is
it
intangible for the entirety of the United States. It just can't happen for all of us.
no, I'm saying that these corporations are given sweetheart deals and tax exemptions by the government,
Yeah,
and their products are used in public schools and government buildings
yeah.
when they
Well,
could source locally and more responsibly.
No, they
well,
can't
I hate to
because
tell
locally
you that
can't produce
even I
that
hate to
much.
tell you. Well, I hate wait, but I hate to tell you that the homestead that you get your eggs from is also heavily subsidized. They get massive tax breaks for doing that. They take full advantage of subsidies, and don't you kid yourself about that.
That's
They
you're
definitely do.
thinking that we're saying we have to take down everything at once. It's gonna take years,
No, but
dude.
what
It's gonna take
no, but
years upon years to
what you're
reform our
proposing
entire system.
what you're proposing, right, would not sustain a society that is currently at 300 plus million people. It is not going to happen. It is
Not if we have
impossible.
the
Here's
society we
my
do now. Yeah, absolutely.
politically, here is my personal point of view. When I look at the two big sides, when you look at capitalism versus the government, the state, capitalism is a negative for the environment. Government is a negative for the individual.
I
And I'm
disagree
sorry,
with that.
but history has borne this. History has
Overreach
borne
of
this out.
government is no government whatsoever would just lead to
Yeah.
anarchy.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Small
Yeah,
agree
and
with
I
you.
would
yeah.
I'm not an anarchist. I'm not an
and I would
anarchist. I agree with you.
I
Small
would
government.
vehemently disagree with the fact that capitalism is bad for the environment. And capitalism can be good for the environment. The structures that are in place do not promote being friendly for the environment. That is more the core of the issue. And capitalism, need I remind you, okay, is the reason why you can buy your eggs right now for a price that's affordable. So no,
Well,
capitalism
Oh,
is
don't
get
buy
definitely
out of
good
eggs.
for the
here, dude.
environment.
You know how much
Buy
eggs
eggs.
have gone up in price? People in our neighborhood
I
have
do
had to
not
buy
buy
chickens
eggs.
to
I
get
have
eggs.
chickens. I don't buy eggs. I
You're,
Dude,
have
eggs
chickens.
have gone up
you
so
get my
much in
point.
price. It's like the new
Capitalism allows you to
gas.
get your feed for a reasonable price. Whether or not you
True, of
think it's
course,
reasonable
but
now is irrelevant. But capitalism allows you to buy your feed for your
dude,
chicken or whatever it is
capitalism
that
is awesome. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying our
yeah,
economy kind of sucks ass right now. And if eggs are getting fucking expensive, I can't wait to see what's up next.
But
well,
no,
Economy is
this is
being
my overall
expanded.
view. The nuances are noted and credible, but this
Right.
is my overall view. And so what I see is if government takes control, I have no choice where to put my dollar. And they can still be bought. They can still be bought,
So this
even if the
conversation,
state
everything can
takes
be bought.
control.
so this conversation started out with a conversation about climate change. So let's say, for example, we're in a
Ooh.
hypothetical world where the politicians aren't bought out by the corporations. What now? What are the politicians going to do differently than they are doing right now to help curtail climate change?
If
Say
they were
that
bought
again.
out by
If they
corporations,
They are
weren't,
not.
if they were not,
oh, we're not.
yes.
Can
I
I
don't
say
know.
something quick or
No,
ask
totally.
a question? Who in here believes climate change is a real thing?
Of course,
Let's go
I
down the
do.
line. Click.
100%.
Of
RW,
course,
what do you
climate
think?
change is real. What's
Well,
causing
let's
it is
go
the
down the
Yeah.
line. Let's go down the line.
I believe that it is real, but it's not. I mean, mankind is not really the main player in it. When it comes to pollution, definitely, I think mankind is doing a
Yes.
shitty job of the planet.
Ashley?
RW and I are in almost exact agreement. What is it called? Anthropomorphic? What's the word? Climate change? It's man-made?
And them words is too damn big for me, and you know it.
Okay, but I don't believe man affects the climate, but I do believe man poisons the earth, the surface of the earth.
That's
I
whatever the
w-
effect of the climate.
I'd be in agreement with you guys, but I think climate change, it doesn't have big an impact as a lot of the people who are like behemothly against it say it does. Like they're gonna say in 5 years the earth will end. 5 years later they say in 10 years the earth will end. 10 years later the cycle repeats.
I've lived
I
through.
think
I've
there
lived
is
through
a
4
small
decades of
role
these
of
things.
humans on
Yeah,
climate
except for that.
change. I think it's small, but it definitely happens. And with RW, yeah, 100% pollution is 100% man-made.
All right.
Like the way that I live, I don't use
Well, we're gonna go
disposable
down the line
plastic.
here. Actually,
Yeah, let's go
we
down
just
the
said
line.
let's go down the line. So, climate change, first of all, obviously cyclical and something the Earth is gonna do.
Yes.
Humans are 100%, without a doubt, severely impacting this cycle that we're currently seeing. We are contributing to the warming of the planet. We are definitely
No.
definitely contributing to the climate change that we are currently seeing here today.
No.
The question is the planet going to survive? Yes, the planet's going to be fine. Are billions of humans
don't agree
potentially
with
going to die? Yes, billions of humans are potentially going to die at the
No, I
current
don't think
rate
so at
in which
all.
we are
Really?
polluting the planet.
I don't
When is
Billions
it
of
going to
people are going to die.
Let me finish.
I mean, let him talk,
I'm
man.
not
Oh,
going to
yeah,
give
sorry.
a timeline on it. I'm not going to say when it's going to happen, but yes, it is scientifically 100% accurate. Humans are affecting the climate in a negative way that could potentially lead to massive loss of life in, let's say, the next 100 years. Yes.
No, I don't agree with you.
All right, Riddle,
Well, my
what do you
question,
think?
my question is like, okay, at what, to what degree do humans affect climate change?
I don't agree with you at all.
Considerable
If you
degree.
Hold on.
I would
you-
say it's
hold on,
not the majority, but it
Ashley.
definitely makes up 10, 20%.
My question is, to what degree do humans affect climate change?
0.
I wouldn't say 0, but they're not. Okay, let me respond to you, Ashley. Yeah, how about this?
Okay.
And I'll be. It's all good. Relax. I think that
I'm just being
humans do affect climate change, sure, but not nearly to the degree that we're told.
Oh,
It's
let's
all
go, Riddle.
politicized.
You and me are bros.
Well, if you're
It's
if
just
you are educated on solar cycles, you'll understand why the warming happened recently and why it is now cooling.
I've been
sun
in
is
science
declining.
class for the past few years.
My-
I know
um,
about solar cycles and I know about climate change. They both
thing-
definitely
okay.
happen, and I think both are
So what
contributing
I'm
to
Yeah,
the
saying,
so-
other.
so what I'm saying is real climate change. Okay, so I think the current push is, at least from what I heard, was okay. We don't want the temperature to become 1.5 degrees Celsius higher than it originally is, right?
Which is
Otherwise,
a
what?
document that I have right here. Hold on. That's crazy. Why did you say 1.5?
1.5, because that's the current narrative that's being pushed.
Yes, the future of
I
urban
also want to hear. I
consumption
also
in
want
the
to hear Clark's
1.5
position though.
degree
We said we would
Celsius
go down.
world.
I don't think Clark. I just want to point out though. We said we would go
Yeah.
down the line. I don't think we heard Clark yet
He
though.
was the
So before
first
we
one
go
up.
too deep into it. Oh, was he? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Who?
Go ahead, Clark.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree with what the guy with the I name says. I think that if you look at like just the bare basics of us, we know that we're putting carbon in the air. We know that carbon allows light through. We know that light, when it hits the ground, it turns to heat, and we know that carbon traps heat. Like that bare basics of how these systems work with each other should tell you that we're causing the Earth to warm. And people will say things like, oh, solar cycles, oh, there's this, oh, there's that. Do you think that the scientists that study the climate don't know about these things and aren't incorporated?
100%.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
a lot
They
of
are
them don't,
bots.
because
They
they
are
said in
bots.
2023 the Earth
They
will
are
end.
bots.
Earth is not over yet.
No, they
They
did.
are
No,
bots.
see,
Yes,
okay,
they
so
did in
okay, wait.
1960. Yes, they did.
Okay,
Yes,
so
they
I just
did.
They
okay,
give
whoa,
You
I
know
just
that
want to
back-
point out
you know
though.
that
I just
back
want
in
to
the-
point out
you know that-
something though. Hey, wait, I just
They
want to
get
point
me.
out the difference between a media or a journalistic
Thank you.
narrative
Yep.
versus actual scientific
Yep.
like work that's being done on it. There is a drastic difference between the two, and what's being said to the public is not necessarily what's being found in the research. So I just want to point that out. There is a major
Amen.
difference between the two.
Agreed.
Amen.
True.
Can I say my end on this? Why I asked that question?
Yes, please.
And you guys are probably all going to hate me, but that's okay. I do not believe in climate change at all, and I'm going to tell you why. Check the chat. There's a document. I mean, there's something called geoengineering. Our government's
Yes.
been doing it since 50s, 60s.
You're correct. You're
They
correct.
can create famine. They can move weather. They can. I don't know about the heat. You know, I just so much incentive to create crises around the world, which they can do. They have the power to do.
They can make
Um,
earthquakes.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Welcome to the
100%
party,
But,
nerd.
they
but
can.
again, I implore people though, okay, to stick to objective science, and that is something that you can actually physically see the test and
Well,
how their methodology
Okay,
behind it
so
and why they come up to that
you
I
think
reasoning.
it's
think
And
it's a
there
mixture
is
of both.
reason to
I'm
this
gonna
is
go with
believe
mine.
objective.
there
This is
is
objective.
there is reason to believe that humans with the current carbon emission output that they are putting out
Carbon is not a
are
threat.
con-
We are
yes,
carbon-based
it
life
is.
forms.
Carbon
Carbon is not a
emissions
threat.
are a
And
threat.
compared
Yes,
to the
because they
other
capture
gases,
heat.
compared to
Listen,
the other
They're
gases,
not
they
as
are
big a
nothing.
threat as the media is making it out
listen.
to
No,
be, but they are
compared to
a
methane
factor
Okay,
to climate
and
change.
ethane, they are nothing
wait.
compared to the other gases. Carbon is nothing compared to
Carbon
everything else.
is an amazing substance in this earth.
Okay.
Carbon is
It's
what
an
burns
So
element.
we're
nothing.
talking
It
about
makes
specifically. Okay, whoa. Okay, whoa.
more
We're
light.
talking
is some
specifically. We're talking specifically about carbon dioxide. Okay, and carbon dioxide has a very, very, very specific chemical structure and how it interacts with light and heat. That's what we care
If you
about.
are
We
an
don't care about the
environmentalist,
carbon molecule.
if
Wait,
you
wait.
are
We don't care
if
about the
you're an
carbon molecule.
environmentalist, you should want more carbon
We don't.
dioxide. Are you an
We don't. No,
environmentalist?
we don't. No, we
Because
don't.
that's
Too
what
much carbon
trees eat.
dioxide is
That's what
bad because
trees
it
eat.
traps.
That's
Listen,
what plants
listen.
eat. Plants use
Yes,
carbon
but
dioxide. That's what they flourish
you ever
in.
heard the saying, too much of a good thing is a bad thing?
It's not a
It's
bad
like
thing.
water if you give a plant too much
Right.
water.
So the ecosystems are very, very finely
Especially
finely
blowjobs.
tuned and finely balanced things. Okay. It
Do
doesn't
me
take a
a favor.
lot. It
So
doesn't.
Do me a favor, because I can't do it for you, because I'm on a phone and my phone's really old. Do me a favor. I want you to Google current CO2 level for Earth. Earth's current CO2 level.
Well, I
And
think
compare it
that's
to
what I've
what?
heard. It's only changed 0.04%. That could still be a
Hang on.
lot.
Hang on.
That could be a
Just
lot.
let's establish a base number of what the current CO2 level is.
Compared to what?
That's coming. Let's establish a
Well, yeah, but what am
baseline.
I comparing it to? What purpose is me giving you a carbon number if I don't have something to compare it to?
We're not comparing it.
We're not comparing
You're going to
anything.
use
What do
it
you
Well,
in
you have
something else.
to, because then what's the point? You're
No,
just
you
getting a
don't.
number.
What?
You have to compare it. Yes, you have to quantify your number. You have to. This
You
is
see what
quantity.
it
So
is
you have to
right
quant.
now. You see
Okay,
what it was in the past. What
someone
people are
Google
saying
it.
it will be in the
Okay,
future. What
so
it's
great. So we're
changed from
going.
the
Okay,
past.
okay, great. So
That's not
History-
comparing. That's
history can switch
analyzing.
memories.
Comparing is taking two things next to each other and seeing the differences and similarities.
Fork, everybody, just one sec. How about one at a time, real quick? Is that okay? Just one at a time.
Okay,
All right.
parts per million is essential because we don't want to compare apples to oranges. So you need it to say parts per million. We need the measure in parts per million.
Real quick,
ppm.
please. You can compare apples and oranges. That is a fact. I hate
Okay.
that analogy so
Okay.
much.
Okay, but you know what I mean.
I do. I'm just saying.
But
You
okay, so
can.
with,
You mean that
You
you're
can.
allowed to? Like you just
oh
have
my
the physical
God.
Dude, that's the
capability, not that
whole.
it's right?
Okay, I
You guys
don't.
need to
Riddle, I will
pause.
talk with you about my opinions on how people use comparison arguments and how badly they use them and how stupid I think the phrase apple and oranges are, but I think they should focus on this. If you want to go on a one-on-one, I'll happily talk
I'll
with
go
you
on a
about it, dude.
one-on-one. Let's go, Fork.
All right, let's go.
Okay, where are we going? Gaming?
We're going general.
You
General?
guys are
All right.
definitely
Wait, what?
digital
Riddle, you
age.
Hey,
Right.
man.
What's your opinion on this, Fork?
You can compare apples and oranges, man. Apples and oranges, they're both fruits.
Uh-huh.
You know, that's the point of a comparison.
Mm-hmm.
It's taking two things that are somewhat similar yet different, comparing two exact same things. Like comparing Elon Musk versus Elon Musk because there are no differences between them. It's just ridiculous. It won't work. It's
You've been
not the
watching
point of a
Destiny.
comparison.
I can tell you've been watching Destiny.
No, I've had this much before I've been watching Destiny.
Okay. I feel like I've made analogies before, and you've been like, oh, well, they're not the same.
What do you mean?
I can't think of any examples off the top of my head. It's been a long time since you.
There's some analogies that are just so far from each other, or if you're trying to make a point and it just doesn't work. Like
of
if you
course.
say apples and oranges are both fruits, therefore blah blah blah, and that makes no sense, then I would say that comparison, makes no sense.
Okay. One day I'm going to be in a debate with you, and I'm going to use an analogy, and it's going to be the most perfect analogy, and I want you to
I will be
engage
excited
with the
for it.
analogy. Huh?
Dude, I use analogies all the time. I don't know if you noticed, I use them like 24/7.
Well, that's the thing is that people who refuse to engage with my analogies will also try and use analogies. It drives me crazy. Were you in that debate? Oh gosh,
Yes, no, it was.
Was it like two
either- I think it
debates
was Nick
ago?
Brandon. I don't know. What was the analogy? Probably.
I don't
'cause
remember what the
something
analogy
about
was,
that.
but nobody was engaging with it. Everybody was trying to pick out irrelevant things and why they were different, but completely ignoring the things that I was trying to compare.
I think I was.
What-
think I was.
Was it analogy? No, it was a hypothetical. It wasn't an analogy. It was a hypothetical.
I remember that. You know what? I'm telling Riddle to come in here because he was talking about that.
Hypotheticals?
Your hypothetical specifically.
Oh, well, maybe he remembers what it was.
Yeah, I know. Shoot, I remember now. You remember when Cluck made a hypothetical and he was saying like, "Oh, no one's engaging in it."
What am
Remember
I-
that?
What am I ask? What am I here for?
Cluck made a hypothetical one time and he was saying that no one was engaging with it.
It was during the gun debate, wasn't it?
It was a gun debate. It was.
Yeah, it was the gun debate. Yeah.
I forget what the analogy was though.
It's coming back
It
to
was
me.
something. It was something about the bullets with the revolver, like the amount of bullets.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, didn't I say something like hypothetically if it wasn't a problem, like hypothetically if we knew that if this policy were to be put in place and it did not interfere with people defending themselves, but it also made mass shootings less common, would you be supportive of that?
Well,
something like that.
I think the reason why people thought the hypothetical was a bit silly is because it wouldn't really add to anything because of course everyone would agree with it. And I don't think
Well,
I
no,
think
people were
everyone
disagreeing
saw-
with it.
No,
Because
people were saying that it wouldn't happen, I think. They were
Well,
just
that
I was-
doesn't
I
matter
was
for a
just- I was-
hypothetical.
disagreeing
right?
with I was disagreeing with the hypothetical because the hypothetical was trying to set up it for you. You know, like
Like it just
what
wouldn't
you were
happen
trying
in
to
the
say.
real world, which is what a hypothetical does. But I just don't think it would have added
yeah,
anything.
it's like if you have if you try to have a hypothetical where
remember
you're
that.
restricted to a 6-bullet revolver, that's ridiculous, dude. Because like you need like it's the whole gun debate, which is a completely different thing than what we're talking about now.
Yeah, well, the guy posted stuff about chemtrails. I'm like, like
Who? Oh,
Yeah, I
Oh,
agree.
yeah,
It's
and
too
you-
too conspiracy theory for me.
Dude,
yeah,
a lot of conspiracies. I don't know, man. Kind of getting into it. Not the chemtrail and like the climate change
I-
stuff. I still think humans play a
okay,
part in
so
it, just not
what
as
about
much as
but
you
what
guys
about
do.
what about like indulging a little bit of conspiracy theories? Why not debunk them?
Oh, I'll
Debunk
debunk
them.
chemtrail conspiracy theory in a second, but that's not going to get you anywhere with somebody like that who has an
Yeah.
Infowars banner on his background.
The thing is
well,
Wait,
that-
what?
fair
Do
enough.
you believe anything that's considered a conspiracy theory? Do you believe any conspiracy whatsoever?
I mean, I think it would depend on what the conspiracy is.
Okay, here's one. Do you agree with this? There's a higher power controlling all political parties in the U.S. and they're trying to separate us.
I wouldn't say a conspiracy exactly like that, but something similar along those lines. Yeah.
Well, a conspiracy
that
is
would-
a
that's
secret
literally
plan
the
of someone to
definition of
do something.
conspiracy.
Yeah, that's what a conspiracy is.
Yeah, I know, but like I just wouldn't lay the conspiracy out exactly how you said it. But yes, I agree to it in a vague way.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think it happens. I don't know, man. A lot of
I- do I- do
conspiracy
I-
stuff is just
Do I think that there are people who hoard, basic cash essentially, and that are able to control government and with it policies and culture and create divides within society to keep people, a little bit more agitated? Yeah. Do I think that happens? Yeah, I think that
100%.
happens. Of course, I do think that happens.
Yeah. Okay.
conspiracy
What about
theories
9/11?
are.
Was 9/11 an inside job?
No, 9/11 was not an inside job.
I've heard a bit of it. All the evidence I've heard is kind of silly, but a lot of people do think that that is true.
Conspiracy
I just
theories are
haven't-
hard to debunk because you never know how deep in the rabbit hole the person who's presenting the conspiracy is, and you have to know every single little point that they're going to make in order to actually debunk
That's the
them
point of a debate.
properly. Well, yeah,
That's
but
the thing with conspiracies is you have to be in the know of conspiracies to actually debate them. If you're actually just talking with the conspiracy theorists and you know nothing about the conspiracy, you're gonna get destroyed and you're gonna look like
Exactly.
an idiot.
Yeah, and I mean
uh,
there are some conspiracies that are easy to debunk. Like 9/11 is a very easy conspiracy to debunk, to be honest. Like it's
Yeah,
very easy. But
I've
there are
only seen
others.
very silly arguments for it.
What I want to do is I want to start challenging people, kind of like him, to what I'm going to call a research off, where we share a Google Doc and we just we post our research, and we post our links to our sources. We annotate them so so the other person knows what they're getting from the source, and then we can see which one comes up with the highest quality sources to support their claim.
I don't know if you saw this, but that's gonna
mean-
take days, dude. People have given me sources and I've looked over it for a week. For the first few days I was convinced, and then I finally get to another article, and once I find that, I get into a rabbit hole of more, and I don't know, man. It's just, you can find evidence of anything anywhere. If you want to find it, you're gonna find it. It's just
I feel like this is a good concept, but at the same time, it's gonna take that will be difficult to do. Like you said, Google Docs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how we're gonna link each other to our references.
You can share a
put the
Google
link in
Doc
Google
between
Docs.
two people.
On
Here, I
Google
could link you
Docs.
guys my Google Doc for the debate tonight.
And you can
on the
give editing
fucking-
powers to people.
Yeah. Pretty cool, bro. Welcome to the future, old man.
Which one?
And yeah, it does sound pretty cool in theory.
Me or Hugo?
It'd be very
I'm just
long. You'd have to be in it for the long run, because it's gonna be tough.
Something that a question I like to ask is, why do you believe that? What have you seen that makes you believe that? And I'll ask that to Bread. Everyone knows Bread, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
honestly, wait, hold on. Before I say anything, I don't like Bread. I think he's a fucking asshole.
Okay,
I'll just say that.
that's fine.
My personal opinion.
Yeah. I'll ask him that a
I think
lot,
he's a fucking instigator.
and he never has an answer.
Oh, I got an answer for that, dude.
He's an asshole.
I got
I'm
the
sorry, go
average
ahead.
atheist answer. It came from my life experiences, but they're slowly becoming more based in religious ideas. Slowly.
By the
Well,
way,
go ahead.
Clark, can you invite me to your server?
Sure.
You're not in it, dude.
Okay.
The fuck?
I'm not in it.
Dude,
I
it's
don't think
fun
I am.
talking with the guys in there. I haven't.
Nobody talks on
for
my
the past
server anymore.
month, but- What? What do you mean, dude?
I don't know. I've kind of went to other
You're not-
servers because all the conservatives stopped talking to me.
Oh, dude.
Oh, shit.
I
Let me-
kind of
let me-
stopped talking a while ago, and I started kind of going a little bit. Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, just invite me and I'll try to join. I mean, I can't be like
It's fun.
all responsive. Like you do say some like triggering things, and I know you're trying to have a conversation, not just a conversation, but a triggering conversation. But like, it's like, dude, I can't always fucking like be like, oh my god, I'm supposed to respond to this. I gotta say something.
Dude, that happens to me all the
it's like,
time.
ah,
That's
no,
why
I think the
cut
point
people
I made
off.
today was a very valid point. I had a bunch of conservatives in this Discord. You may not have been a part of it, Riddle, because this was the old Discord, that were like going in on Kamala Harris about her giving to a fund that was supposed to help BLM protesters and rioters who got their goal was protesters, but apparently some of the people ended up being rioters. Make bail, and that was like a big deal from the conservatives. But Mike Johnson posts the Jan 6 videos and purposefully blurs people's faces out because he doesn't want them to get in trouble is okay.
There's
That's a double standard.
Of misinfo and hidden truths in January 6th and the BLM riots. I think both are extremely stupid, and I think both are extremely violent.
All right.
I do think
Interesting.
that the government is focusing more on Jan 6 than they are BLM riots, though. 100%. I don't doubt that.
Yeah, I think that is an unfair like focus for sure. The only
Yeah,
reason
it's
why it's
focus, yeah.
the only reason why it's an unfair focus is because first off, Donald Trump and also the White House. It's very obviously like it's the capital of the United States. It's democracy, right?
Well, come on, dude. Everyone has seen like a BLM riot or firebomb a building once or twice in their life. I mean, January
Yeah,
6th is something
I mean-
completely new and cool.
Right, but in
Hold on.
fairness, though, in fairness, there is a difference between burning a fucking cop station in Minnesota and I don't want to call it an occupation, but kind of raiding Capitol Hill the way they did. Like there is a significant difference between the
There's a
two.
difference. I don't think one
Wait,
is
so hold
worse
on.
than the
So
other. I
you
think
so you
they're
think
both
they
equally
do you
bad,
think they
honestly.
rated it? Do you think they
I,
hold on.
I
See,
don't even.
here's the
No, I
thing.
don't,
Here's the
I
here's
don't even
the
know what to
initial
call it.
the
Like I
initial.
don't even know what to call it. Truthfully, Riddle, I don't want to get into it because I'm not. But I don't even know what to call it. I don't want to call it a raid. I don't want to call it an occupation. I don't want to call it a protest because it's really none of those things. I don't even know what the fuck it was.
They were
Yeah,
mad. It was a bunch of
it is.
angry old people. They were protesting, and then the Capitol Police let them in, do their thing, and then they left.
But do you think
They
there
were
was?
being violent to
Actually
Capitol
have
Police.
second. My mom was actually
What's up,
there
Ethan?
at the Capitol Hill.
Based.
You know
So
who? You know who else was there at
Wait.
Capitol Hill?
Donald Trump.
Me, and I saw it. I saw the violence. I saw
You're lying.
the people using flagpoles to try and
Wait,
stab
hold on,
police.
hold on.
Wait,
hold
are
on,
you
Cluck.
lying, Cluck?
You were there at Capitol Hill
On
You were
January
there
6th, there's a
during
video on my
January
YouTube
6th?
channel. Yes,
You're lying.
I am not lying. I even talked
Dude,
to
you should
David.
have gone up with them. Then I would
I
have called
talked
you
to David
base,
Pacman
and
about
you
it.
would have had the base status.
What I'm saying is that there was so many people there that even what liberal saw, my mom didn't see any of that violence.
So
And
here's
she
what I
was
was
part
saying.
of the peaceful protest that was moving
So-
through the area.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, the
I
vast
absolutely.
majority of it. Right?
Yeah, there was a whole lot of people. I would agree. Probably the majority of the people that were not engaging in violence. But that's probably true of a lot of violent protests and riots.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's what I said. I think
Say the
BLM
same
and
about
January
BLM.
6th, that's what I was
Yeah.
just about to say. I
BLM.
think they're equal in terms of how bad they were, in terms of how much influence they had on the people and how much history they made, and all of that crap. But I think any person who beat a cop with a flagpole on January 6th should go to jail. Any person who is throwing rocks at cops during a BLM riot should go to jail too. I think
Yeah,
that's reasonable.
Oh, also, liberal, I wanted to ask you this because my mom said that from what she saw, the Capitol Police were just kind of making a fool of themselves on her side that she was on.
They're
Mhm.
letting people in.
So
Not necessarily doing that, but just doing
They were.
what my mom attests to is that they were doing like crab walks to try to keep people out.
I didn't see any of that. I was on the scaffold. I didn't actually go in the Capitol.
Oh,
But what I
my
saw
mom did
was
say that she saw some people getting onto the scaffold, and Capitol Police saying that's not where they were allowed to be on.
Wait, Cluck, why
Yeah.
were you there, Cluck?
we probably weren't allowed to be on there. I honestly thought that it was meant for people, but it was apparently just scaffolding for speakers and stuff. But yeah, so what I actually in the video I have to where you see the riots down below, the people trying to push in, and even though not everyone in that crowd was being violent, you could hear them like supporting the violence. They were saying heave, ho, heave, trying to push in through the doorway, and then you saw the flags and the shields and stuff that they used against, and then one guy was like hanging off the top and kicking his way into the police, and then like up top where there were no protesters, there was a line of Capitol Police that looked bored as hell.
And yeah, it was pretty silly. I laughed. My dad didn't. It was on my birthday.
Your birthday's January 6th?
Yeah, I'm proud of it.
Dude, you're
Why were you there, Cluck?
Yeah,
I'm
well,
like
no.
actually interested.
I
Why'd
wanted
you go
to. I
there?
was going to try to live stream it, but all of the cell signal was down, so I just
So-
recorded it.
You heard of it beforehand and you went?
No, I wanted to live stream like I was going to go around talking to Trump protesters and like asking them questions, interviewing them.
Oh, okay, that's sick.
But like, I lost my car, so it took me a while to actually get down to the Capitol.
And by the time you got there, it was chaos.
By the time I got there, Ashley Babbitt had already been shot.
Jeez, damn, dude, they were far in already. Is that where you turned full
By the time
Democrat?
you got there, there was way into it.
Yeah, they were way into it. The Capitol Police had already stopped the people from going in, and they were trying to get in again.
Jeez, that's crazy.
But yeah, my description of that is for a lot of people there, it was a violent attempt to overthrow or delay the election.
I don't think it was to
Okay,
overthrow.
well, how
I think it
violent?
was just a bunch of pissed people, but it was violent.
That's
Yes.
so that's your personal perspective on. Do you think it was a violent overthrow of it?
I think it was a violent attempt. Like their goal was to try and get Trump back in office and not have Biden in office violently.
Interesting.
Andy Luke. I don't think
Well,
it was an overthrow. I think it was just
understand
stupid
the
people
first
doing
half of
stupid
that.
violent things.
I can understand
Go.
the first half of that, but again, you witnessed the violence that I have heard some people talking about and other people saying that wasn't a predominant thing.
Well, regardless of if it's predominant or
everyone-
not,
Yeah,
unless you want to like.
What I was-
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go
what I was
ahead.
finish off with though is that I'm sorry, I do speak slowly. Sometimes I put weird, awkward pauses for no reason.
That's fine.
But some things that I was hearing getting talked about are once the protesters actually made it inside the actual building, it wasn't that everybody was like immediately tackled to the ground or the Capitol Police were hunting them once they knew they got in, but rather that footage was released of them just kind of walking around, and the people who were actually inside the Capitol weren't threatening.
Yeah. So I work in. This might sound like it's off topic, but it's not. I work in a prison, and just not too long ago, there was a woman that came from one wing of the building that I work in to another to try and beat up another inmate. I followed that woman into the wing that that she was going to, and I didn't do anything about the fight because I couldn't do anything about the fight. When it comes to like the Capitol Police just walking around, it's probably because they were overwhelmed. They didn't really have any recourse to be able to stop them from getting in and walking around. They probably were just trying to be a presence there to keep them from doing any more damage than they are already doing.
Okay, that makes sense.
But here's something I will say. When I finally found my car and was making my way to the Capitol, there was tons and tons and tons of people that were walking their asses back to their buses. And when I asked somebody, I was like, is it over? And he was like, no, it's not. But they were getting the hell out of there because they knew what was best for them and they were not having any of it. So there were a lot of people who were peaceful, but the violence that was there makes that whole day a violent movement. Just like there was probably a whole lot of people in Kenosha during BLM that weren't being violent. I actually know that there were people that were trying to stop the violence. That weren't just like Kyle Rittenhouse. There was like people that's like live there saying, you don't live here. Why are you doing this? You don't have to deal with this. But the people that were violent makes that whole movement for that day or violent, considered to be violent.
I think I can agree with you on that. I can understand what you're saying. I feel like that's something that you have changed my mind to.
Oh, fantastic.
But I would also like to ask, what do you think of Kyle Rittenhouse? Like,
oh, that was self-defense. I wish I had the VOD of it, but when that first happened, I was still streaming in the back of my van, and somebody showed me the video, and I was like, look, I don't know anything about the situation, but from this video, that was self-defense. I did go on a little bit of a thought exercise where, like, I don't think that he should have been there with the only means to protect himself being a lethal means. We have trained professionals for that reason. But
he was a medic, though.
He was a medic.
You know, he was a trained medic out there, so.
Yeah, but if his goal was just to be a medic, then like, what do you need the AR for?
Just self-defense, and I mean, rightfully so. It was very aggravated. You know, the whole thing was very, very aggravated. I mean, I don't know. I mean, could he have gone without it potentially? But like, and honestly, the gun probably made him a target too by a lot of the protesters because you know, so, and I mean, you know, going into a lot of the protests and stuff too. I mean, if you go armed, you're instantly a target. You know, it doesn't matter left or right or whatnot. You're instantly a target because you have means to potentially harm someone else in an already aggravated state. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But was he wrong in doing that? I do not think so at
Probably
all.
not.
And
No.
you know,
He was being chased, and he tried to get away. So he did the whole what is it, requirement to flee thing. He fell. He heard a gunshot, and I think he did what any person with a gun would have done.
he felt like his life was threatened,
Yeah.
and that is means to defend yourself. What kind of stuff do you believe? Are you well, your name liberal? Are you left leaning primarily?
I consider
Wait, can I
myself.
make a guess first? Can I make a guess
Oh
first?
yeah, go ahead.
Left-leaning libertarian, so pro-freedom, but also left-wing on a lot of social issues.
Okay. Did you want to
Like, I'm
guess,
using
or
the
did you want me to just tell you?
That sounds about right.
I consider myself much more progressive, but not an internet progressive, if that makes sense. I'm not a Twitter progressive.
Gotcha. There's a lot of things. I mean, you know, regardless of left or right or center or whatnot, that just mean to keep us as a society kind of in this constant loop. And I see this, I mean, I'm on Twitter, you know, a lot, and I mean, I see, you know, there's just these vicious circles. You know, I mean, the war is a major one right now. You got your pro-Israel, your pro-Hamas guys, and you know they're arguing about stuff that's virtually meaningless. In the fact that we have the United States is being completely overrun right now. You know, from the inside, we're getting overran by migrants coming through the border right now, and where our financial system is going down. And those are two, I think, of the major issues that we need to face as in the United States. You know what I'm saying? And we keep giving money out to these wars to just mass. You know, it's something that we're basically just destroying ourselves in these tactics that are happening in the United States. And I think that some of the major issues are here domestically rather than foreign. You know what I'm saying? Do you guys agree with that?
So I think your argument can be probably boiled down to, if I'm oversimplifying it, to we have problems here. Why are we sending money overseas or helping migrants come in?
Correct.
My answer to that is that the United States is an incredibly wealthy country, and we have the resources to really do all three.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that, where we are a mega country. We are one of the world powers. We are the world power. If there was one world power, that would be America, because we have so much influence, I believe. I heard the statistic get thrown around. I'm not sure how accurate it is, but of the top 10 air forces, we have 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
For sure. I think that we're incredibly wealthy. We don't do a good job at distributing the wealth to where it needs to be. And stopping giving foreign aid and not allowing migrants into the country is not going to change that.
Is what? I'm sorry, you cut out.
Stopping migrants from coming into the country and stopping foreign aid is not going to change the fact that we don't do a very good job at distributing our resources well.
Yeah. I don't know how to go about this without sounding like a right-leaning fuck. Basically, there's all right. So our president, is basically. Do you agree he's not really coherent? Like he's not all there. Have you noticed that?
I would prefer to have a younger president. He's definitely shown like decline you would expect for an 87-year-old or however old he is.
Yeah. But I mean, basically, from the other countries' perspectives, like right now, America is a laughing stock of the world, and we're getting like from the perspective of Russia, from the perspective of China, these superpowers right now that are coming up, which they're about to basically get rid of the United States' petrodollar, which would make us basically obsolete at that point. They're just laughing at us, man. It's like geopolitically, we are getting so owned right now.
I think
It's
that
like it's sad.
I think that geopolitically, I think that one of the best things that America is doing when it comes to foreign affairs is the support that we've shown Ukraine so far. Has completely stopping Russia in its tracks has shown that America can, without even like sending boots on the ground, can stop a superpower like Russia from completing an invasion. That's freaking incredible in my mind.
Also, I think the majority of like money-wise, the majority of what we sent were just a couple of missile defense machines that Russia was saying would never work. And then we got it up there and then it started working. And then Russia was like, no, it's not, even though we have physical evidence of it working.
Yeah, I mean, we sent a lot of money worth of equipment, and we've sent cash down there too. There was actually something that kind of pissed me off, was that one of the Democratic House members said that we were only sending equipment, and I didn't check into it, and I repeated that talking point, but it turned out to be wrong.
Hold on. Repeat what you said. I'm sorry.
I said something that pissed me off was that one of the Democratic House members said that we were only sending equipment to Ukraine. We weren't sending cash. And I repeated that talking point in a debate, and I didn't check into it, and it turned out to be wrong. So that kind of pissed me off.
Yeah. How old are you? What's your first name? My name's Lucas, by the way. I don't.
Well, I'm streaming, so
Oh.
you can call me Liberal Cluck.
Okay.
I don't have an audience, so you don't have to worry about your name getting out.
No, I've got a podcast I do too. I'm not streaming though right now, but
Okay.
Hey, Liberal, you know what your views kind of remind me of? Like, there's another big left-leaning YouTuber.
Oh
you
gosh,
just
I'm
generally
scared.
Remind me of.
I'm scared.
Shoe on Head. Have you heard of
Oh
him?
gosh, no, don't say that.
Who's Shoe on Head? Is that the lady from North Korea?
No.
Who's
She's
Shoe
cute.
on
She's
Head?
cute, but she doesn't. The way she comes to her conclusions are not. I don't like that. Like
Who's
she's,
Shoe on? How do you spell her name?
Shoe on Head, no spaces.
Dude, get out of here. It is not
Wait.
Shoe on Head.
Do you like Shoe on Head?
Oh, that is.
You know what?
I agree. I
Head?
like
What
watching her
about
content.
Shoe on Head?
I don't know.
I think
just
she has
something about
some reasonable takes, but I don't
something
agree with her on
about
everything.
Liberal reminded me of Shoe on Head.
That's 'cause
When
I'm
I
a
said
cute
that, I was
girl.
like, oh no.
She's like a centrist who makes some pretty good points here and there. I've seen a few of her videos.
Yeah, she's okay, but like she is a centrist for sure.
Yeah.
And
I know. I'm just saying that, like, talking to Liberal today, just for some reason, the comparison popped in my head.
I think she's reasonable, but I don't necessarily agree with everything she says. But she is like kind of middle of the road.
I always saw her as like a Twitter lefty.
Twitter lefty? She's
Yeah.
like no, she's definitely like a centrist
She
moderate.
constantly gets attacked by the
she-
Twitter lefties.
Yeah.
well, I mean, she gets attacked by her own side. So who's to say, like, is she really on a fucking common sense basis, right?
Yeah, isn't she like a bread tuber?
We can't agree on everything.
Dude, I hate bread tubers so much. Oh my god, I hate bread tubers.
Isn't
Never
Shoe on
say
Head
that
a
word
bread
again.
tuber?
God, I hope
fuck is
not,
bread
dude.
tuber?
Holy shit.
What's a
Vosh,
red tuber?
Maybe
Hassan.
I've got it wrong
Vosh,
then.
Hassan Green is not Nick.
I
Ethan Klein, that other fat blonde guy. I hate them.
I know she was
What is a
like
bread tuber?
in cahoots with Vosh for a while. It's like a socialist YouTuber.
Oh Jesus.
Retarded YouTubers, you don't know what they're talking about, and they spew shit out their ass. It's
Like Thought
ridiculous.
Slime.
It's no,
Yeah,
it's
Thought Slime,
funny.
exactly. The
It's
guy who
funny
vapes while he
hearing
likes people.
it's funny hearing those words come out of liberal because you are literally the quintessential fucking bread tuber.
Nah, dude, bread tubers
You've
are far
always
left.
been.
Cluck is not like a socialist retard. He actually makes some
You
decent
don't think
points in
so?
there. No, absolutely not. I've known him way longer than.
Have you ever debated me, whatever your name is?
Yeah, wait. Have you
Elmo,
even,
dude?
How do you know Cluck?
Yes. Yes.
Dude, Cluck is like further on the left than maybe the normal lefty, or like he's definitely more
Look,
politically involved than a lefty, but he's not a bread tuber. I don't know what you're
bro,
talking about.
I think you're pretty open-minded.
No,
There's
I've known this dude. I've known this dude for a long time.
Well, what makes
there's
him like
still
a bread tubey? What makes him bread tubey?
But I'll put it to you this way. You can
No, put it to me. He's blunt. Don't like put sugar around it.
no,
Yeah,
I'll put it to you this way. I can remember
don't
when Cluck
sugarcoat that
was.
shit.
I can remember when Cluck was streaming from the back of a fucking vehicle in.
What?
Yeah, I used to stream in the back of a van.
No, no.
Yes.
What are you
That's true.
talking about?
Yes.
We actually appreciate.
Yes. You
no,
were
he's saying
streaming. No, here's the
we
thing.
appreciate
You were
Cluck.
streaming.
We actually
You were
appreciate you.
streaming in the back of a van while
Mhm.
you were trying to what's the word I'm looking for?
You know what a bread tuber is? It's not just someone that's like that yells, bro. What? It's like a far left socialist streamer who talks nonsense.
So I was streaming in the back of a van because I didn't want to spend money on renting an apartment.
Doesn't make him a bread tuber. What?
Yeah, so I moved into a van so that I can like live within my means while working a part-time job and going to school.
YouTuber is a bread tuber, not to be offensive. But...
Oh, what's up, Hugo?
Hey, Hugo.
I didn't say he was necessarily a bread tuber.
You did. I said he's not a bread tuber. You said you don't think he is. Ha 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 ha.
No, I think you literally said.
I mean, you
Oh, he's a bread tuber.
You said yourself he's a bread. I think
That's okay. He could think I'm a bread tuber.
There's multiple different conversations going on here at the same time.
There's
That's what
not. We're
fucking
saying
understand. This is why nothing never fucking gets done.
I think it's because you're saying bullshit and you're mad that people are calling you out,
No.
dude.
This,
people need to
Hold on.
this is why political fucking discords
Hey,
never
guys.
go anywhere.
Oh,
Well, because no one
All right,
agrees
hold
with
on.
you. Just because they don't agree with you doesn't mean it's not going anywhere. Are you stupid?
Ford.
We were
All
having
right,
a
guys,
good
hold
discussion.
on. How about this?
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy.
How about this?
You make a point and get your
Real quick,
you get called an
guys.
idiot. This goes nowhere because no one agrees with me.
Fork. Motherfucker, dude, shut the fuck up, Forg.
That's
Hold on,
annoying.
just give me a second. How about this? Hold on. Millionaire, it's your time to speak. Make it so.
Does that mean he forfeits his right to speak?
Who?
No.
Actually,
No, I
Millionaire.
want you to
let
speak.
me get through chewing because I'm actually eating.
Oh,
No,
that's right. What are you eating?
I was talking. I was talking about fucking. Okay, if you can shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, see?
That gets worse.
You asked me a fucking question, and then everybody else just goes in there and gets.
I
And
didn't
then you
ask
got
a
somebody else
question.
playing fucking guitar in background.
Yeah,
Like,
dude, it's peaceful.
this is why nothing ever gets
No
done.
one, wait, Millionaire. No one asked you a question. You said,
No,
I
Riddle
said
did
he's
ask a
not.
question.
Just He just asked me a
Oh,
fucking
Riddle.
question.
Oh, okay. I
I'm
thought you were
asking.
talking about in the
No, no. Let
beginning.
me say what
Yes.
let me say what happened. Riddle asked you a question. I waited patiently for you to respond. You were chewing, which I did not know, and I tried to make a joke of your silence, saying, "Oh, so does he give up his right to speak then?"
What's wrong with Chew?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
See,
Can we get back to stuff
that's
of content
exactly.
here?
Hey, if you could shut the fuck up, if everybody could shut the fuck up for just a second, and understand, this is why nothing gets done is because everybody's trying to get their fucking points in. Everybody's trying to get their little jabs. Nothing ever
It
gets
is,
done.
brother.
Well, then just
I
speak.
don't
Calm the
think.
fuck
Listen,
down.
if you want people to change their opinion, you shouldn't go to a debate server and you shouldn't laugh at people if you disagree with them. I mean, that's a pretty good idea. I'll tell you that much.
Bro,
And you
I've
shouldn't
been
interject when what
here.
you're saying is retarded.
No, I've been here longer than all of y'all.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. That doesn't mean anything. Okay, cool. Like, okay, good for you, dude. I don't care.
You,
Millionaire. That's
Like,
your
if
name,
you
right?
if you want to flex
yeah,
your
you're not
internet
you're
gold
not fucking
star,
getting it.
bro.
No, nobody gives a fuck.
Okay,
I'm not
so
trying to
debate.
flex.
What are we even talking
You're
about
so
here?
goddamn stupid.
I've been here longer than you,
goddamn.
dumbass.
Are we talking about anything of substance here or what?
No.
Well,
No,
Millionaire was
Millionaire
trying
made a
to explain why I'm a
retarded
bread
point.
tuber.
You just
Oh, Millionaire
wait,
made a.
No.
Listen,
This is
listen. Here's
all-
how it went. Here's
You're
how it
all
went. Here's how it
circle
went. Here's
jerking.
how it went.
You're
Listen.
all fucking circle jerking, dude.
Dude, I just had a debate with Cluck where I vehemently disagreed with it.
We were yelling at each other. Well, I was yelling at
Dude,
Ford.
what
Ford
the
was very
fuck are
respectful.
you on about? If you're gonna talk shit, at least know what you're fucking talking about, dude. Like, you're... Oh
do.
my god, man. You don't even know what a bread tuber is, and you just called Cluck out of it because what you think it means is like a leftist YouTuber or a guy in the back of a van who debates. That's not what a bread tuber is, bro.
No, I'll call him Cluck out for just being Cluck.
You
to be
said
honest
Cluck
with
was a
you.
bread tuber, dude. Get the fuck out of here. That's what the whole argument was started on. And
I
then
rem- Millionaire, I
I made you
remember
look
you.
like a dumbass, and then you got really mad. Nothing goes on over here, you say as you laugh after I make a good point.
Yeah, I remember
Nothing goes
Millionaire
on.
used to.
I didn't say nothing goes on over here. I said this is why nothing ever gets done is because of all this bullshit. You
You
can't
said
shut
nothing
the
ever
fuck
gets
up.
done here. I don't have the exact quote. I apologize.
Why are we
Oh,
not talking
here,
about
here we go.
anything
Here we go
important?
again. Here we go again. I
What do you
couldn't
mean?
even get out one sentence without
okay,
you
hold on.
fucking opening your
Can we-
goddamn fucking cocksucker. You know?
Well, it's because you're
Okay,
you're getting
can we,
mad at me for not directly quoting you. Are you fucking mentally retarded or something? Hello?
No, you're fucking. Man.
I think you are. You think that just because someone doesn't have a direct quote of someone else, they're wrong. I think you're the one who's a dumbass. I think you're the one who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and you jump in for no reason, and then you make fun of everyone when someone proves you wrong, and you look like a retard.
Interesting.
Ah, boy.
The,
All right.
the longer
so how
you
about
keep
this,
on, the
guys?
more you look.
All right.
Can we just
I probably
agree
look
to
like an
disagree and
asshole
let's
right
move
now.
on, yeah?
I don't disagree with that.
Well, honestly, yeah, kind of.
I could not care less.
Let people
Genuinely.
talk and get a point
Sure,
across. Go ahead, Riddle.
Which is the problem. Not caring less is kind of the problem. So
Absolutely.
let's care a little
I
bit
couldn't
more.
care if another dickhead thinks I'm a dickhead. I'm not saying you're a dickhead, Riddle. I just think it's ridiculous.
Okay,
Come on,
so
dude.
so there's another
all good.
point that got completely fucking disregarded because you can't shut your fucking cocksucker. Jesus Christ, dude.
There we go.
Like-
All right, well, hold on.
The longer you
No,
keep this
no,
up, the longer
chill
you're
out.
stretching this out, he says. Well, maybe another
God,
point.
you guys,
looks
are,
like he's
you
saying
guys
a
are
lot
really
of
just.
empty things.
But wait, what was the
You guys
point? I
wanna
just
just fight it
started.
out
Go
or
for it,
what?
dude. Go for it, dude. I mean, what was the point?
I legitimately actually have something against Cluck. Not
do
in a bad
too.
way. All right. And I
Oh.
can fucking work this out with him, but you can't shut your fucking cocksucker at all long enough for anybody to get their fucking point across, let alone me.
Just say it.
That's because all you're saying is just, oh, you guys can't listen to me.
Well, yeah, you're
So
not really
I-
saying anything of substance.
we are listening to you rant about how we can't listen. So here, we're all gonna shut up. You tell us what you have against liberal.
That's it.
Oh.
At this point, it's been ruined.
Exactly. There you go. I don't want to
Like,
talk
not
about
gonna
it.
say
I don't want to
anything.
talk about
We're
it no
way too
more.
bad.
You
We're
can't
just gonna
shut
waste
your
your time.
cocksucking mouth. I don't want to talk about it no more. God damn it.
I mean, this is literally what all the fake servers and everything is.
Yeah, I mean, when someone is acting a retard, I treat him like a
You
retard.
you try to no
Exactly.
no you try to fucking say something and everybody else wants to fucking butt in and can't fucking shut up for anything.
I
You
just
guys
let
might as
Nobody
well talk
fucking-
about something though. This is meaningless conversation.
It is meaningless. You're
Oh,
absolutely
Jesus
right.
Christ.
It is.
Seriously.
It became meaningless a long time.
It was
All right,
meaningless
let's
from
bring up the
absolutely.
topic and off branch off this. Jesus Christ. Like,
What was
fuck.
the
Hey,
topic?
RW.
How about some of you guys come and join us in poker?
Hey, Rod,
Yeah.
can you change the
No,
game?
I'm not good at poker.
I don't want to play poker. If that's okay.
Are you gonna
Yeah.
relapse on your
Let's
gambling
play
addiction,
like
Riddle?
Gartic or something.
I wanted to play poker.
Pizza, you wanna play? Does anyone else
Gam-
want to play Gartic?
I never had a gambling addiction.
Oh, there Nillian goes. Okay.
Let's play some Gartic or something like that.
You're a
Cool, and there he
cocksucker,
goes.
Riddle. Shut your cocksucking mouth.
Is that carnivore dude still in this server? Because I remember him and Millionaire. They used to talk shit on the chat, and then when I like want them to come into voice chat, they never
You know what?
would.
I never once. Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Gartic phone is fun.
Carnivore?
Yeah, he had like a dinosaur, a T-Rex.
You know about carnivore?
Yeah, well, I
That was
don't
the
know
guy
if.
from the old server, right?
Yeah, he's from the old server.
You guys know about?
Yeah, you told me about
Carnivore.
him. You told me about him, Riddle.
Well, what happened with him? Is he still here?
He died in
Yeah.
a violent car accident.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's so sad.
His last words were, "No, I don't want to die in a violent car accident," and then he died.
I thought it was cocksucker. Bang.
You shut your.
Wait, are y'all being serious? I
Alright,
can't
how do
tell.
No, I don't know what happened.
How do I join
Oh.
this? Gartic phone. Here we go.
There you go.
No, that's all trolly. I mean, there's partial truth to it. By the way, Cluck. Remember. By the way, Cluck, you've been there since the day one. You've been there before I was. I'm being genuine here. Like, Carnivore was he was like the detriment to the previous drone server.
Oh, was he really?
I'll just say that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he posted all the yeah,
No,
well, I
I'm
mean,
gonna keep
still-
practicing playing poker because
Hey, Cluck, join Gartic phone.
I'm getting ready to go to bed. I gotta go to work in the morning.
We can
Yeah.
switch to
Wow, you
Sketch
really-
Heads. Sketch Heads is good with 3 players.
All right.
I was just reading about the USMCA.
Alright.
I don't know, dude. The fucking argument was
Okay,
pointless.
I mean,
but-
sure, but don't make politics your life, dude. Like,
me?
have some fun.
That wasn't me arguing
With
about
the people that
politics.
you
it was
don't even
me
talk about.
arguing about.
I'm trying.
him
No,
being
I'm trying.
racist.
I'm
I
trying
think
to
he's
talk.
talking to me.
I'm actually trying to talk to. I'm
Yo, my
talking to
bad.
Cluck.
Yeah.
Dude,
I have
Cluck
to
says
shut my
large.
cocksucking mouth.
Yes,
I'm
man.
so sorry.
Jesus.
Politics isn't my life. Tomorrow I'm planning on going dancing. Over the weekend I went dancing. I also LARPed over the weekend. That was fun. I saw my nieces over the weekend, which was also fun. Politics is nowhere near my life.
You should grab a cop's gun from his holster and point it at him. That gets a good
Alright, so
adrenaline rush.
You went dancing.
Fork,
hanging out with
what
your
the
nieces
fuck, dude?
And you LARPed. All right.
When you're dancing, are you a maniac on the dance floor?
I'm honestly not that great. I'm better than the
no.
average person, but I'm not good.
I could see you going off on the dance floor, Cluck, 100%.
Maniac
Just be
on the
dancing
floor.
like you've never danced before. Yeah.
He's dancing like he's never danced before.
Do you wear the scrunchy socks when you
It's
dance?
a good song.
Oh, goodness. I can't read no more.
All right, what?
Y'all have a good night. Thanks for the debate.
Good night, Cluck. Yeah.
Adios.
Fun
Peace
talking
out.
to you, Cluck.
All right.
See you, man.
See you, bud.
All right. Y'all have a good night. I'm done streaming. Bye bye.